Beatrice.
Symbols of Love Series, Book 4. Written by Leah Conolly and published by Starfall Publications. Available on our website and on Amazon. Save more with our bundles. Enjoy.
Chapter 1. Gregory Hillmot had always been told that rearing girls was a far easier endeavour than bringing up boys. It was an idiom repeated so often that it was accepted as nearly universal truth in society, and Gregory himself believed it. When he had found himself the father of 3 young girls in short order, his mind had been full of all the joys of the feminine sort. Hair in ribbons, delicate little voices learning to sing along to the pianoforte, all smiles and sugary sweetness. After all, girls were so much easier to keep in hand than boys. As the girls grew, Gregory found himself very much of the opinion that the person who first propagated that particular lie should be soundly whipped. He was a man with an ordered mind and a sense of strict discipline, relishing in order and regimental structure. As a colonel serving in His Majesty's army, Gregory had been quite at home in such a straight-lined setting. His wife had been serene, a lily, soft woman who took everything in stride. Where he had been all harsh angles and unyielding reason, Mrs. Hillmot was delicate, nudging things into place with a gentle word or touch of her pale hand. They were a happy union of complete opposites who complemented each other in the best possible way. The happy life that they had built for each other came crashing down in an instant. Mrs. Hillmot, his beloved Jane, had sickened after the birth of their last daughter and had never really recovered. She appeared to simply fade away, her skin becoming paler, her whole existence more gossamer. Then, one day, she was gone, leaving Gregory with 3 young girls, and not a clue as to how to carry on. A loud crash interrupted Gregory's reverie. He had not even been aware that he had slipped away into the past. It simply came over him as easily as falling asleep, as he stared out the window to the rolling hills beyond. He had been contemplating the merits of riding out, and then suddenly had been years away again. Thin voices followed the crash, arguing in louder and louder pitches, the words indistinguishable. A 4th voice joined in, pleading and cajoling, weary to the point of breaking. Gregory remained where he was, insulated from the worst of it in his small library. He automatically stood at attention, back rigid and hands folded behind his back as he stared out of the window, distant from the cacophony of the rest of the house. Another thud sounded from somewhere in the hall, accompanied shortly after by a stampede of feet. From just outside the library, Gregory could hear the poor, put-upon governess pleading for order and quiet. "Please, girls, your father is trying to— No, Sophia, don't pull Eliza's braid so. Florence, that is hardly behaviour becoming of a lady. Really, where did you even learn that gesture? No, I do not wish to see it again. Girls, really!" Sighing, Gregory turned on the heel of one impeccably polished boot and made for the library door. He reached it just as something fell against it bodily, flavoured with the squeals of girls in the throes of a heated argument. Steeling himself, he pulled the heavy wooden door open suddenly, and in tumbled a pile of pinafores and ribbons, knees and elbows flying in every direction. He could only stare for a moment. The governess was behind them, her starched white cap askew, her hair escaping its moorings as she frantically tried to wade into the melee and sort out the colonel's daughters. His daughters, meanwhile, were all engaged in some form of wrestling, each one locked onto the other by either limb or braid. As they tussled, they all squealed at each other to either let go, or insisting that they had ruined it, whatever it was. It was only when the pile of adorable miscreants had collided with Gregory's highly polished boots that they seemed aware of their surroundings. There was a lull in the chaos, and Gregory immediately took advantage of their momentary surprise. "Desist!" he barked in a tone and volume he normally reserved for disobedient new recruits to his regiment. Immediately silence descended as the girls froze. The governess, too, became as still as a statue, her eyes wide. Sophia, the youngest, blinked up at her father, her head resting against his boots. Her face broke into a smile, her cheeks dimpling adorably. "Hello, Papa," she chirped into the silence as if nothing were amiss. Gregory stared down, sighed again, and then bent to begin pulling his daughters off each other. When they were all righted and assembled in a line from youngest to oldest, he resumed his military officer's posture. He stared down his nose at each of them until they individually dropped their heads, shuffling nervously. "Now, before I hand out your due punishments for running roughshod all over your governess and behaving like a pack of wild dogs, have any of you anything to say for yourselves? Florence?" Gregory stood before his eldest daughter, who refused to meet his eyes, her jaw stubbornly tight. "Eliza?" The middle daughter, all awkward growth as she left childhood, studied her toes, then shook her head. That left Sophia, the youngest and sometime baby of the family. Gregory had a difficult time with this one, as she most favoured his late wife with big brown eyes that always seemed ready to smile. "Sophia? We were preparing a surprise for you," she blurted, much to the irritation of her sisters, which manifested in matching sighs and eye rolls. "Sophia!" Florence snapped, glaring down the line to the youngest. "Florence!" Gregory warned. "Eliza started it," Sophia interjected. "Sophia!" Now it was Eliza's turn to bark at the youngest, who responded by letting her mouth fall into an unconvincing pout. "Enough!" Gregory barked, feeling that they were precariously close to descending into another rout. Wearily, he pinched the bridge of his nose between thumb and forefinger of his right hand. And what was this surprise, then? "Demonstrating your ability to act like a gang of common ruffians?" he demanded, turning a withering look up on all of them. "We were going to put on a performance for you," Sophia supplied. "We thought you might like some amusement to cheer you." Gregory let this sink in for a moment. He had no notion on how to reply to this revelation, having very little experience with young ladies. He was not sure that it was entirely proper, and it was certainly unlikely to offer any kind of real intellectual benefit to the girls. He glanced to the governess, who was busy trying to right her cap and apron. "We've worked very hard on it," Eliza said into the silence, quietly but earnestly. "We wanted it to be like the theatre. Especially since some of us are not permitted to go," Florence added spikily. Gregory shot her a warning glance, and she folded her arms and looked off defiantly. With Florence busy staring off into the middle distance with a petulant set to her chin, and Eliza studying the rug beneath her feet, it was down to Sophia to supply all the hopeful and pleading looks. To Gregory's discomfort, his youngest daughter seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of these. She stared up like a fawn at Gregory, blinking her large brown eyes slowly. A formative point of his military training was to know when, against all odds and reason, he was defeated. Gregory had not risen to the rank of colonel by being foolhardy. Therefore, it was with a heavy sigh that he offered his daughters his hands. "Very well," he said grudgingly. "It seems only right to see this performance that has caused so much furore in our house. Perhaps this will be a good time to see what you have learned from your governess," he added with a cool look to said governess, who paled a little. All previous conflict forgotten, his daughters surrounded him, taking him by the hands and pulling him along toward the sitting room. They chatted the whole way there, which Gregory found impossible to actually follow. Resigned to his fate, Gregory took his appointed seat, noting that the rest of the furniture had been moved aside, save his own chair and one ostensibly for the governess. The sitting room, not large to begin with, was cut in half by a series of blankets and other bedclothes thrown over a line strung across the room. The girls disappeared behind this improvised curtain, whispers and not-so-whispered jabs, and whinging leaking out occasionally. There was a distinct sound of scurrying, and then it was silent for a moment. The governess, casting sidelong looks at Gregory, took her seat uneasily. The tension radiating from her was practically palpable, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Gregory said nothing to her, folding his right leg over the other. With some effort, one section of the homemade curtain was yanked aside, and little Sophia was thrust forward. She had painted cheeks and a little pink bow of a mouth, and on her head was a wilting flower crown that seemed to be held together mostly out of will. The rouged cheeks caused Gregory to stiffen. He glanced to the governess, who was busy patting her forehead with a small handkerchief. "We would like to present the story of the fox and the maid, as written by the—" Sophia hesitated, her little brow furrowing as she struggled for words. "The illustrated—" "Illustrious!" a voice hissed from behind the curtain. "Lasters Eliza Hillmot," Sophia concluded, adding a little bow. Obligingly, Gregory and the governess rewarded this little speech with a smattering of applause. Taking this as encouragement, Sophia took it upon herself to keep up a litany of bows, much to the growing irritation of the other two behind the curtain. "Move, Sophia," one of them said, not even bothering to whisper anymore. "We cannot go on if you do not get yourself off the stage." "But they keep applauding," Sophia protested. As if to prove her point, she bowed again. The improvised curtain began to undulate then, as if hands were seeking purchase behind it at a frantic pace. One of the girls from backstage, such as it was, found the split in the curtain before which Sophia was standing, and thrust her hand forward. This disembodied hand flailed about for a moment, the fingers curled into determined little claws. At last, it clutched the back of Sophia's dress and yanked her backward forcefully. Therein followed a great deal of squealing, the unmistakable sounds of scuffling, all the while punctuated with half-yelled accusations of one or the other ruining the whole proceeding. The curtain was once again an ocean unto itself, as it flapped and writhed from the chaos it was valiantly attempting to conceal. "Girls, please," the governess tried, her voice tired and tentative. She half rose from her chair, clearly unsure of what she ought to do. Gregory, firmly believing that a person's true mettle was revealed in times of crisis, kept his seat, waiting to see what she would do. The governess' half-hearted attempts at restoring order were roundly ignored. As a result, the commotion from behind the curtain continued to crescendo. There was the sound of something breaking, and at last the much-abused curtain gave up its hold on the line it had been hung on. Sophia was caught under it, while the older two had hold of each other by the arms and hair, hurling accusations as to who was at fault the entire time. The governess, at a loss for words, sat heavily back down in her chair and buried her face in her apron for a moment. Gregory, recognising a rout when he saw it, knew that there was no hope of her restoring order. He stood preparing to wade into the fray. The governess, sensing movement, looked up from her apron, her face tired. "I am dismissed, aren't I?" she asked bleakly. "Very," Gregory agreed. He turned away, ready to begin seizing disorderly daughters and pry them apart. From behind him, there was a barely audible, "Oh, thank heavens." Chapter 2. For someone that had been born into a life devoid of fineries, Beatrice's heart had become quite a dab hand at spotting true quality in everything, from silks to horses to men. Of course, her estimation of quality could be best described as that which was the loveliest, most expensive, or the rarest, in no particular order. She had a real eye for jewels in particular, their sparkle and shine making her eyes gleam. It was not simply her tastes that were incongruous with her origins. Beatrice had been born the daughter of poor labourers in a poor labouring village that she had little memories of, only clearly remembering that it was cold and damp. Despite her humble origins, she accepted any and all tribute as her due, as a queen might condescend to accept gifts from her vassals. Tonight was no exception. She had concluded her performance for the evening and retired to her dressing room. As was her due, she had laid claim to the largest and best dressing room, arranging to have a plush velvet chaise lounge installed against one wall. It was here that she would lounge in a silk banyan, awaiting her well-wishers and callers, offering occasional glimpses of her wrists or ankles in payment. There were the usual posies and bouquets, which she always accepted first. Willing stage hands ferried them into her dressing room, pleased at being admitted to the inner sanctum. In this way, she was surrounded by a garden of bounty and delicate floral scent before anyone even laid eyes on her. She fancied herself a master of the tableau vivante, imagining that she arranged herself like a lush painting. Her dresser, a maid that had by all accounts been at the theatre since the time of Noah's childhood, stood close at hand, ready to receive cards and announce callers. At a nod from Beatrice, she opened the door, accepting the cards being thrust at her. "Mr. Alexander Featherwright," the dresser croaked. After a moment's consideration, Beatrice nodded her assent. Mr. Featherwright was a floppy sort of young man with blonde curls that fell across his forehead in a boyishly charming manner. He was always happy to see Beatrice, gazing at her with a kind of awe-inspired adoration, which suited her just fine. As per the norm when he spotted Beatrice, he fell to one knee before her, looking at her hopefully. "Good evening, Mr. Featherwright," she purred imperiously, offering her hand to him, which he gladly accepted. "Miss Hart, if you are not the most gifted woman in the whole kingdom, I shall turn right around and become a monk," he breathed, all earnest flattery. Beatrice couldn't help but smile at him. "You are a darling thing, aren't you?" she cooed, placing her other hand in his. From the way his entire mien lightened, it was clear that this was the highlight of the week as far as he was concerned. "I've brought you a gift," Mr. Featherwright said with a slight blush, adorably bashful. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small velvet box, which he offered up shyly to Beatrice. She took it readily, murmuring her thanks to him. Without hesitating, she released the catch on the box, popping it open. Nestled within on the satin lining was a thin gold bangle with 3 little rubies set into the top of it. Beatrice's eyes widened, and she lifted it from the box, holding it up so that the gems could catch the light. I remember you saying that rubies were a particular favourite of yours," Mr. Featherwright offered. "Indeed, they are," Beatrice murmured, bringing the bauble closer to her eye. "And these are truly remarkable ones. Such colour and clarity." "Why, Miss Hart, perhaps you would have been a jeweller or gem appraiser in a different life," Mr. Featherwright said, smiling at her delight. "No," she said with a cheeky smile, folding her fingers around the bracelet and tucking it closer to herself. "I think I'd make for a better jewel thief." In one fluid, mercurial movement, she rose to her feet, treating the befuddled Mr. Featherwright to a quick glimpse of her ankles as she did so. "Can't you imagine me pillaging my way through the continent's palaces and cathedrals?" She punctuated this with a little twirl, one leg behind the other. "I can," Mr. Featherwright breathed without a trace of irony. He cleared his throat, then, straightening his jet-black jacket and crisp white cravat, as if he had just remembered why he had come in the first place. "Miss Hart, if it is not too much of an imposition, might I request the pleasure of your company tonight? I've my carriage, and I thought you might fancy a grand dinner after—" Beatrice turned back to Mr. Featherwright, already weighing the merits of his invitation. However, the dresser, still at her post next to the door, was busy attempting to catch Beatrice's eye. The dresser tilted her head, nodding significantly toward the door. Beatrice quirked one eyebrow questioningly, and the dresser inclined her head again. This silent exchange of gestures was carried on over Mr. Featherwright's head as he was still perched upon one knee on the floor of Beatrice's dressing room. Though not a word had been spoken, Beatrice clearly understood the meaning. There was a far greater catch awaiting her just outside. Quickly, Beatrice bent and hauled Mr. Featherwhite upright with surprising strength. Before he knew what was happening, he was being ushered to the door again. "What a charmer you are, Mr. Featherwhite," Beatrice said, laying her other hand on his elbow. "But I could not possibly accept your invitation in the state I am in now." "You couldn't?" he protested weakly. "Oh, certainly not. Why, I am positively done in from my efforts on the stage tonight," Beatrice continued, resting her cheek on his shoulder for a moment. She gazed up at him, fluttering her eyelashes, in the most beseeching manner that she knew how. "It would be positively bad of me to be less than radiant for you." "Oh, Miss Hart, you could never—" Mr. Featherwhite attempted to protest. "Of course you understand. You are such a darling boy," she cooed, somewhat underscoring her flattering words by pushing him out the door with a surprising amount of force. She allowed herself a moment to regain her composure. Retaking her seat upon the lounge, she attempted an air of casualness, her posture relaxed. It was imperative to Beatrice that she not appear as if she were truly waiting to receive callers. Rather, they simply happened upon her, and she would let them pay their calls by chance. After suitably arranging her banyan again, she gave the nod to her dresser. In somewhat elevated tones, the dresser read the name on the next card. "His Honour, Judge Derek Horner," the dresser proclaimed loud enough for everyone waiting in the hall to hear. This set off a round of murmurs, which was quickly cut off when the door was shut behind this new, more illustrious caller. He entered the room grandly, surveying it with cool, grey eyes as if he owned everything within. He was dressed fashionably, with a double-breasted coat and a pinked collar so high that it brushed along his sharp jaw. His breeches were dove grey, and he wore them tucked into polished leather boots in deference to the questionable spring weather. "Why, what an unexpected delight this is," Beatrice murmured, sitting up and smiling coyly at the judge. "I'm delighted you think so," he replied, his eyes lighting upon Beatrice. He came forward to accept her offered hand, but it was done with an air of bemusement. "I hope that I am not keeping you from some other delights this evening." Beatrice gave a casual little flip of her hand. "I'm sure that I can be spared for one evening." The judge agreed, staring down his long sharp nose at Beatrice. "Would you care to accompany me to Vauxhall this evening? I've heard there is a new display of fireworks that's being readied." "Is there? Well, I suppose one must spend the evening doing something," Beatrice sighed, not wishing to appear overeager. Casually, she stood and went to sit at her dressing table, fussing at her reflection. The judge watched this with interest, his nostrils flaring a little. "Very good. My carriage awaits you then, dear lady," he said, bowing over Beatrice's hand and daring to press a kiss to her knuckles. Beatrice maintained her cool, distant composure. "I shall be with you shortly," she said. He withdrew, and Beatrice sat for a moment, butterflies in her stomach. The judge was always an interesting evening, though a challenging one. He was a powerful man, and he was quite aware of it. Still, he was never boring, and he had more money than Croesus. It was largely thanks to him that Beatrice was able to maintain a large and spacious flat near the park, a luxury reserved almost exclusively for the wealthy and titled. He was the distant heir to a title, and had a nobleman's taste for collecting beautiful things. Beatrice was happy to be collected. For now, she began to attend to her toilette, wiping away the stage makeup and removing the heavy wig with relief. With sharp fingernails, she scratched at her itchy scalp, fingers digging into the hair that she kept cropped daringly short. She turned her head this way and that, admiring the turn of her neck and trying to ascertain the better angles of her face. Candlelight was exceptionally flattering, and here, among the gifts and flowers piled high, it was easy for Beatrice to feel secure, a little smug even. She felt entitled to a little vanity, as it had been necessary for her to scramble and claw her way to her current position. She admired her bottle green eyes, the cat-like way they tilted up in the corners. Her face, not quite as full as fashion dictated these days, was still comely by nearly any measure, if a little sharply boned. Lifting her porcelain pot of face cream, she worked it carefully, deliberately, into her face and neck. Though her talent put the great and good of London into the theatre seats, it was her looks that guaranteed a steady supply of male companionship. It was only through their largesse that she was able to live as she did. It was imperative that she do everything in her power to preserve her face for as long as possible. Her hands paused for a moment mid-swipe on her cheekbones. Sometimes, when she was quite alone with her thoughts and staring into the mirror, a little tickle of fear would run through her. Beatrice knew that this life she led would not last forever, and it was at these moments that a creeping fear for the future would snap at her heels. Aggressively, Beatrice shook her head. She dipped her fingers into the face cream again, scented with lavender and orange blossom, and vigorously rubbed it into her jaws. "Begone," she muttered aloud to her doubts. She could not afford to be distracted tonight. The judge would smell the insecurity on her like blood in the water, and he would pounce without hesitation. "Yours is a strange lot," some unbidden part of her mind whispered. "Lonely, but never alone. Vulnerable, but untouchable." Quickly, she crammed these thoughts down as well, burying them beneath layers of silk and lace. She dressed quickly in a dark gold silk gown with wine-red velvet ribbon about the hem in stripes, her dresser helping her to button the back. She selected matching red gloves, her favourite colour. As she slipped her feet into dark red silk pumps, she allowed herself one last admiring, almost defiant look in the large floor-length mirror in the corner of her dressing room. Beatrice lifted her chin proudly, her lips curling a little. She had an evening of fine dining, the best champagne, and all the other delights that Vauxhall had to offer to look forward to, and she looked every inch the part. Who has time for loneliness when one's plate is so full of amusements? She asked herself as she left her dressing room, a fur-trimmed capulet about her shoulders. Perhaps a bit more forcefully than necessary, Beatrice slammed the door on her dressing room and that thought. Chapter 3. The pleasure gardens at Vauxhall were a sight to behold on any given night, but with the promise of spring just around the corner, they were heavy with anticipation. There were amusements of every kind, from dancing to pantomimes to a hot air balloon that would take guests up for a bird's-eye view of London. Of course, the main point was to see and be seen, and the fashionable people of the ton were out in force as soon as the weather permitted. Beatrice, ever a performer, was quite happy to be seen and admired on the arm of Judge Horner. His position was not the highest in the land, but he had built himself grand holdings, and dined with some of the highest-ranking families. It was also no secret that he was in line for a title from an ailing and distant uncle. They perambulated slowly, with nearly everyone they passed stopping to stare as they walked by. Beatrice, with her dancer's ability, managed to walk in such a way that it was less a mode of transportation and more a graceful undulation. Judge Horner, straight-backed and in a tall black hat, cut an imposing figure next to her. Several people approached him, but he did not hesitate to stare down, those that he felt were not up to snuff. Thus, only those with something to offer, be it money, position, or title, were permitted in his presence. They had dined well, and the judge had seen to it that Beatrice was never without a glass of champagne, decorated with candied violets floating on the top. Beatrice did not drink deeply, but she enjoyed the way the bubbles tickled her tongue as she sipped. They paused, watching a troupe of acrobats that had been shipped in from India. They wore bells on their ankles, so that every athletic feat they performed was accompanied by jaunty jingling. A skill "That is beyond even you, I think," Judge Horner said at last, ducking his head closer to Beatrice's. She nodded absently, watching the performance intently. Fascinated, she could not take her eyes from their hands and feet, arched into unfamiliar shapes. She tilted her head, the feathers on her silk bonnet arching over her ear as she did so. There was a slight tugging on her arm, and she was brought back to herself.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favour. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
The judge was staring down at her with all the warmth of a marble statue. Beatrice blinked up at him, aware that he had likely been saying something. He was not the sort of man who liked being ignored. That was the whole reason for his chasing after a woman like Beatrice. "I'm sure you're right," she said at last, smiling one of her coy little smiles up at him. "Perhaps you might like to see the maze," he offered, glancing about. "It is bound to at least be quieter. We might then hear each other speak." Beatrice glanced toward the lower half of the gardens, where an impromptu hedge maze was being cultivated. It was not yet complete, the hedges still being pruned into shape. There were no lights to speak of, just the overflowing glow from the gardens proper. She bit her lip, considering. It would leave them both open to rumour, but if she were being honest, she was already a somewhat infamous woman in London. She glanced up to the judge, and found him still impassively staring down at her. "If nothing else, it will keep the more impudent of the prying eyes away," he said with a significant sweep of his eyes to their surroundings. Beatrice, too, looked about, and found that they had become something of a side attraction themselves. The ton were all staring at them, some whispering behind gloved hands and fans. Beatrice did not mind that, was rather used to it, in fact, but she was rather perturbed that it was detracting attention away from the splendid performance in front of them. As a performer herself, she was incensed. "Let us adjourn then, Your Honour," Beatrice sniffed, putting her nose into the air and her free hand atop the judge's elbow. Gratified, Judge Horner led the two of them into the maze. The moment that they turned the first corner, the sounds from the wider gardens was considerably dulled. Though the hedges were not completed yet, they still had something of an insulating effect, making Beatrice feel as if she had stepped through a doorway into a different world. Unconsciously, she seized tighter onto the judge's elbow. He chuckled a little, but it was not a sound of amusement. Beatrice had the distinct impression that he was having a laugh at her expense, and she immediately loosed her grip in spite of her misgivings. Nevertheless, she refused to let him see that she was uncertain, and she sallied forth as if she knew precisely where she was going. The path, however, being gravel, was proving rather more of a challenge than she had expected. She had only gone a few paces when a pebble became lodged in her shoe, causing her to wince. Windmilling a little with one arm, she sought purchase on the hedge as she attempted to balance on one foot. "Is something the matter?" the judge asked, looming uncomfortably close to Beatrice. "No, it's nothing to be concerned over," Beatrice said with a casual wave of one hand. "Simply a stone in my shoe. If I had known the terrain would be so questionable tonight, I'd have worn my walking boots." "Ah, but then you would have deprived me of the chance to come to your rescue," the judge said, taking her hand and kneeling in the gravel. Though he spoke chivalrously, there was something malignant in his face as he knelt before Beatrice. Her heart was fluttering wildly in her chest, and she had the strangest impulse to simply take off and run. She tamped down the urge, covering her unease with a smile. The judge, meanwhile, had released Beatrice's hand and taken her foot into both of his hands. Sliding her shoe off, he made a casual effort at shaking out the offending pebble, but made no hurry about it. With his long fingers wrapped about her ankle like a shackle, balanced on her other foot, she was well and truly caught. He glanced up at Beatrice, and there was something predatory in those eyes. She'd seen engravings of giant reptiles from Africa, monsters that laid in wait in the water, biding their time, and then would spring forth, snapping their jaws around unexpecting passers-by. It was all too easy for her to believe that she was in great danger of being pulled beneath the murky water just now. As if sensing her unease, the judge laid her shoe aside carelessly. His grip on her ankle tightened as she attempted to slide it from his grasp. He tutted a little, chuckling mirthlessly again. "No, no, my pretty one," he said. "You have led me on a merry chase these last months, and I was content to chase you. For a while." "And now?" Beatrice asked, swallowing hard, refusing to let her voice betray any of her nerves. "Now," the judge continued, his white teeth flashing in the dark, "I have caught you, and it is time for you to make good on your end of our little arrangement." "I do not recall entering into any arrangement," Beatrice insisted, trying again to slide her foot away from the judge. Though he chuckled again, his fingers tightened cruelly around her ankle, the bones in her foot beginning to grind together painfully. Beatrice refused to cry out, lifting her chin defiantly. "Now you know as well as I do how this sort of thing is meant to work." His dark eyebrows knitted together a little, his mouth firming into a cruel slash. "I believe that you also know that I have within my power to end your career, here and now." "And how will you manage that?" Beatrice scoffed. "As if anyone will be put off by a dancer with a questionable reputation. It's practically a requirement." Judge Horner shifted his grip so that his thumb was pressing into the soft little hollow where the front of her leg met her ankle, causing Beatrice to wince. "You misunderstand me," he said, "though I have no doubt that I could make things uncomfortable for you in the manner that you suggest. I had something more direct in mind." He finished the sentence by pressing his thumb in harder. Fear, real and sickening, slid through Beatrice's stomach. She had a very visceral paranoia about losing her ability to provide for herself, losing her gateway to independence. Instinctually, she attempted to wrest her leg away from Horner again, but to no avail. Yanking her leg back down, he shifted and stood abruptly, nearly unbalancing Beatrice completely. His hand snaked about her waist, closing like vices of iron along her sides. "I do admire your spirit, little minx, but it is time to stop playing coy," he said, pulling her in close against him. For all of her fear, it was anger that flashed up in Beatrice's eyes. This seemed to amuse him, for he smiled cruelly down at her again, finding her stiffening posture an incentive to keep pressing his advantage. Beatrice reasoned that it was likely that no one had ever told him no before, and her resistance was as intriguing to him as her shapely legs. He no doubt had done this little intrigue countless times before, and had grown bored with the ease with which he conquered other dancers and actresses. He had figured that for all of her control and distance, Beatrice would fold like all of the others. What he had clearly not counted on was the fact that Beatrice was no ordinary theatre girl. She was renowned for her bright, shiny spine as much as her ability to turn neatly and leap higher than the other dancers. She'd made a vow to herself when she was younger that she would never allow herself to be at the mercy of a man. The second thing that Judge Horner had not counted on was that while travelling through Italy with her former partner's dance troupe, they had crossed paths with a group of men from the Far East. Beatrice, the consummate student of human movement, had been fascinated by a series of strange exercises they did. She had also been intrigued by a particularly slight man that all of the others gave a wide berth. He had liked the way that she poured tea, and she had liked the way that he moved through the world without fear, despite his size. Right in this moment, however, she mostly liked that he had taught her the simplest and easiest means of breaking someone's nose. With her fingers curled back, revealing the firm lower edge of her palm, she struck neatly and quickly, thrusting her hand upward into the tip of Horner's nose. Her erstwhile teacher had referred to it as a tiger's paw, which Beatrice was quite tickled by. She was also immensely gratified by the way that the judge's head snapped back, his eyes watering as blood immediately began to pour from his nose, black and shining in the dark. He released Beatrice immediately to cradle his face. Beatrice took advantage of this to sweep up her discarded shoe and scampered a few paces away. Horner, still bleary-eyed, swung out wildly with one hand, grasping for Beatrice. He swore all the while, calling her every foul name he could think of. "Really, Your Honour, I'd have thought you'd have more imagination than that," Beatrice said. "I've had worse insults slung at me by altar boys." Irate, he looked up, his grey eyes burning. His shirt front and crisp white cravat were both thoroughly ruined, a surprising amount of blood pouring forth from his nose. Idly, Beatrice wondered if she might have broken it. "You will regret this," he spat, attempting to staunch the flow from his nose with a hastily dug-out handkerchief. "I regret many things, Judge Horner," Beatrice said coolly, sounding infinitely more composed than she was currently feeling. "I doubt that this will be one of them." With a proud toss of her head, she turned her back on him, shoulders confidently back. As if she were out for nothing more than a Sunday turn about the park, she sauntered leisurely away. At least, she did, until she reached the first turn in the maze. After she had ensured that she was out of his line of sight, she picked up her feet earnestly, lifting her hem a little and dashing back to the main part of the gardens. She did not stop until she was back among the crowd. In spite of her brave words, she could not believe what she had just done. She attempted her usual calm, dispassionate veneer, but she kept her hands clutched together tightly to ensure they would not visibly tremble. Chapter 4. Though the sun had not yet risen, Gregory was already awake, shaved and dressed. He was a creature of habit, and the timetable set forth by his time in the army was one he stuck to rigorously. He did not see the point in putting off the day, wishing to keep himself as busy as possible. Allowing himself the indulgence of laying about in bed was out of the question, no matter that he was not currently in active service. Besides which, he had a heavy task set out for himself today, and he preferred to dispense with it early. It would be easier, after all, to get it done whilst his 3 incorrigible daughters still slept. With a determined set of his jaw, he gave himself one last look in the mirror, and then dismissed his valet, who silently withdrew. On booted feet, Gregory went downstairs, taking up position in the small library that he used as an office. The fire was not yet lit, and the rooms were still chilled in the grey pre-dawn. He did not mind. He was used to a degree of discomfort, preferring it to being overly pampered. He reached for the bell pull next to the fireplace, then took his place in the hard-backed, leather-upholstered chair behind the small but heavy desk. It was some moments before a servant answered, a sleepy hall boy of no more than 12. The household was used to Gregory rising early, but not at being summoned at this hour. It was typically only a scullery maid and a hall boy awake now, quietly moving through the house to wake the other servants and light the fires for the morning. "You rang, sir?" he asked timidly, not used to addressing the colonel. "Please send for Mrs. Bird at once," Gregory replied. He expected it would be some moments before the governess was roused and made herself presentable. It was wholly unexpected, then, that she appeared within only a few moments. It was more expected, however, that she appeared already wearing a travelling dress and pelisse, a simple poke bonnet on her head. Mrs. Bird entered the library with her head held high, but her shoulders slumped the moment she saw the colonel's face. "Good morning, sir," she said politely enough, but her voice was strained. "I shall not shilly-shally about, Mrs. Bird," Gregory said in quick, clipped words. "I see that you have already packed, wasting no time. Good." "I thought it best I leave before the girls wake," she explained. "I did not see the point in lingering after yesterday's events." "Too right you are," Gregory agreed. Reaching into his desk, he withdrew an envelope that he had prepared the night before. "I believe this is all that is owed to you," he said, handing it over. With well-mannered reluctance, the governess hesitated when reaching for her remaining wages, as mentions of anything pecuniary were always a little vulgar. Her practicality as a servant won out, however, and she eventually snapped it up, tucking it into a deep pocket. She did not move immediately, shifting about before Gregory's desk. He had already moved on, not seeing the point in drawing the whole business out with any sort of emotional farewell. "Was there something else?" he asked, his attention already turned to locating his pipe. It had been a trying morning already, and he was fond of a turn about the grounds before breakfast, pipe in hand, to settle his mind. He located it, then withdrew a worn tobacco pouch from one of the drawers. "I wonder if I might inquire if there was any sort of reference included in your generous packet," Mrs. Bird asked, lowering her voice a little. Gregory glanced up, his brow furrowed a little as he went about the business of packing the bowl of his pipe. It was a particularly good blend, enriched with vanilla and spice, and he was perturbed at not being able to savour it. "And what sort of reference should I have included, Mrs. Bird?" he asked, making no such effort at modulating his voice in deference to the hour or subject. "As far as I can tell, you have made no progress with my girls at all. They are just as wild, wilder even, than when you first arrived." "Well, I'm not sure I would agree," Mrs. Bird objected without much conviction. "Wouldn't you?" Gregory shot back, clamping the stem of his pipe in his teeth and replacing the pouch in the drawer forcefully. "I dare say I haven't seen any indication to the contrary. They've no manners at table, they do not paint or embroider, and the only French I've heard from them does not bear repeating." "I can hardly be blamed for all of that," the governess protested. "Then who precisely is to blame?" Gregory asked practically. Taking up a small bit of reed, he lit it from the candlestick on his desk and used it to light his pipe. He puffed a few times, encouraging it to burn, filling the library with the warm, smoky smell. "As I recall, that was precisely why you were hired. Indeed, I do believe that is the entire point of a governess." "That may be so, sir, but I was not hired to tame a bunch of wild bantlings." Mrs. Bird's voice cracked a little as she spoke. "As I recall, I told you from the outset that the girls were in some difficulties, having lost their mother," Gregory said, faltering only a little and recovering himself quickly. "And you assured me, in the most unequivocal terms, that it was nothing you could not handle." He paused, pulling open another drawer and withdrawing a folded letter. "In fact, you wrote when you accepted the position. I have no fear of misbehaving children, having successfully tamed more than a few in my years as a governess to Lord Henley. I shall see to it that your girls will be fit for the finest dining rooms, without delay." Gregory read out, holding the letter up. Mrs. Bird blanched a little as he read, her mouth pressing into a grim line. "I obviously was mistaken," she said, "but I bet you have some compassion. I will never be able to take another position without a character from you." Gregory considered, leaning back as much as his straight-backed chair would allow. He reached up and took his pipe in one hand, taking in Mrs. Bird, then replaced it between his teeth. "Very well," he said, withdrawing a sheet of paper from the centre drawer. "I shall not be unkind, but neither shall I be needlessly flattering. I wish that you had only shown so much pluck when it came to my girls." Mrs. Bird made a small sound, which caused Gregory to look up at her from beneath his brow as he wrote. She did not say anything, but her meaning was clear. As far as she was concerned, there was not enough pluck in the world to bring the Hillmot children to heel. Gregory finished writing quickly, signing it with no flourish. He folded the reference over and sealed it with a wax wafer. He passed it over, Mrs. Bird taking it in both hands. She turned toward the door, then paused for a moment, looking back at Gregory as she turned the letter over in her hands. "I wish you luck, Colonel," she said with a lingering look, I suspect you will need it." Gregory said nothing to that, and Mrs. Bird was gone without another word. He waited for a few moments as she cleared the hallway, on her way back to York and to the agency from whence she had come. After the muffled sounds of her leaving had ended, silence reigned in the house once more. There was only the ticking of the grand clock in the main hall to break the stillness, and the occasional chirping of a bird that heralded the coming sunrise. It was a peaceful moment, but Gregory took no pleasure or comfort in the stillness. If he was still for too long, his thoughts would gain a foothold, and their constant companion lately was grief. Not wishing to allow himself to be idle long enough for that to happen, he tapped out his pipe, replacing it on the desk for now as it cooled. With a slap of his knees, he fairly sprang from his chair, the legs squeaking a little against the wood floor as he did so. His stride was long and confident as he left the library, crossed the large main hall, and then climbed the stairs. Once at the top, he automatically turned right, down toward the nursery where the girls all slept. He made no effort to moderate his steps, having no intention of letting his daughters laze about a bed, particularly after they had driven off yet another governess. Though he was not inclined to tolerate any impertinent comments from Mrs. Bird, he could not fully repute them. He also knew that he had his own hand to play in their poor manners. After his wife had died, he had felt unmoored, moving through life, but not really living it, and his daughters had likewise been cast adrift. The door to the nursery was slightly ajar, and, quietly, he pushed it open, fully intending to rouse his errant daughters. The scene within, however, made him pause. All was still and silent, save for quiet snuffles as the girls slept. With one hand on the door latch still, Gregory surveyed the beds. All were tucked up tightly, sleeping soundly, faces unlined with conflict or worry. At one end of the nursery, the door to the governess's alcove was open, showing an empty room on the other side. It would have to be filled, and quickly, as Gregory himself knew very, very little about what it was to properly rear girls. He had some idea of the basics, what their accomplishments should be, but beyond that, he was completely at a loss. It had never occurred to him that he would have to do so on his own, without his wife by his side. Opposite this alcove, against the other wall, as far as possible from the others, Florence's bed stood. She too was wrapped up tightly in her blankets against the cold, the fire behind the screen in the hearth having gone out through the night. The fact that she had to sleep in the nursery still was a source of constant fighting between father and daughter. She insisted that she was too old to still sleep within, and Gregory held firm that when she conducted herself like a young lady, she would be treated as such. It was a stalemate, with neither willing to yield. Despite his irritation at the trio for their conduct, and particularly for their having driven off another governess, Gregory could not bring himself to wake them just yet. Quietly, he withdrew, closing the door behind him. He sighed, retreating back down the hallway whence he had come. Mentally, he began preparing the advertisement he would put in the York papers. No doubt it would spark no small comment from the neighbourhood that the latest governess had fled like all the others, but there was nothing to be done about it. He did not know what sort of person could possibly begin to take on this task, however. Perhaps I would be better served by asking for a lion tamer, he mused grimly. Chapter 5. As a dancer, particularly as a female dancer, Beatrice was used to a certain degree of notoriety. She was not particularly welcome in the better homes, unless it was to give a private performance with her fellow dancers. Even this, however, was fairly rare since she had parted company with Josiah Galpin's troupe. The plain fact was that wives and mothers did not want her around their menfolk. All of this was perfectly acceptable to Beatrice, as the trade-off was that she could live more or less as she pleased. She worked when she needed, she slept and rose when she wished, and there were very few people who could place demands on her time. Something had shifted, however. It was not immediately obvious to Beatrice, but there was an odd undercurrent that seemed to underscore all of her interactions lately. Usually, she could count on a few invitations in a week, sometimes to accompany one gentleman or another to the opera or the races. Occasionally, it would be to dinner or to a party hosted by someone equally daring. These invitations had dried up in the past few days, stretching into a week and then 2. Beatrice found herself spending more days and nights at home, alone in her flat, than she cared for. When she did venture out, there was a new quality to the whispers and stares that followed her. Instead of it having a kind of breathless excitement about it, she caught the ton collectively glaring at her with open derision or disgust. The audience, too, seemed to be turning on her. They applauded her, but grudgingly, as if they could not deny her talent, but they did not relish in it the way that they had previously. There were no more flowers, no more gifts delivered to her dressing room either. Perhaps strangest of all was that Beatrice had the distinct impression that someone was following her. It was as if someone was constantly just beyond her field of vision, over her shoulder. If she turned to look, there was no one out of the ordinary, but she still got the impression of a jacket tail here, a wisp of unfamiliar scent there. It left her on edge, nervy and disinclined to go out alone. When it became apparent that something was indeed wrong, Beatrice resolved to call upon the one person who would not refuse her. It was also unlikely that she would lie to her either if she knew what was going on. So it was that Beatrice resolved to pay a call on Lady Ava, the crushingly beautiful wife of Josiah Gulpin. Though they had been one-time romantic rivals, Beatrice was hoping that this was somewhat in the past, as she had no one else to really turn to. Beatrice also hoped that more than a year of married life had dulled Eva's beauty somewhat. She was disappointed on the latter point, unfortunately. When Beatrice was shown into their well-appointed, though small townhouse, Eva's beauty was undimmed, shining like the sun. If anything, she was even lovelier, worries erased from her face and a gentle contentment found there instead. Josiah was nowhere to be seen, however, and Beatrice suspected that he had made himself scarce when he had heard who was calling. "Beatrice, that is, Miss Hart," Eva asked, her brows flying up her smooth forehead. "Is everything quite all right?" Beatrice, having followed the maid that answered the door into a small parlour where Eva was sitting to receive any callers, took off her gloves with sharp little movements. "Hello, Lady Ava," she said coolly, refusing to let Eva see how unsettled she truly was. "I rather imagine that you did not expect me to be one of your callers today." "I did not," Ava admitted, her velvety voice showing her honesty. "Still, please come in and take a seat. May I offer you something?" "I would never refuse tea," Beatrice replied, settling herself into a little chair opposite Eva. Duly, Eva rang for said tea, and they waited in a strained, awkward silence as the maid went to fetch it. Beatrice looked about the parlour, the domesticity of it all, and did her best to keep her lip from curling. There was very little style, but then Beatrice was used to only allowing the most beautiful of things near her abode. "I know that face," Ava said softly into the silence, startling Beatrice, who slid her eyes over to stare at her. "You are disapproving of something, but working very hard to not let it be known." "It's not that I disapprove," Beatrice objected hurriedly. "It's more that, well, to be honest, I had never expected Josiah to be the sort of man with doilies on his side table, if you take my meaning. It is far more domestic than I would have credited him with." Ava looked around, her eyes flicking over the furnishings as if seeing them for the first time. A slow smile crept over Eva's face. "I know what you mean," she agreed to Beatrice's surprise. "I would have been content to remain on a tour of the continent, but Josiah was eager to settle back in London." "Well, I am glad that married life agrees with both of you," Beatrice said. She checked her tone as Eva's eyes hardened a little, unsure if she had been insulted. Impulsively, Beatrice reached across the table, laying a hand on Eva's in an uncharacteristically warm gesture. "No, I mean it," she said emphatically. "I would have been very upset to come here and to have seen both of you looking miserable. I'm glad that you are both happy. It is not the life I would wish for myself, but I am. It's good to see that someone in London is happy." Ava appeared to absorb this, her dark eyes searching Beatrice's face. She continued this silent, meditative observance even as the maid reappeared with a tea tray. Wordlessly, Eva poured for Beatrice, who took her tea without milk or sugar. When they had both been served and taken a couple of sips, Eva spoke at last. "I must confess that I had wondered how our next meeting would be," she said, a cautious smile on her face. "I know that things had been awkward between us, but I want you to know that I have been so very pleased to hear of all of your successes." Eva paused here, and Beatrice's sharp eyes immediately cut to her. "You know something," she said, less a question than a statement. Eva hesitated. "I might," she admitted. "I had heard that things might be, well, a little more difficult of late." "Difficult?" Beatrice repeated with a strange little laugh. "I suppose that might be one way of putting it." Ava put her teacup down with a soft clank against the matching saucer. She placed both of her hands in her lap and leaned forward, pitching her voice a little lower, as if afraid that they might be overheard by as yet unseen persons. "Miss Hart, Beatrice, you should know that I make no judgments on how you comport yourself. What you do with yourself is your own affair, insomuch as I am concerned." She paused, glancing down to idly push a teaspoon forward to be more in line with the others. "However, you must know that not all of London feels the same as I do." Beatrice allowed herself a little sigh. "Believe me, I am quite aware. I have been on the stage in one way or another since I was only 8 years old. I have seen all of the censure the ton has to offer. That is," she amended, "I thought I had." Eva nodded. "It seems that you have fallen afoul of someone in particular who has taken up a grudge against you." She looked at Beatrice expectantly, clearly believing that she would fill in that gap willingly. Beatrice, cagey as a cat, did not answer immediately, however. Instead, she lifted her teacup and sipped again, humming appreciatively. She was immensely fond of tea, and the blend Ava had on offer was tolerably good. She did not anticipate Ava's patience, unfortunately, and found that her hostess merely continued to gaze at her, blinking her large brown eyes impassively. "I may have some idea of who is behind all of this," Beatrice relented finally. "It is entirely possible that it is all down to one man in particular, actually." Eva, lifting her own teacup, raised one eyebrow queryingly. "It seems like an awful lot of vitriol for a... what? A lover's quarrel of some sort?" "Well," Beatrice hedged, "it may not be just a quarrel. It may be that I may have put a man's nose quite out of joint, you might say." Blankly, Eva stared at Beatrice, her eyes searching her face. "You've offended someone? Well, that may not be the wisest course of action, but..." "No, that's not... well, yes, I suppose I did offend him, but no. The point is that I may have ended our quarrel by breaking his nose," Beatrice announced with forced casualness, as if it were of no more consequence than discussing the latest gloves from Paris. Eva's eyes widened. "Oh, Beatrice, you didn't," she breathed. "Who was this man?" "His Honour, Judge Derek Horner," Beatrice announced, saying it far more bravely than she felt after the fact. "Oh, good Lord," Eva gasped, pressing her fingers to her mouth. "Viscount Bartholomew's great nephew?" At Beatrice's nod, Eva only looked more distressed, her eyes dancing back and forth across the table. Suddenly, she rang a small brass bell on the side table, summoning the maid again. Beatrice's stomach fell, certain that she was on the verge of being asked to leave. To her immense relief, when the maid entered, Eva said, "Go at once and tell cook to send up any cake that we might have at the ready. If we haven't one, I want you to fly like the wind down to the bakery and get the first one you see. Don't dawdle." The maid, so thrown off by such a sudden request, sort of trotted in place for a moment before whirling for the door quickly. She stopped, remembering that she had forgotten to curtsy, and then scampered out the door. At Beatrice's bewildered look, Eva shrugged. "This is a crisis far too big for just tea," she explained. "This clearly requires cake, and a great deal of it, I expect." In spite of her trepidation, Beatrice couldn't help but bark out a laugh, which made Eva smile in return. Several moments were spent in companionable silence then, with Beatrice surreptitiously glancing about the room, still a little baffled that the worldly Mr. Galpin could have settled into such a domestic setting. The maid returned shortly, her nose red from the cold and looking a little winded. There was a selection of little queen cakes arranged on a tray, and some other dainty cakes with icing and candied rose petals on top. After they had both eaten several bites, Eva fixed Beatrice with her dark eyes again. "What is your plan now?" Eva asked into the space between bites of cake. "Plan? For what, precisely?" Beatrice asked, her brows raising a little. "I imagine you will need to make a plan to either weather this storm or to make amends," Eva explained, pressing her fork onto some crumbs of cake. "I would presume that an apology of some sort would go a long way." "Huss!" Beatrice interjected, sneering a little and popping one of the candied rose petals into her mouth. "But I am not sure that such a thing is possible now, for a variety of reasons," Eva finished. "I'd rather eat my hat than apologise to that cretin, and it's a very good hat. I've been through scandal before. I am sure that I shall court it again before I am done," Beatrice said with forced casualness. "I'm not sure any of us has been through anything like this before," Eva argued gently. "The very fact that you are here, taking tea with me, ought to be proof positive of that." Beatrice paused, caught by Eva's logic. She was right, of course, which only made the pit in Beatrice's stomach grow a little more jagged. Eva, catching the stricken look on Beatrice's face, impulsively reached across the table and took her hand. "You must be careful, Beatrice," she said, her voice lowered. "I mean it. Judge Horner is notorious for his temper and cruelty, both in and out of the courtroom. It's unlikely he is simply going to let this go, particularly if you have humiliated him. He could very easily ruin you." Beatrice glanced away, her jaw tightening. It was hard to ignore what Eva said, mostly because Beatrice knew it to be very true. She had known that Judge Horner had a reputation, but had believed, foolishly, that she could keep him in hand. She'd never had trouble dandling the male of the species before, and it was entirely possible that this had caused her to grow arrogant. Not that she would ever admit that out loud, of course. "Perhaps if you were to leave London for a while," Eva suggested. "Not forever, but just long enough for the scandal to die down. Or," she said with her thickly fringed eyes crinkling at the corners, "at least until a better one comes along." "Perhaps," Beatrice agreed. "It is rather hard to secure invitations when one has been labelled persona non grata." There was a lull in the conversation as she idly swirled her tea gently in her cup. "But then, I do not know where I would go. It's not as if I have any real connections outside of London." "Have you no family to go to?" Eva inquired. Beatrice wrinkled her nose. "Oh, heavens, no." "What about any acquaintances on the continent? Though you may not wish to depart, one hears such troubling tidings from France," Eva mused, a neat line forming on her forehead as she did so. "I thought all of that business with Napoleon was settled," Beatrice replied. She had more than passing interest in politics, finding that gentlemen frequently liked to discuss it. Eva offered a little shrug. "It seems perhaps not." Well, in any case, I have no interest in leaving England. I want to be able to return to London fairly quickly when the time is right, Beatrice said decidedly. The trouble is, I do not know where that is. It's not as if I can holiday to Bath, not if I want to completely avoid the ton. Eva nodded in agreement. That seems wise. If you are among them, it keeps the rumours alive. She paused again, lifted her cup, then put it back down. Give me some time to make inquiries. I might know someone who could help. Chapter 6. Idle time, or long hours in which one had nothing to occupy oneself, was a phenomenon which Beatrice had never experienced before. Boredom was an entirely foreign concept. From the moment that she was old enough to occupy herself in some fashion, she had done so. This complete stillness, with no discernible destination, was intolerable. But Beatrice was determined to keep herself from the ton, the public at large, really. If they did not appreciate her charms, they did not deserve them as far as she was concerned. She could not be rejected if she rejected them first. She had to perish, the thought that this was a fairly moot point, as she was receiving no invitations, and had been not so discreetly discouraged from appearing at the theatre. In fact, the only mention she saw of herself in the outside world was in the scandal sheets and gossip columns. Each story printed was more outrageous than the last, with just enough truth peppered in to make it sound plausible. If she dared to venture out, she could hear little snatches of whispered conversations, always just behind her back and out of sight. Ladies were inclined to fully cross the street when they saw her coming, lest they be tarnished by even this brief association. The list of her alleged sins grew by the day. She was a shameless, fallen woman, bent on seducing every man of the ton and ruining him. She was a petty thief who used her position to ascertain the best targets, and would then send a cohort of thieves to carry out burglaries. She was a French spy, using her charms to wile government secrets out of any man she could get her claws into. These were simply the ones that were repeatable. There were more than a few that would have made a sailor blush with the language involved. So it was that Beatrice spent a week in isolation, venturing out rarely. It was on the second day of her solitude that she pushed all of the furniture aside in her apartment sitting room so that she might practice her stretches and a few steps, not wishing to grow stiff from inactivity. Of course, this caused an uncomfortable realization. She did not actually own her apartment, nor any of the furniture in it. It was all due to a gentleman's patronage. He had wanted to offer Beatrice carte blanche, as it was politely known, and she had refused. He had kindly allowed her to stay, but now... So it was more of a relief than she would have liked to admit, when a neat little invitation was left for her from Lady Eva. The address was unfamiliar, however, a very stylish number near the even more stylish St. James. The appointment was scheduled for the very next day, at precisely 2:30 in the afternoon. That caused Beatrice's eyes to widen. That was the prime hour for paying calls, when she would likely be observed. That could mean only one of two things. Either the hostess was ignorant of Beatrice's current predicament, or she was foolhardy and did not care who saw her come. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It was far, far worse than Beatrice had feared. The hostess was not only aware of the miasma of scandal around Beatrice, she was also entirely sympathetic. The lady in question turned out to be the Duchess of Brandon, which should not have really been surprising. She was herself of somewhat murky origin, and had taken to sponsoring any number of modern artists and writers. Beatrice had to suppose that she simply wanted to add herself to her collection. Beatrice found herself sitting in a large and airy drawing room, with plaster moulding all along the ceiling and corners. The chairs, while straight-backed in the French Louis style, were well padded and richly upholstered in green-striped damask. A tea service was laid out, with more buns, cream and jam than could feed an entire family for a week. Across from her, Lady Eva and the Duchess both watched Beatrice with twin expressions of pity and beatific kindness. They were genteel, well-heeled ladies with soft hands and soft voices. They offered Beatrice tea and cake by turns, or little cucumber sandwiches, anything at all to see to her comfort. It all made Beatrice feel a little claustrophobic. She had to work not to allow her more suspicious nature to take root, as she had the distinct impression that they were all waiting for something. Whatever that something was, she could not say, but there was no doubt that there was an air of expectation in the room. Her suspicion seemed confirmed when both Eva and the Duchess took to glancing at the clock on the mantelpiece. "This seems like a great deal of refreshments for just the three of us," Beatrice commented nonchalantly, watching from the corner of her shoes for eye to see their reaction. "We shall have one other guest joining us," the Duchess replied smoothly, thoroughly unruffled. "Then you will see why so many pots of jam are necessary." At last, when Beatrice did not think she could take it any more, the drawing-room door opened and a third guest was admitted. This turned out to be none other than Lady Patience Chester, younger sister of the Duchess of Brandon. She was a dainty lady with gentle, dainty features, her cheeks reddened from the cold. It also seemed the exercise, for she was huffing and puffing, having not even paused to remove her gloves in the hallway. A distressed-looking maid followed behind her, wringing her hands as she waited to receive bonnet and glove. "I do apologise for being late," Lady Chester said in a light, breathy voice. "You would not believe the crush of traffic around the palace just now. Carriages stretching for miles." The Duchess agreed. "My husband has been summoned to court as well." "Well, that means that we shall be able to have our little ladies' tea without masculine interruption then," Lady Chester said with a soft smile as she slipped from her pelisse. Everything about her was soft, from her face to her figure. Beatrice's eye was immediately drawn to an undeniable plumpness about Lady Chester's waist, though it was fashionable for young ladies to have a certain fleshiness about their arms and chins. There was only one reason for a lady's dress to swell about the belly like that. It could not be mentioned in polite company, of course, but Beatrice caught the Duchess's eye, who quirked a little half-smile in response. This seemed all the more confirmed when Lady Chester caught sight of the table. "Is that strawberry jam?" she asked, staring at a pot of jam with all the focus of a falcon. Wordlessly, the Duchess slid it over toward the empty place setting, which Lady Chester sank gratefully into. She helped herself to a bun, which she proceeded to hastily slather with strawberry jam. It quickly became apparent, however, that the bun was merely a means of jam delivery, for it was positively drowning in the stuff. Lady Chester bit into it appreciatively, her eyes fluttering closed a little as she did so. "Oh, Annabella, thank you so very much. Please tell me there is plenty more." The older sister smiled gently at the younger. "I prepared especially for you," she said, nodding toward another little crystal bowl of the ruby red stuff. All of this familiarity and personal affection was chafing against Beatrice. It was not that she was without feeling, but she had never been particularly close to anyone, preferring her independence. Now, to see all of this familiarity, the way they all glanced at one another, speaking without speaking, a touch here, a laugh there, made Beatrice feel like an intruder at a family soiree. "Why am I here?" she blurted into the midst of the conversation. All three across the table turned to blink at her in surprise. They were like a gradient of some sort. All the way to the left, Lady Chester, her copper-blonde hair curling becomingly over her ears, her skin pale as milk with peachy cheeks. The Duchess of Brandon in the middle, her hair darker blonde, shading to bronze, twisted up in an embroidered ribbon, her dark green eyes placid and watchful, and Lady Eva, dark eyes beneath darker brows, obsidian hair held loosely atop her head, her mouth like two perfectly formed flower petals. It was enough to make Beatrice feel outnumbered, which naturally put her back up a little. "Well," Eva said, glancing once to the others. It occurred to me that we might need more help than you and I could muster on our own. So naturally, she came to me, and I went to Annabella, Patience interrupted, smiling warmly at her sister. Naturally, we would like to help. But why? Beatrice asked, her brows knitting together. None of you are my relation. We're not... She paused, speaking haltingly. We've not got the best history between us. To her surprise, Lady Ava chuckled huskily. That is true of all of us here, she said with a wry grin. We've all been romantic rivals or otherwise at loggerheads. I'm sure darling Kitty would have loved to be part of this circle as well, but she's still off on her honeymoon. But why? Beatrice pressed. We owe nothing to each other. You are not beholden to me. No, but who else will have a look out for us? Whom else might we call upon in our time of need, if not for our fellow woman? The Duchess asked simply. We have all known struggle and hardship, and I dare say there is not a one of us here who would not have been glad of a sisterhood to call upon. Lady Chester and Lady Eva both nodded, their expressions introspective. Beatrice looked at them, her eyes narrowed a little as if she could not discern if they were in earnest or having a jape at her expense. Are you not worried about what will happen to you if you are seen in my company? What about your reputations? Reputation was a weighty word for women. Their entire worth was tied up in that word, and not only their prospects, but that of their own daughters as well. It was a fickle thing, lost easily and impossible to fully recover. Being seen out in public without a bonnet was enough to cause tongues to start wagging, let alone to be seen conspiring with someone of Beatrice's ilk. The Duchess was the first to break the silence that word had brought crashing down. I think we've all had to break free of the ton in one way or another. I am the eccentric Duchess, the seamstress who climbed out of the gutter to put a coronet on her head. I don't think anyone would be particularly surprised that I have taken in yet another wayward artiste. My husband is a dandy, and I collect theatre troupes like some ladies collect fans, Lady Chester added. I'm already tainted by that particular hobby. Lady Ava nodded. I married a dancer and became one myself. As far as the ton is concerned, I have fallen nearly as far as a young lady might. Which brings us to the first step of the plan, the Duchess continued. The first is to remind the ton that you have powerful friends. Yes, you still do, and that we still wish to count you among our acquaintances. We will not flinch, and the ton will follow suit, eventually. Or so you hope, Beatrice murmured. That is true, we do hope, Her Grace continued. The second part of the plan is to spirit you away from London. I understand that it may be necessary for you to take on employment in the meantime. That is so, Beatrice agreed, feeling her shoulders sag a little. I suppose I am to be sent off to be a dance teacher in some far-flung wilderness then. The three other ladies exchanged glances. Not precisely, Lady Ava said vaguely, though that may be a part of your duties. My mother, the Dowager, has heard tell of a very respectable man, a colonel, who requires a governess for his 3 wayward daughters. They have apparently proven too much for any other hand set to the task, and he is more than a little desperate, the Duchess said. A governess! Beatrice gasped, her mouth agape. She looked between them, certain now that they were having her on. You cannot be serious. Why not? Lady Eva asked. You already have experience teaching young ladies to dance. It cannot be much more than that. But what could I possibly teach them besides? Beatrice demanded. She stood quickly and began pacing a little, agitated. What use have I for needlepoint or sock darning? The Duchess levelled a stare at Beatrice. I should like to think that you would be able to teach them something a little more useful than that. Besides which, Lady Chester interjected, helping herself to another helping of jam with a bun. "It sounds as if this colonel cannot afford to be particularly particular." Lady Eva nodded. "We will make sure that you are provided with a perfectly respectable reference, with no allusion to your previous occupation." Beatrice's pacing slowed as she considered. It would be a very, very different life from what she was used to, and the whole concept of having complete charge of children was more than a little frightening to her. She'd never considered herself particularly maternal, and did not have the foggiest idea of what she might be able to do for these girls. "Where is this alleged colonel to be found?" she asked at length. Another round of glances met that question. "North, some miles outside of York," the Duchess answered with some evident trepidation. Clearly, seeing Beatrice's feelings on that subject evident on her face, the Duchess raised a placating hand. "Now, please consider the merits. No one is likely to know your name that far from London, let alone your face. Even if they read the scandal sheets, which I doubt anyone up there does, they will not make the connection." "You could become someone entirely new up there," Lady Eva said, her eyes searching Beatrice's face. "And you could have a rest from all of them," Lady Chester added, her pert little nose wrinkling as she gestured broadly to indicate the ton. Beatrice considered, trying not to dismiss the proposal out of hand. They all made cogent points, but part of still demanded, "York?" The idea of being stranded in some northern wilderness was not high on her list of things she wished to do, and yet there was merit to this. She did not know how long she might have to spend in her apartment at the rate things were going. She stopped pacing, gripping the back of her chair with both hands. "What would I even wear? It's not as if I have a governess's wardrobe," she pointed out, gesturing at her rather fabulous magenta pink silk hat, complete with curled feathers. The Duchess smiled broadly, her dark green eyes sparkling. Clearly, she took this inquiry as acceptance, however reluctant. "We've thought of that too." That did not particularly comfort Beatrice. Chapter 7. "Please, Florence, do not torment your sister," Colonel Hillmot said tiredly for what felt like the dozenth time that morning alone. "At this rate, that will be on my gravestone," he grumbled inwardly. The 2 short weeks after Mrs. Bird's dismissal had not been particularly easy. If he had been hoping that his daughters might show a little sympathy for having driven off yet another governess, he was sorely mistaken. He had attempted to implement a kind of regimental regularity to their routines, which only seemed to have worsened their impulses toward chaos. The Colonel had insisted that they all rise at the same time as he did now, greeting the day before the sun was even fully up. They were to be dressed, beds made, and prepared for the day by the time he came down for breakfast, which they would all eat together. He would brook no argument or shenanigans of any kind while at table, which they seemed able enough to comply with, though this could have been simply because they were not awake enough to cause much trouble. The day's trouble would invariably begin when he left the table, and they were given a few moments to themselves as the Colonel saw to the necessary business of managing the estate. There was no way out of it, as he could hardly involve them in such matters of business and tenants. It was necessary, therefore, to leave them to finish their breakfast in peace for a little while. Whatever peace had been established by his presence, however, was quickly thrown aside. The rest of the morning was meant to be spent on some form of self-improvement, or at least Gregory's limited understanding of it regarding a young lady's education. They were meant to engage in some kind of reading, needlework, or musical endeavour. Eliza was content enough to read, but Florence resented being shuttled off to the schoolroom like a child still. Sophia was determined to master a song so that she might delight party guests, but her singing mostly consisted of warbling snatches of music and begging Florence to play for her. As a rule, Gregory sequestered himself into the corner and was there to act as more of a game warden than anything. He'd hoped to be able to spend these mornings reading, but it quickly became apparent that he had to keep a weather eye out on proceedings, or else there'd be a quarrel within moments. He usually gave up quite quickly, having no patience or ear for their attempts at learning, and instead would herd everyone out of doors for a brisk walk. Gregory was a firm believer in the merits of physical exertions, and he had always encouraged a degree of activity in his daughters. "One cannot cause mischief if one is too tired for mischief," was an idiom he was fond of repeating. This was by and large true for the girls. What he had not counted on, however, was rainy days. So it was that they were all trapped indoors today. Normally, he would have left them at the mercy of the housekeeper or a maid, but he did not trust them. Florence, in particular, was having a rather serious sulk in the far corner of the drawing room where they had assembled, and Sophia was hovering over Eliza's shoulder, asking her a dozen times per minute what it was that she was looking at in her book. "Would you please leave me to read in peace?" Eliza would demand, punctuating her demand with a little shove. Incensed, Sophia would pout and flounce away, setting her sights on Florence instead. "What are you doing?" Sophia asked. "Contemplating the merits of moving to a convent," she replied, shooting a look at her father, which the colonel pretended not to see. "A convent? What's that?" Sophia asked, wrinkling her little nose up. "It's a place where you live in the middle of nowhere, far away from everyone else, and you are not permitted to leave. You can only eat, make lace, and minister to the sick. You have no other life," Florence said in a biting tone. Gregory gave her a warning look, which she in turn pretended not to see. "That sounds dreadful," Sophia said, one hand on her braid, petting it nervously. "It would be an improvement," Florence muttered. Bored, Sophia then ambled back over to Eliza, and thus the cycle would repeat ad infinitum. It was all repeated several times over, punctuated by the occasional sigh from Florence and a pointed clearing of the throat from Gregory. This continued for at least an hour until Eliza finally snapped, prompting Gregory to bark at all three of them. "Girls!" This caused all three heads to look up and swivel in his direction. Perturbed, he set his newspaper aside, having completely given up on it now. Slowly, he uncrossed his lanky legs and rose from his chair. "Front and centre," he said, his voice low but sharp, clearly enunciating each word. Sullenly, his daughters all grouped together before him, standing in a line. Various amounts of sulking and petulance decorated their countenances, with Florence going so far as to fold her arms defiantly over herself. Refusing to be bothered, Gregory folded his hands behind his back, elbows squared. "I had hoped that we might be able to pass an afternoon in quiet companionship and industry, but now I see that is folly," he began, pacing before them, as if they were soldiers lined up for a dressing down. "I would like to inform you that your new governess shall be arriving today, and not a moment too soon," he continued, stopping to give a pointed stare at Florence, "especially for those of you who would like to claim to be too old for such a consideration, but have shown no proof of this." This pronouncement gave rise to a chorus of responses, ranging from a small sound of indignation from Florence to protest from the others. Gregory raised one hand, cutting off their arguing. "I shan't hear a word against it. Furthermore, if I hear even a whisper that you are attempting to frighten away this new governess, I shall—" Gregory stopped short, unsure of what the correct consequences should be. "I shall be obliged to keep all of you at home, with no sojourns to picnics or parties for the remainder of your lives," he finished decidedly. It was an absurd threat in reality, but he was feeling quite sincere about it. "Now, let us just hope that this new governess shall induce all of you to better behaviour." "What's she like, father?" Sophia asked, wide-eyed. "I do not know precisely," he admitted, "but I am sure that she is a lady of good taste, impeccable manners, and genteel qualities that will ensure that you are trained into the good, respectable young ladies you are meant to be. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Move, you turnip-headed lout, Beatrice shouted, hopefully for the last time. The rain was pouring down in such a quantity that it was unlikely that her intended target even heard her, despite the fact that they were sitting quite near each other. She, like 3 others, were all crammed together atop a postal coach. It had been a long, exhausting journey northward, and she was about at the end of her tether. The Duchess of Brandon had been good enough to provide her with a coach out of London at least, but that was the limit of the assistance that Beatrice would further accept. She was determined to make the journey on her own. She had no desire to incur further debt on her behalf. It was not until she was standing before the post coach at the northbound station that she realised she was now entirely, completely dependent on herself, only to get to where she needed to be. There were no friendly faces, no friends that she might call upon to lend her a few pence. "Be ye riding in or out?" a gruff voice demanded. The driver was staring down at her, impatient, as she had this personal epiphany. The weight of her purse inside her pocket was suddenly very, very light. Glancing about, the weather seemed fine enough. Certainly it was chilly, as one would expect from a March day, but the sun was shining. Resolved to be as financially responsible as she could be, Beatrice had firmly decided to ride atop the coach. It would not be her first time, though it had been some years since she had been reduced to such a thing. She was far more used to riding along in a rich man's finely sprung and upholstered carriage these days. Still, she was determined to hold on to her now limited funds as much as she could. Naturally, with the way that her luck had been running, the coach had gone only about a mile before the rain began. It was not a jaunty little spring drizzle either. It was a veritable deluge. Her fellow rooftop passengers had all huddled within their cloaks, pulling scarves and blankets tightly about themselves. Beatrice was quite suddenly very, very grateful for the practical new governess's wardrobe that she had been fitted for just before leaving London. Her travelling pelisse and cloak was not particularly stylish, but it was warm, thickly lined, and made of a hard-wearing wool. "Little bird like you ought to be inside," a man with a fleshy face and too many gaps in his teeth said, leaning in even closer to Eva. "Don't worry, little bird," he leered, putting a proprietary hand on her arm. "I will keep you from blowing away." "Remove your hand this instant," Beatrice hissed between teeth clenched tight against the cold, "else I will stab it clean through with my hat pin." That was all of the encouragement that the other passengers needed to leave Beatrice alone. She felt that she had passed a rite of passage of some sort, and passed the next few days away with a smug feeling of satisfaction. It was not to last, however, for the last leg of the journey was punctuated by a farmer travelling homeward, who kept nodding off to sleep, his sizable head flopping onto Beatrice's shoulder. "Why is it that turnip farmers all begin to look like their crops?" Beatrice asked aloud to no one in particular, not to be heard over the rain. So it was that Beatrice was not in a particularly gregarious mood when she at last alighted in York. The famous cathedral dominated the skyline, but as the rain persisted, Beatrice did not dare to tip her head upward to take it in. She did allow herself to look about, scanning for a sign that someone was awaiting her, hopefully with a carriage and not simply a wagon to transport her in. The moments passed with the driver and station hands carelessly tossing her trunk down from the coach. It landed with a wet splat in the mud, and Beatrice gave them dour looks that went largely unnoticed. She sighed, seized one end of her trunk and pulled it over to the paved sidewalk. The minutes continued to tick by, with a clock from a nearby steeple chiming the quarter hour. Raising one hand to shield her eyes from the rain, Beatrice again cast a glance about. The crowd had thinned around the station, and regular traffic had resumed. It was quickly becoming apparent that there was no one waiting for her. "Well, doesn't this just figure?" she grumbled to herself. She was soaked, her wool cloak weighing her down. Her hem was quickly becoming weighted with mud as well. She did not even dare to ascertain the state of her simple bonnet. There was little doubt in her mind that she formed quite a picture, and not the flattering kind that one might hang in a stylish parlour either. Passers-by were beginning to take note of her, curious faces peering at her through the rain. One or two leered at her, a young lady alone on the street with no maid or male protection. She stared right back at them, refusing to cast her eyes down or heavenward as young ladies were expected to. This seemed to unnerve the more curious of them. For now? Right, well, I've no interest in becoming a character in a Hogarth etching, she thought firmly to herself. There's nothing for it. It seems I am walking. With a determined set of her shoulders and mouth, she left her trunk with the station porter, and, after ascertaining the correct directions, set off on foot. Chapter 8. In Gregory's estimation, there was very little that was a worse social sin than to be anything less than punctual. Tardiness of any sort rankled him, so, when the new governess did not arrive at the appointed hour, he was already in a foul humour. It was not helped that the rain had not eased at all, thus precluding any sort of sojourn for his daughters. They had all been forced to sulk in a thoroughly surly fashion in the house together, which was feeling smaller and smaller by the hour. "Mrs. Turvey," Gregory said to the housekeeper, who was beginning to wring her hands as they waited, "did you not receive word that she would be arriving at 10:30 this morning?" The housekeeper, a solid little barrel of a woman, nodded her head. "Yes, sir, I did, sir. I cannot imagine where she is." She paused, then added another, "Sir," for good measure. She had taken up a nervous vigil in the front hall as she waited, pacing below stairs occasionally. It was unclear if the governess would arrive by the front door or the servants' entrance. It was a constant problem with governesses. They were not entirely servants, but they certainly were not part of the family either. Gregory was becoming less and less kindly disposed to the new governess as the day wore on. His face, not precisely the most inclined toward smiles and good humour to begin with, was becoming positively lined with dourness. It was nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and his limited patience was quite spent when there at last came a knock at the front door. Such was his irritation that he did not wait for the footman to come and answer the door. Instead, he strode to it brusquely, fully prepared to greet the governess in exactly the manner he felt necessary to establish that he was already perturbed by her tardiness. He reached the door in a few quick steps, his steps reverberating across the polished wooden floor. He jerked the door open, lungs full of beratement as to the nature of punctuality, but the sight of personage on the other side was enough to hold him entirely. In his mind, he had already conjured the image of the expected governess, another middle-aged spinster, solid and grey-faced, with all the personality of a bowl of porridge. The profession seemed to attract that sort, and he had seen enough pass through his door to know what to expect. Or so he had thought. Instead, it was a young woman, perhaps 25 years of age, that stood there. Her figure was slim, and though her face showed signs of weariness, her eyes and expression were not dull. In fact, her bright green eyes fairly blazed as they met his straight on, for she did not duck her head as one would expect of a single young lady, particularly a governess. She stared straight back at him, fairly challenging him to speak first. "You are Miss Hart?" he managed at last. "I am," she confirmed. "You are Colonel Hillmot, then?" "Yes," he replied stiffly. "You had best come in," he continued, but could not resist adding, "for now." Miss Hart, her sodden cloak dripping, followed him into the hall. "What precisely does that mean?" she demanded, her tone clear, not the modulated quietude he expected. "You are several hours late in arriving," he pointed out, folding his arms behind his back again. "That is not the most precipitous way of beginning. I am undecided if this infraction is enough to dismiss you out of hand." The governess, having been distracted by pushing back her heavy hood, whipped her head in his direction, her green eyes glittering. It was perhaps not the wisest course of action to needle her before she had even stepped fully inside, but something about Miss Hart unnerved Gregory. He attempted to lay the blame for this unease at the feet of her odd manner, strangely proud for a woman of her position. "I am late," she said slowly, "because there was no consideration given to my transportation out here from York. As it was, I had to leave my trunk at the coach station. Is this the manner in which I might expect to be treated as a member of your household, when not even a wagonette is to be provided to ensure my safe arrival? In this weather?" Gregory stared at her for a moment, and she stared right back at him. The truth was, it had simply not occurred to him that it might be necessary to do so. The other governesses had been local women, who had plenty of acquaintances about the area. They would have had no qualms about hitching a ride in the back of a farmer's wagon headed from town, or lived near enough that it was a moot point. Miss Hart, however, spoke with the clipped accents of London, the words coming quickly and confidently. Her admittedly correct accusation about a lack of consideration only served to put Gregory on the back foot, which in turn furthered his irritation. "Well, you've finally made it here. I suppose there is no harm allowing you to stay the night at least," he finally said magnanimously. Miss Hart looked as if she were doing her level best not to bark out a laugh at that. She settled on giving him a curtsy, which managed to somehow be ironic. With one hand, she reached up and unfastened her cloak, which fell with a wet splat onto the hall floor. Beneath, her sensible charcoal grey spencer was likewise wet, though not quite as soaked. "Mrs. Turvey, if you would be so good to show Miss Hart to her room, so that she might refresh herself," Gregory said, motioning the housekeeper forward. Mrs. Turvey, who had been watching the exchange anxiously, immediately bustled forward. "Poor thing! We'll send Johnny, he's the footman, just there, down to the station for your trunk forthwith. We must get you out of those wet things before you catch your death." "Thank you, Mrs. Turvey," Miss Hart said. She allowed herself to be led away, but not before casting another simmering glance over her shoulder to Gregory. "Thankfully, I've a strong constitution." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. For all of her brave words, Beatrice was immensely grateful to rid herself of her wet garments. The wool cloak had weighed so heavily on her shoulders that she nearly cast it off by the side of the road as she walked. Even without it, her shoulders still protested any movement. Her poor legs, not weak by any measure, were numb not only from the cold and damp, but from the exertion. The moment that the housekeeper showed her to her room, she cast off her bonnet, shaking droplets of rain from the front of her hair. Mrs. Turvey, watching the action, sucked in air when she caught sight of Beatrice's closely cropped hair. That had honestly escaped Beatrice's consideration, and she reached up to touch the short locks, smoothing the properly. "Have you recently had a fever then?" Mrs. Turvey asked, blinking rapidly like an owl. Beatrice had to resist the urge to respond as she normally might, with sardonically spiced words. "Ah, no, I have not," she explained. "It is simply the fashion among some of the more aesthetic set." "I see," Mrs. Turvey replied, eyeing Beatrice. "Careful, Bea," she thought to herself. "There will be eyes on you here too, and they shan't put up with even a whiff of scandal." "They were very liberal at your last place then?" Mrs. Turvey asked, helping Beatrice to unbutton her pelisse. "You might say that, I suppose," she answered vaguely. "I suppose the Colonel is not then?" "Oh, heavens, no," Mrs. Turvey said, her round little face serious. "We've no use for modern airs and—" She paused, her eyes flicking up to Beatrice's short hair again. "Modern fashions out here?" Beatrice exhaled a sigh through her nose. She had been startled when the Colonel had opened the door, not simply because he was far younger than she had expected, but because he had answered the door himself. Her first impression had been of a stern, stoic sort of handsomeness, though one side of his face as marred by a scar that ran from just above one eyebrow down his cheek. It gave him a far more sinister air than Beatrice would have credited him with if his face had been bare. No time to muse on handsome officers now, she admonished herself. She glanced down, taking in the state of herself. Her dress beneath the pelisse was dry enough, though the hem was thoroughly clumped with mud. Tutting, the housekeeper helped her out of it, promising to have one of the maids tend to it the next morning. She disappeared, then reappeared with a dressing gown for Beatrice that had been dug up from a spare wardrobe. She also passed a drying cloth to Beatrice, who briskly towelled her hair off with it, which Mrs. Turvey watched with pursed lips. Feeling a little less bedraggled, Beatrice sat in a chair next to the low fire in the little grate of the governess's room. Mrs. Turvey excused herself, promising to find Beatrice something to eat. This allowed Beatrice her first real look about the small room. More of a glorified closet, really, that attached to the nursery. Presumably, that is where the other door led, the one opposite her bed that she had not entered through. There was a tiny window, a luxury which looked to one side of the house, but it was too high to see anything from without standing on a chair. Above the bed, a tiny, framed watercolour of a pastoral scene of green rolling hills, complete with little white fluffy sheep dotted about. Beatrice stared at the painting for a moment, vaguely offended by its blandness. She stood, hoping to stretch her legs a little before the housekeeper returned. It was impossible for her to take her eyes from the bed and the painting over it, however. It was such a perfect encapsulation of the way in which her life had changed so radically. The bed was narrow and stiff, with a Spartan brass frame. Beatrice had some doubt as to whether she could safely turn over in it at night without tumbling out. She gripped the frame at the foot of the bed, balancing on one foot and leaning forward, her other leg stretching behind her. This necessitated hoisting her petticoat a little, but as she was alone, she didn't see the problem with this. Unfortunately, this brought her face to face with the thick but faded quilt on the bed. It was one of those items that was cobbled together with leftover bits of whatever happened to be laying about, which people described as quaint when they wished to conceal their true feelings on its nature. Beatrice could not help but think longingly of her own bed in her London apartment. A sturdy oak frame, polished so that it shone like honey in the sunlight, piled high with silk sheets and damask covers, and most importantly, so wide that she could nearly lay across it crosswise. She did not have long to feel wistful, however, for Mrs. Turvey returned with a tray with some sort of soup and a cup of tea. "I'm afraid you've missed luncheon proper, but luckily Mrs. Standish always has a pot of soup on the go when the weather is eep." Mrs. Turvey let out a small squeak of alarm when she caught sight of Beatrice, one leg out straight behind her as she balanced on one foot. Quickly, Beatrice put both feet firmly back down on the ground. She arranged her features carefully into a mask of calm confusion, as if she could not understand Mrs. Turvey's distress. "Yes, Mrs. Turvey?" she asked calmly. "What on earth were you— that is, I am unfamiliar with—" "What do you call that?" the housekeeper replied, her eyebrows so high they nearly disappeared beneath her white starched cap. "Oh, nothing really," Beatrice replied with a casual wave, as if it were beneath consideration. "It's simply a form of exercise some of the ladies undertake in London. It keeps one limber and helps prevent gout," she said, scrambling a little to find a suitable complaint. "Gout?" Mrs. Turvey repeated, glancing from Beatrice to the bed frame, where she had been hanging on for balance. "Yes, and— rheumatism," Beatrice added. "Oh, I see," Mrs. Turvey said, nodding sagely. Beatrice suspected this is very close to home for Mrs. Turvey, and tucked away that bit of information. At the housekeeper's direction, she sat again, and allowed Mrs. Turvey to place the tray on her lap. Though the soup looked humble enough, it smelled wonderful, though Beatrice was unsure if that was because it was actually good or because she was so hungry. It was warm and filling, however, and that was good enough for now. It did seem a perfect metaphor for her new place, however. simple, with none of the flash or style that she was used to. She could not help but sigh again, thinking longingly of the life she had left behind. Still, the food was tolerable, and she at least had a roof over her head, for now. She frowned, remembering the Colonel's implied threat as to the permanency of her position. Beatrice would have to make a good impression on the children this evening. There was no mistake about that. Chapter 9. From the moment that the children were led into the sitting room, Beatrice could feel their eyes on her, assessing. They walked in politely enough in a tidy little procession, hands folded at their waists and faces downturned. But a dozen tiny glances were sent her way like darts. She refused to be cowed by such a diminutive audience. She'd had far too many years of being on the stage to not know how to convincingly fake confidence. The sensation was not helped by the fact that it seemed as if the walls themselves were staring down at her, judging her. The decor was thoroughly rustic, with rows and rows of mounted deer heads and racks of antlers ringing the room. All of them seemed to be pointing directly at Beatrice somehow. "Girls, this is Miss Hart," the Colonel said, standing between the line of his daughters and Miss Hart like a diplomatic mediator. "Miss Hart, this is my eldest daughter, Miss Florence Hillmot," he said. The eldest, a girl who shared her father's lanky build and light brown hair, stepped forward, bobbing a curtsy that was just deep enough to be considered barely polite. "Miss Hillmot," Beatrice said, responding, with a dip of her own head. She looked the girl over as Florence did the same to her, both assessing. The oldest daughter lifted her head defiantly, a womanly expression incongruous with her pinafore and long braid down her back. Beatrice allowed her gaze to linger on the pinafore, and Miss Hillmot blushed deeply, glancing away. "Ah, so she is embarrassed at not having been allowed to put her hair up," Beatrice surmised. "I can turn that to my advantage." Next, Colonel Hillmot gestured toward the middle girl, a picture of adolescent awkwardness. "This is my next oldest daughter, Eliza. You will have no problem with her when it comes to studies." Beatrice felt a little dip in her stomach at that. She had very little formal tutoring she could offer the girl. There was indeed a bookish look about Eliza, and she had difficulty in meeting Beatrice's eye. Her head remained ducked, so all that Beatrice could really see of her was pink cheeks and sandy-coloured hair. "And this," the Colonel continued, "is the youngest, Sophia." The girl in question had one hand on her dark brown braid, pulling it over her shoulder nervously. She did not speak either, and looked a little afraid. The Colonel put his hand on the girl's back and gently pushed her forward. "Hello, Sophia," Beatrice said, attempting to appear soothing and matronly. "I do hope that we shall be great friends." Sophia perked up a little at the word friends. The Colonel, however, frowned. "I did not bring you here to pay a social call on my daughters. They are in great need of instruction, not friendship." "I am sure, sir, that may be the case for boys and men such as yourself, but it is my experience that girls, need companionship every bit as much as they need tutoring," Beatrice said with a defiant toss of her head. The girls had all looked up to watch this exchange, curious. Beatrice could feel them watching her, and she couldn't help but wonder if they had ever seen anyone stand up to their father before. She had to admit that it was something of a daunting prospect, for though she was not a diminutive woman by any means, the Colonel towered over her. His rigid posture only emphasized this perception. Still, Beatrice would not back down. She could see him weighing what she had said and knew that the scales could go in either direction. "It would be nice to have a governess with some fellow feeling for once," Florence threw out into the strained silence. Beatrice watched as the Colonel's eyes flicked to his eldest daughter. His expression shifted as he clearly was trying to decide if she spoke in earnest. For her part, Beatrice was not entirely sure if Florence was being sincere in her desire for companionship with a governess, or simply wished to contradict her father. "Well," the Colonel said at last, Let us hope that we all might move forward to better days. It sounded less like a desirous expression and more like a warning. More silence followed that statement, and Beatrice could nearly feel the girl's sullen expressions. She did not smile, keeping her mouth pressed into a determined line. Secretly, she was grateful to the Colonel. Whether he knew it or not, he had just drawn a line between himself and the girls, and Beatrice was currently on their side of the fence. I suppose it is only fair to ask if you have any questions for me, since we are to be spending so much time together, Beatrice said to the girls directly. There was another silence in which she could see a myriad of questions flitting across their faces. None of them spoke up, however, and she suspected that the questions were likely not altogether polite. Why is your hair like that? Sophia, the youngest, blurted into the silence. Though she spoke no louder than was normal, her question cracked out like a gunshot. Florence craned her neck to stare down the line at Sophia, and even Eliza was roused enough to join in the staring. Have you been sick? Beatrice took a deep, steadying breath, realizing that she would likely be answering this question quite a bit in the coming weeks. The Colonel, too, frowned at Beatrice's hair, as if noticing it for the first time. Oh, no, I am quite well, but you are a considerate little thing to ask, Beatrice said, smiling tightly. Don't you know that's what the fashionable ladies of Paris are wearing? Florence said, rolling her eyes a little at her younger sister. Beatrice caught the Colonel's eyebrow arching at the mention of Paris. Being an officer, Beatrice suspected that this might be a sore subject in the household. I would like to think that you have more pressing concerns than the latest fashions from Napoleon's citadel, he said, just shy of a sneer. You will have more pressing matters to attend to, and to teach my daughters. Beatrice rounded on the Colonel, stretching her mouth into a wider smile. Oh, certainly, she agreed, all congeniality, which is precisely why the women of Paris, some of them at least, have chosen to crop their hair thusly. They all realised they had far too much to be getting on with, to be spending hours with the hairdresser. I, for one, am always in favour of a practical solution. Aren't you, sir? She asked, resisting the urge to bat her eyelashes. The Colonel, clearly taken aback, shifted his weight back on his heels a little. He blinked once or twice, and Beatrice couldn't help but feel a little triumphant at his confusion. It is a good thing that you will be having more time to focus on my daughters, he replied, meeting Beatrice's eye. I shall expect even greater things from them, and you, as you will be so devoted to their studies. Though her smile never faltered, Beatrice inwardly cursed at herself. Clever man, she thought. She dipped into an elegant lady's bow, acknowledging both the direct hit he had scored, as well as accepting the challenge. The Colonel, his own face stony, returned her salute, clicked his heels, and left the sitting room. For a solid minute after he departed, Beatrice honestly considered sticking her tongue out after him. It was clear from the outset that he was not a man that would be taken in by a few smiles and a flash of her ankle. But then, she was a force to be reckoned with as well, and she fully intended to put all of her mettle into ensuring that she was not at the mercy of any man ever again. Do you have a red coral necklace? Florence asked abruptly, breaking into Beatrice's reverie. Off guard, she turned to the girl. What? Florence folded her arms over her chest, lifting her chin imperiously. I've heard that those women in Paris, the ones that crop their hair like yours, they wear red coral jewellery around their necks too. Beatrice tilted her head a little, considering. That is true, she said. And yes, I do have one, she added. Florence considered this, then exchanged a glance with her sisters. There appeared to be a moment of silent conference among them. Florence turned back to Beatrice and nodded as if reaching a decision. Well, she said with another toss of her head, I suppose you're here to stay a while. Decided that amongst yourselves already, have you? Beatrice asked archly. Florence shrugged one of her narrow shoulders. We've never had a fashionable governess before. It could be interesting. and with that, they all turned and marched from the room like a row of ducks. Beatrice was left alone on a field of some sort of victory, but she could not remember feeling more out of place in a long, long time. She glanced about at the furnishings again, sighed, and went to search out the housekeeper. If anyone knew anything about the previous governesses and would be willing to share, it was her. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Colonel Hillmot paced restlessly throughout the house, his boots making the floor fairly echo with the sound of his steps. His hands were folded tightly behind his back, and his brow was furrowed. Anyone who came across him in this attitude quickly turned about and found some other way to go, including a footman and at least 2 maids. He attempted to lay the blame for this unsettled feeling on the fact that he had not been able to take his constitutionals around the estate. This was true enough. He did get peevish when he could not stretch his legs, but it wasn't as if this was the first time inclement weather or other inconveniences had kept him indoors. No, the only real difference in routine was the arrival of the new governess, Miss Hart. Gregory's frown deepened when he thought of her. She was young, far younger than he had anticipated. Though she came with an impeccable reference from the Duchess of Brandon, he did not see how she could possibly be old enough to be truly experienced. He suspected that, much like a maid fresh from the farm, there would be a breaking-in period where she learned the routines of the house and her trade. This did not particularly please Gregory, as he was quite sure that his girls required the most experienced of hands. Florence in particular was at a troublesome age and near to making her debut in society. He could not fumble her training now, as there was nearly no time left to correct it. But it wasn't just her inexperience that unsettled him. There was something in Miss Hart's face, a kind of lively willfulness that challenged him and pecked at his sense of order and command. She was quick-witted and quick-tongued, holding her own with him in a way that the other governesses would surely never have dared. His pacing slowed in the hall as he passed a large, framed mirror, catching his own reflection. He was not a dandy or a pink by any stretch of the imagination, but he did firmly believe in a neat and orderly presentation. He paused, pulling down his amber-coloured jacket so that it lay more correctly over his shoulders. As always, he avoided looking at his face directly, but his musings on Miss Hart had distracted him. On one side of his face, the scar pulled his brow up a little on that side, giving his face the appearance as if it were always half caught in a deviously sinister expression. He turned his head this way and that, catching not only the scar, but each and every one of the lines his face had earned over the 35 years of his life. Miss Hart, though something like a servant, had scarcely a crease on her porcelain face. It was incongruous, her hands and face as smooth as fine ladies. Her pert expressions and phrases were clearly to blame for his agitated state of mind, and were easy enough to blame. It was most assuredly not because the combination of her refusal to wear a cap and her short hair meant that her swan-like neck was quite on display. Even now he could picture the white flesh turning this way and that, which managed to somehow please and irritate him. He was determined to never think of another woman as a flesh and blood woman. The fact that Miss Hart was cracking the foundation of that resolve within hours of her arrival did not do anything to improve Gregory's mood. This realization only further troubled him, and he resolved to avoid her unless strictly necessary. He intended to monitor her progress with his daughters closely, but he would avoid looking upon her again. Satisfied with this resolution, he nodded to his reflection as if he were dismissing himself. He turned on his heel sharply and made for his small dressing room without hesitation to fetch his oilskin greatcoat. Rain or no rain, he was determined to not be trapped in this house any further. It did not occur to him until much later, as he ambled about a thicket not too distant from the house, that he had fled from every encounter he'd had with Miss Hart so far. Try as he might, he could not fully convince himself that he had not done so again, this time escaping to the outdoors in order to avoid another encounter with her. He paused, staring back at the square shape of the house, sitting proudly atop a rolling hill. A few of the windows were beginning to be lit from within, shining out like beacons across the otherwise sparsely inhabited landscape. His home had ever been a refuge for him, though he was seldom dwelling within it as a younger officer. He'd harboured hopes that he might find some kind of domestic peace there, tending to his tenants, perhaps serving as magistrate one day. Visions of a household full of children, sweet girls that would only gild his life. With the arrival of each new governess, this hope was rekindled, that he might spend at least some of his years knowing a little peace. And yet, somehow I have a growing suspicion that this hope will be in vain yet again, he thought resignedly. He watched as another window flared to life on the back of the house, a small one toward the east. It was the room in the governess's room that abutted the nursery directly. The day was drawing to a close, daylight beginning to wane in earnest. It would be time for dinner soon. Indeed, it was likely that the gong had already been rung, announcing that it was time to dress for the meal. His valet would no doubt be restlessly pacing back and forth in his little dressing room, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the colonel. Gregory sighed and began a clipped march back to the house proper. Dinners had become an exercise in patience and rigidity the past couple of years, and he did not expect this one to be any different. Even if, by some miracle, the new Miss Hart managed to wrangle the girls into perfect obedience, he doubted that it would be a peaceful, silent affair. In fact, he rather doubted that any meal with Miss Hart would be a tranquil experience. Chapter 10. Miss Hart. These words, forcefully whispered, finally worked their way into Beatrice's sleep. Her instinctual reaction was to bundle up tighter within her blankets. She was not even fully awake yet, but she could already tell that the morning was cool, from the chill on the tip of her nose. "If you please, miss, it's 5 o'clock. Time to rise," the light voice said. Beatrice grumbled a wordless response, still mostly asleep. A hand reached out and touched her shoulder, shaking Beatrice in an attempt to rouse her. Instantly, Beatrice's eyes flew open, and her arms swung out instinctually. She did not take kindly to unfamiliar touch at the best of times, but most definitely when she was sleeping, or trying to. Awareness was upon her as quickly as a wick took light, her body taut as she jolted upright. Her eyes, still bleary with sleep, fell on the poor scullery maid who had been charged with waking the other staff. The poor girl, who looked every inch the quintessential milkmaid without her stool, stared at Beatrice. She had flattened herself up against the wall as much as she could, and blinked at Beatrice with round eyes. You, what?" Beatrice managed, forcing her eyes to stay open. "Please, miss, I did not mean any... That is to say, it is customary for the governess to... I did not mean to offend," the maid stammered, her lower lip poking out a little. Beatrice stared for a moment in confusion, then took in her surroundings. The little brass bed she still reclined on, the room, the tiny window, and humble wash basin. With a groan, she flopped back down onto her only one pillow. "Begging your pardon, miss, but are you unwell?" the maid asked, daring to inch forward again by a degree. Reaching up with both hands, Beatrice scrubbed her face with her palms. "No, I am not," she replied, her voice scratchy from the early hour. "I simply forgot myself for a moment. New place and all that." The maid nodded sagely. "I know what you mean. Mada's a farmer, and I never saw a good pair of shoes till I came here. I keep worrying I'll break something. Took me a good week to work up the nerve to even carry the water pitcher." She nodded her head toward the wash basin, where a porcelain pitcher was waiting, and Beatrice followed the gesture. "I still am not used to sleeping on my own. 4 sisters I have, and we all..." "Thank you," Beatrice interrupted, feeling like there was quite a rambling tale coming on. "I shouldn't keep you from your duties." The maid, as if just remembering that she had others to waken, popped a quick curtsy as if by habit, and then scurried out of the room. Slowly, Beatrice forced herself to sit back upright. There was a layer of frost framing the little window, diffusing the grey light that was coming through. Nothing for it, then, Beatrice thought with a grimace. She swung her legs out of bed and instantly regretted it. She had neglected to sleep in her stockings, and now she was cursing her past self's lack of forethought. Though her feet were tough and calloused from years of dancing, she was still rather sensitive to the cold. Teeth clamped tightly together to keep them from chattering, Beatrice darted over to the wash basin. The thought of starting the day with pleasantly warm water for her face and hands was a consolation to her, and she relished the thought of plunging her hands in and... "Oh, looks!" Beatrice cried, somewhere between a gasp and a shriek. Logically, she knew that the water had to be above freezing temperature, because it was, in fact, water and not ice, but it was certainly cold enough to keep one guessing. Beatrice stared down, wondering how on earth she was going to manage under these conditions. There was nothing to be done about it in the immediate, however, so she scrubbed her face as quickly as humanly possible. Her body tight and rigid from her refusal to shiver, she thanked her years of experience doing quick costume changes backstage for her ability to dress quickly. She did not even really have time to register the revulsion at the governess's dress, just grateful to have something warm to put on over her jumps and chemise. It was then that it occurred to her that she did not know what she was supposed to do next. Ostensibly, she was meant to instruct the children, but there were no children present yet. She sat on her bed for a moment, gathering her thoughts. She had made it through the first evening, yes, but she would have to fill days with activities and lessons now. Some she could handle easier than others. Dancing, naturalment, but if the colonel desired his daughters to be able to balance household accounts or the like, she would be in a fix. Nonsense, she chastised herself, summoning up all her pluck and courage. You did not get this far in life to be cowed by a few sums and subtractions. She rose and then peeked into the nursery where the 3 girls were still fast asleep, or at the very least, pretending to be. She hesitated in the door. Surely not all the children of the little village she had passed through had private tutors. There might be a schoolmaster of some sort, or someone else to call upon should the need arise. Really, I only need to stay 1 lesson ahead of them, Beatrice mused. Her eyes landed on Florence's face, and though the eyes were closed now, Beatrice was certain that they had been open just a moment before, glittering in the dark and studying her. Perhaps 1 step ahead of them is more apt, Beatrice thought dryly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As a consummate veteran of the stage for more years than she would ever care to relate, Beatrice was most assuredly not naturally an early riser. In fact, it was fairly commonplace for her to be seeking her bed about the time that many labourers were stumbling from theirs. Granted, since her work on the stage had been somewhat curtailed the past couple of weeks, she'd had some time to acclimate a little to a more normal schedule, but her body resisted anything strenuous before luncheon. So it was that once she had roused the girls, she'd taken up a chair next to the fire. She was meant to help them dress, but she suspected that this would be an unwelcome intrusion on their first morning together, so she left them to help each other if needed. Instead, she took down one of the books from the mantelpiece and flipped idly through it, a primer on embroidery, stitches and patterns. "Oh, please no," Beatrice grimaced inwardly. She did not know how long she would last if she were called upon to teach something so monotonous and unexciting. It was the youngest, Sophia, who approached Beatrice first. Shyly, she held up her hair ribbons and a brush, which Beatrice accepted after only a moment's hesitation. The girl had lovely, thick, dark hair that curled slightly, and Beatrice could understand how small arms could get tired easily from sorting it. "What a crown of hair you have," Beatrice murmured as she braided it quickly, running the ribbon through. I suspect you will have quite a time of it when it's time to put it up. Will I be pretty like the girls in the fashion plates? Sophia asked. Beatrice could practically see her earnestness from the determined little set of her shoulders, even from the back. Florence, hearing this exchange, let out a derisive little snort. She was already dressed, her hair neatly plaited, and sitting on the edge of her bed in her long smock with a pinafore over it. None of us are ever going to be allowed to put our hair up, she said with a toss of her head. We're going to grow old and wither away in this nursery. She levelled a gaze at Beatrice, as if daring her to be contradictory so that she might quarrel. Do you really think that? Beatrice asked simply, tying off Sophia's braid. Why should I not? I'm 14 and still stuck in here, she shot back. We could still put ribbons in our hair and be beautiful all together in the nursery, Sophia suggested in a small voice. She's the soft one then, Beatrice noted, never taking her eyes from Florence, who made another snorting, dismissive sound. I shouldn't get your hopes up, Sophia, Florence said clearly, glaring right into Beatrice's eyes. I don't know why you would think that Miss Hart would be a dab hand with the curling tongue, she said in a biting tone, her eyes flicking up to Beatrice's cropped hair. Beatrice did not let her temper flare. That was clearly what the girl was hoping for. Instead, she simply smiled a little and shrugged. I haven't had to dress my own hair in that manner for quite some time. That is true, she agreed, reaching into her pocket. She withdrew a small jar and opened it, offering it up to Sophia to smell, who obliged curiously. Oh, she said, her eyes flying open, that smells wonderful. What is it? Pomatum with my own personal scent, Beatrice said. She dipped a couple of fingers in, then setting the jar to the side, rubbed her hands together vigorously, then ran her fingers through her hair, arranging it carefully so that it fell across her forehead and clung to the nape of her neck. Now I am ready for a day of anything I wish, from riding to tea to dancing, without the need to accommodate my hair. And, as you said, Sophia, it smells divine. I didn't know you could get scented pomatum, Eliza piped up, speaking for the first time. She too peered over, a little interested. Is it infused when made? Does the heat change the scent? Beatrice held up her hands, smiling a little. I confess I know very little about it, but if you like, we might undertake learning to make it ourselves, I suppose. I know someone with a recipe book about making products for a lady's dressing table. Like powders and rouges? Eliza asked, her nose wrinkling a little in distaste. Surely there are better things for ladies to do than to sit around with powder puffs and ribbons. Certainly, Beatrice agreed. What did you have in mind? The girls all exchanged glances. You mean, Florence asked, scepticism writ large on her face, that you mean to let us decide what we should like to learn? Well, Beatrice said, hedging a little, I do not mean to let you run wild and entirely left to your own devices. But I see no point in fighting with you all about the importance of learning which fork is to be used for fish if you don't see the point in it. Another glance was passed between the sisters. Beatrice waited, observing closely and hiding her nervous tension in the way her hands were folded in her lap. I want to dance, Sophia blurted. Beatrice focused on her, letting a slow smile of genuine pleasure spread across her face. I will tell you a secret, Beatrice said, leaning forward and mock whispering to Sophia. I am exceedingly fond of dancing. Eliza wants to be a nurturist, Sophia continued, shedding her shyness as she angled herself closer to Beatrice. A naturalist, Sophia, Eliza sighed, then immediately darted her eyes to Beatrice to see if she would be corrected. A naturalist? You wish to study the natural world, then? Beatrice inquired, curious in spite of her misgivings. Maybe, Eliza allowed, wrapping her arms a little defensively around herself. I am quite taken with some of the new scientific theories. Why, if I might ask? Beatrice asked, tilting her head a little. Eliza blinked slowly. She studied Beatrice for a moment, who sat perfectly still and kept her face impassive. It was not hard to imagine that if Eliza had been asked this question in the past, it was purely for the purpose of discouraging her interests. "If it is observable, it is true," she answered slowly. "I can see it and study it. It's simpler than understanding people." "Is it?" Beatrice asked, her eyebrows lifting. "People are deceptive, complicated, untidy. I do not care for it," Eliza said, rubbing her arms with her hands. Beatrice absorbed this for a moment. She had met men who pursued the sciences, but she could not say that she had ever heard of a woman doing so. Granted, she had never made it a point to learn, either. "Well," Beatrice said at last, "I suspect that you will be an expert on all of the local flora and fauna then. Yes?" When Eliza nodded, Beatrice continued, "Good, then. I shall be relying on you to keep me from accidentally putting my hand on a poisonous plant. I am quite out of my element up here." She turned her attention to Florence, who was still watching this with her chin lifted and a stubborn set to her jaw. "And what about you then? What is it that you are hoping to learn, Miss Hillmot?" It was Sophia who answered again, having shifted quite close to Beatrice, so that she might attempt to whisper into her ear. "Florence wants to be a great lady," she said. "Does she indeed?" Beatrice said, casting her eye over Florence, openly assessing. "Well, I suppose we haven't a moment to waste, then." She rose then, clapping her hands together. "Come, we cannot become ladies without some breakfast first. No one is a lady with an empty stomach." "But we take our breakfast in the nursery," Sophia protested, catching Beatrice's hand. "You must bring it up to us." "And we're only allowed porridge in the mornings," Eliza added. Beatrice put her hand to her chest in a great show of mock distress. "Only porridge? Oh, heavens, no, that will not do. We shall all go downstairs and eat a proper breakfast," she announced. "But," she said, holding up a finger, "we must be on our best behaviour. We do not want to give your father a reason to scowl at us, lest we be banished from the dining room and never get to eat a slice of bacon ever again." A round of solemn nods met that, and even Florence looked a little more interested. Satisfied, Beatrice cast her eye over the girls, ascertaining if they were all presentable. "Have you all completed your toilettes then? Faces are washed and hands are clean." The elder two nodded, but Sophia looked down, studying her toes as she dug the point of her little leather shoe into the thick rug. "Sophia, have you prepared for the day, or are you hiding beneath a layer of dirt?" Beatrice teased gently. "I'm just going to get dirty again," the little girl protested. "I do not see the point." "Well," Beatrice said, thinking quickly, "I suppose the point is that no one likes to look at a dirty ragamuffin across the dining table. It's your choice, of course," Beatrice continued with a little wave of her hand. "If you do not wish to wash your face, I suppose that is your prerogative. I just hope you do not turn out like little Jimmy St. James." She finished with a dismissive shrug, which of course only served to pique Sophia's interest. "Who is Jimmy St. James?" she asked, coming forward to seize Beatrice's sleeve in her fist. Beatrice shrugged again, then turned to pat her hair as she inspected her reflection in the nursery mirror, adjusting the fall of her dress a little. "Oh, you wouldn't want to hear that. It's too terrible for—" "Tell me!" Sophia cried. "Very well," Beatrice sighed. Jimmy St. James was a little boy in London who lived very near the fancy new park there. He liked nothing better than playing in the dirt and catching frogs, but he never wished to wash his face. He became covered in warts just like a frog, and no one wanted him sitting at their table at all. Sophia, her eyes having grown wider and wider as Beatrice spoke, suddenly darted off. From the corner of the nursery came the sounds of splashing as her little hands scrubbed vigorously. Satisfied, Beatrice allowed herself a smug little smile. "Do not get too self-assured," part of herself warned. the others will likely not be so easily swayed. Chapter 11. Colonel Hillmot did not believe in overly flowery meals, literally and figuratively. He kept a Spartan table where functionality was the main centrepiece. Meals were hearty and filling, but lacked the presentation that one might have expected from a big manor house. Breakfast was no exception, which he took in his library to avoid the unnecessary trip to the dining room, simply to quickly eat. Of a morning, he also was in the habit of reading the newspaper as he ate, which was specially couriered out to him from York before the sun even rose. It came so early, in fact, that the ink was usually not dry, and it was one of the first jobs in downstairs in the servants' quarters to iron it, so that there would be as few unsightly smudges as possible. He was seated at his desk, as was the norm, turned slightly aside with one leg crossed over the other at the knee. However, that was all that was as usual. He was ready to turn to the second page of the newspaper, and yet there was no breakfast before him. There was a cup of coffee, but it was quickly cooling. It might be time to have another word with the kitchen again, he frowned to himself. He kept a tightly run home, and he found it necessary on occasion to remind the servants of the standards he expected. And yet, the house was clearly abustle with activity. There was the unmistakable sound of footsteps through the hall and muffled voices outside the library. His frown deepened, accented with a proper furrow on his forehead. It sounded almost as if there were voices within the dining room, which surely could not be right. There was no one who would be within that room at this hour. The library door opened, admitting Mrs. Turvey, who bore a tray of food for the Colonel. Sounds followed in after her, clearly floating from down the hall. Gregory allowed his paper to fold a little, and he swivelled around to give Mrs. Turvey a pointed stare. The housekeeper, clearly harried, was all apologies as she laid the tray. "Begging your pardon for the delay, sir, but we've all been a little out of sorts this morning." "Out of sorts? Why, is something amiss in the kitchen?" the Colonel asked. Mrs. Turvey stepped back a half step, her hands folded tightly at her waist. A few wisps of hair were escaping her neatly starched white cap. "Not the kitchen, precisely, no," she hedged, the lines around her mouth deepening a little. "Mrs. Turvey," the Colonel sighed, "you know that I both detest and have no time for this sort of coyness. If you know something, say what it is. Otherwise, do not tease it out." "Very well," the housekeeper sniffed, squaring her shoulders a little. "It would seem that the new governess has brought the 3 young misses down for breakfast this morning." "Down?" Gregory repeated, not fully following her. "Downstairs? To the dining room?" "I told her, sir, that the house policy was that the children were to breakfast in the nursery, but she dismissed this right out of hand," Mrs. Turvey said, clearly incensed. "I said that the children were to eat upstairs so as not to disturb you, sir, when you were at breakfast." Gregory knew that he would likely not the answer, but he found himself asking anyway, and what was Miss Hart's response to that? Mrs. Turvey's lips pursed outward in distaste. "She asked if you would be in the dining room, and I told her that you preferred to break your fast in the library." "Well, then we shan't be able to possibly disturb him in the dining room if he is not in the dining room. Then, shall we?" Mrs. Turvey said in a clear imitation of Miss Hart's clipped southern accent. In spite of his irritation, Gregory found himself having to agree with the logic of that particular statement. Still, he knew that there would be no peace in his house until this particular impasse was resolved. There was always a bit of a push and pull between the governess and the rest of the staff. It was born mostly of the fact that a governess was a nebulous, independent entity within their hierarchy. "If I may so, sir, it will behoove you to check this uppity bit of baggage before she becomes unmanageable," Mrs. Turvey said, lowering her voice and leaning in. Sighing, Gregory put down his newspaper, folding it as he did so. He pushed aside his breakfast, a slice of cold ham, 2 boiled eggs, bread sliced thickly and toasted, and, realizing he would likely need the energy, quickly downed his coffee in one gulp. the housekeeper, smug in the way that they tend to be when they know the master is on their side in some quarrel, happily led the way to the dining room. Gregory paused at the threshold, not sure that his ears could be working properly. There were no screams, no sounds of crying or conflict from his daughters. There were only the sounds of jovial conversation and laughter, and the clink of dishes. There was also the smell of something delicious too, which gave him further pause. With one hand, he pushed open the dining room door, which swung easily despite how heavy it was. Mrs. Turvey, so close she was nearly breathing down his neck, followed behind him, almost bumping into him as he halted to take in the sight before him. Sitting about the table were his daughters, as was Miss Hart. This was to be expected, and while an annoyance was not the reason for his drawing up quickly, what was wholly unexpected was that on the table there was a proliferous number of dishes laid out, little sweet rolls, a plate of slabs of bacon, several types of jam, a pot of coffee, a platter of boiled and sliced eggs, and baked apples. It was fragrant and enticing, and Gregory simply stared for a long, long moment. "Miss Hart," he said at last, "what is the meaning of all of this?" He understood Mrs. Turvey's consternation more fully now. The kitchens must have been overwrought by such a demand for breakfast, as it was wholly unprepared to do so at most occasions. "Oh, good morning, Colonel," Beatrice said, flashing him a dazzling smile. She was seated casually, one elbow on the table, as she held a steaming little cup of coffee in her hand. She looked as if she were entertaining instead of caring for 3 young girls. Everything about her was at ease, which only irritated Gregory further. "Would you care to join us?" she asked, graciously indicating the empty place at the head of the table. His daughters, who previously had all been focused on their plates, now chanced glances in his direction. "Miss Hart, just what do you think you are doing?" Gregory demanded, ignoring the girls for now. Beatrice's pleasant smile and demeanour shifted a little to slight confusion. "Eating breakfast and enjoying a chat with your charming daughters?" she replied, raising her coffee cup a little in their direction, which made Sophia giggle. Gregory glared at her, and she quickly put her hands in her lap and looked down at her plate again. "I do not pay you to socialise with them," Gregory ground out, checking his temper. "Oh, to be sure," Beatrice agreed, sipping her coffee and sighing appreciatively. "I see that you have disregarded the edict about breakfast being eaten in the nursery as well," Gregory continued, his voice rising a little. "This is not a hopeful start for you, I must inform you." At that, Beatrice paused, her cup halfway to her mouth again. With great coolness, she gently replaced it on the saucer with the softest of clinks. Every move, every gesture and flick of her eyes seemed carefully choreographed as she put her hands together, one elbow still on the table, and turned more fully to Gregory. It was a shockingly graceful display, somehow tantalizing and beguiling as well as infuriating. "What is it that you are hoping for them precisely?" Beatrice asked, her cat-like green eyes glittering out of her placid face. She nodded toward his daughters, who were all alternating between stealing glances at their father and staring down at their hands. "You are to instruct them in the ways of being proper young ladies," Gregory answered immediately. "Precisely," Beatrice agreed. "Now, how am I to do that if I do not see what their manners are like at table, if they cannot practice their conversation and how to hold a knife and fork like genteel little ladies? Then how do you propose they get better at it?" She paused, arching an eyebrow at Gregory in the silence. The gesture felt as loud as a gunshot for all the irony she put it into it. "Will you next demand that they become accomplished horsewomen, but bar them from the stables? Expect recitations, but forbid reading?" Taken aback, Gregory could feel warmth rising on his neck below the high collar of his shirt. There was an unanswerable logic in what she said, which was exceptionally irritating. He refused to allow her another victory, however, so he shifted tack. Wherever they are eating, I am quite confident as to what they should be eating, he pronounced, hoisting his chin into the air and folding his arms behind his back. The nursery menu is quite strict, and we've had no fuss about it yet. Miss Hart tilted her head a little, nodding slightly. I suspect that is true, she said, seemingly agreeing, although I also suspect that a large portion of the misbehaviour in this house has boiled down to the very simple reason of hunger. She paused, taking another slow, deliberate sip of her coffee. No one can survive on just porridge. The poor things must have been starving before luncheon. There was a quiet murmur of assent from around the table, which was quickly silenced with a glare from Gregory. Porridge is recommended for energetic children. Girls should not eat bacon and sweetmeats before luncheon. It will overexcite them, he said, nodding his head authoritatively. Miss Hart made a small snorting sound, as if she were attempting to suppress a laugh that managed to escape through her nose. Do forgive me, I suspect a touch of hay fever, she said, her face completely smooth, but her eyes sparkling with humour. Tell me, Colonel, do you expect your soldiers to march on empty stomachs as well? Certainly not, he said stiffly. That is entirely different. It is not, Miss Hart shot back. We shall be undertaking a vigorous programme of study and activity, and we shan't be able to do so without hearty meals. She glanced down the table, looking at each of the girls. Beside which, they do not appear to be overly excited, do they? To my eye, they are sitting perfectly nicely to a civilised breakfast. There was another strained silence as everyone contemplated. He did not wish to allow Miss Hart yet another victory, but she had a point. His daughters were very much sitting relatively well, no one was crying, and there seemed to be some effort at civility being attempted. Miss Hart's eyes locked onto his, and they engaged in a sort of silent battle of wills. Gregory Hillmot had not risen to the rank of colonel by behaving rashly, nor by being a fool. True enough that he'd been born a gentleman, but his success was not solely the result of a purchased commission like so many other gentleman officers. He therefore allowed himself a moment to consider what was before him. He knew that his daughters still darted anxious looks between each other, Miss Hart and himself. It was true that it seemed as if they had been enjoying something of a jolly time, which he must admit he had not seen with any of the other governesses. Miss Hart herself, for all of her coolness, was still a young governess, without the weight of experience to give her authority. Ah, so that's the game, is it? Gregory thought. He nearly broke into a sly smile as realization dawned, but curbed the impulse. Miss Hart had clearly seen the strain between himself and his daughters, and also been keenly aware of the natural enmity between children and their governess. If she managed to align herself against Gregory, then the girls would naturally view her as an ally. Gregory could appreciate sound tactics, even from an enemy quarter, and seeing Miss Hart attempting to forge the triangle conflict between them into a wedge that she might wield was a stroke of brilliance. You may instruct the kitchen as to the nature of the girls' meals, he said at last. He phrased it as if he were granting permission, which was a little bit of a moot point, considering that she had already done so. He held up a finger, pointing it directly at Miss Hart as he spoke. But, I warn you, I do this against my better judgment. If I sense that this is beginning to induce poor behaviour, I will put a stop to it at once. Miss Hart's mouth quirked ever so slightly as she raised her cup of coffee in salute. Gregory only acknowledged this with a serious frown before clicking his heels together and turning sharply to exit the dining room, nearly bowling over Mrs. Turvey as he did so. The housekeeper, looking a little disappointed, mooched off back below stairs. Gregory paused for a moment after the dining room door had swung shut. There was a moment of silence from within, and then a tiny explosion of giggles. The laughter swelled until it filled the dining room, spilling out a little. Now, Miss Hart said, attempting to be serious, but Gregory could hear the smile in her voice. We must at least attempt to eat like civilised ladies, or there shall be another breakfast embargo put upon us, a bacon ban, if you will. More laughter followed that, but To Miss Hart's credit, the conversation lulled afterward, followed by the sound of knives and forks clinking against plates. Occasionally, there was the low request for someone to please pass the salt, or the bowl of little buns. It was a friendly, genial-sounding affair, thoroughly civilized. It was hard to believe this was the same group of girls that had been a thrashing, fighting pile on the floor just a few weeks ago. Gregory shook his head a little, then retreated back to the library. It was only when he sat down that he realized just how silent it was, eating in here amongst the volumes on the shelves. A small marble bust of Wellington on one of the higher shelves was his only company. It had never felt particularly lonely before. If anything, it had felt like a comfort, a reprieve. But now, the silence was profound. He shook his head and picked up his newspaper again. He had never been a sentimentalist, and he had no intention of starting now. Determined, he forced himself to focus on the latest reports from France, a proclamation on the king's health, and an advertisement for a new sort of boot polish. His concerted effort at concentration was somewhat undermined, however, by another realization. He could not remember the last time he had heard laughter in the house. Chapter 12. Though the day had begun with frost and chill, as the sun rose, it quickly turned into quite a lovely early spring day. As this was Beatrice's first chance to really get a view of the estate, she decided to take advantage. The girls were appropriately bonneted and booted, and they all headed out of doors in a group, though some with more enthusiasm than others. Beatrice could not help but pull in a breath as she took in the sight from the rear of the house, where they had exited. The manor was perched atop a small hill, which sloped down to a rolling valley. The area around the house was carefully manicured grass, but beyond that, the ground was awash with a violet hue, little flowers growing wild among the grass. It was a beautiful picture, even London girl Beatrice had to admit. The space was so open, so unencumbered, that it was hard not to feel something profound when viewing it. There was little time to admire the view, however, as both Eliza and Sophia were rather eager to set out on the promised walk. Florence, as Beatrice understood was her wont, followed along sullenly behind them, her face arranged in a permanent pout. The other two, however, were quite excited to be off. As Beatrice had promised that they might visit a little stream that ran through the edge of the property. Beatrice had reason to be grateful that she was so used to physical exercise, for it turned out that rambling across fields was rather more taxing than a jaunt down a paved street. She was also thankful for the practical cut of her dress, as well as the fact that it was a light wool, as this kept all manner of brambles and sticky little seeds away from her legs. They reached the little stream, and Beatrice turned Eliza and Sophia more or less loose to do as they pleased, so long as they stayed within her sight. "You mean, we may occupy ourselves as we wish?" Eliza asked, exchanging a glance with Sophia. "Yes, why shouldn't you?" Beatrice asked, not quite understanding the confusion. "Well," Eliza said, fidgeting with her hands behind her back, "Father says that time spent in idleness is time wasted." Sophia nodded gravely, confirming the truth of this proclamation. "But you are not being idle, are you?" Beatrice asked. She gestured broadly to the grassy wilderness that surrounded them. "Surely there is much to be learned from the natural world. At least, that is what Mr. Coleridge believes." "Mr. Samuel Coleridge?" Florence asked, speaking for the first time since they had left the house. "You have heard Mr. Coleridge speak, then?" "I have," Beatrice confirmed. "It was at a salon in London. He had many things to say about the natural state of man, and what we might learn from the state of nature." "A salon in London?" Florence repeated, folding her arms and raising one brow sceptically. "Why were you at a salon in London?" "Oh, wow," Beatrice said, giving a forced little flick of her wrist. "One knows many people in London, and of course I was not always a governess." "You weren't?" Sophia asked, her brown eyes large. Were you a great lady, come down hard in the world? Was your inheritance stolen from betwixt your very fingers? Who was the fiend? Was it a distant relation from a far-off land like Prussia? Prussia? Beatrice said, staring at Sophia. Ah, no, nothing so exciting as all that. Good gracious, wherever did you come up with all of that? Florence likes to read Gothics, Sophia announced, which caused the oldest Hillmot sister to glare. Sometimes she reads them to us after bed. Does she indeed? Beatrice asked, glancing sidelong at Florence. Well, we must put a stop to that, she said, and Sophia looked crestfallen. You'll ruin your eyes reading in the dark like that, she continued. So, perhaps Florence might favour us with a reading before we all retire. Mind, she said with a warning glance to the eldest girl, that it is appropriate for your audience. Florence looked mutinous at the suggestion, but did not protest openly. Instead, she turned and looked away, striking what Beatrice was sure the girl thought was a meaningful, contemplative stance worthy of a starving artist. She kept her opinions to herself, however, and sent the younger two girls off to entertain themselves for a bit. She sat in silence upon a fallen tree for a while, Florence stubbornly refusing to engage with anyone around her again. This suited Beatrice just fine, for she was grateful for a moment to try and understand this girl. Beatrice did not particularly understand childhood since she had not really had one, as most who were born into poor families did not. From the moment she was old enough to earn, she was set to work. It was simply good fortune that she'd had a talent for dancing, and had been able to leave home to support herself in that manner before she was Florence's age. So, Beatrice said finally, I do not imagine the Colonel keeps Gothics in his library, or romances for that matter. Though she was still turned away, Beatrice could see colour rising on Florence's ears, showing that she had guessed correctly. I'm really very curious to know how you managed to get them. Why? So you can put a stop to it? Or so that you might pretend to be my friend some more? Florence demanded, whirling on Beatrice with surprising ferocity. You act as if you are here to be our nursery chum, but you aren't. You're here to keep us in line and follow father's orders, whatever you may pretend. Beatrice was taken more than a little aback by this outburst, and found herself leaning away subconsciously. Her first instinct was to bite right back, matching anger for anger. She caught herself just in time, however, mostly out of concern for the younger two Hillmot girls. They had heard Florence's outburst, and both of their heads had popped up to watch. Beatrice took a moment to study Florence. The same petulant expression was still there, the same defiant posture, but there was something else. The girl's eyes were moist, and her fingers clung to her upper arms. Beatrice had made a career of knowing how to read society men, and her skills at observation were proving more useful than she had imagined in her new place. You've had a governess try that in the past, haven't you? Beatrice asked softly. When Florence did not respond, Beatrice nodded. Believe me, I know precisely what that's like. I cannot stand it any more than you can. That's part of the reason why I left London. She glanced back at Florence, and saw that though the girl was still standing stiffly, she was clearly listening. Taking a chance, Beatrice gently patted the place on the tree next to her. Florence looked away sharply for a moment, then down at the ground, and finally relented. She still refused to look at Beatrice, and kept her arms folded over herself. Beatrice, meanwhile, simply sat in silence. She was not bothered by the notion, as she was quite fond of solitude. The girl would speak when she was ready. No one ever asks me what I want, Florence said at last. Beatrice laughed wryly. Well, your father does seem to be of the mind that children are to be seen and not heard, so that is hardly surprising. He didn't used to entertain such notions, Florence said, her voice growing thicker and her eyes distant. Not before... She pulled herself up sharply, cutting off her words with a finality that Beatrice did not dare to intrude on. Beatrice let that slide without prying. She adjusted course then, saying, What is it that you do want, then? Florence thought for a moment. Her face conflicted as she wrestled with a variety of feelings. I just want to be taken seriously, she said at last. I am not a child, but you wouldn't know it from the way that Father treats me. I am 14 years now, not 6, but you wouldn't know it from the way that I live. He won't entertain any notion of me putting my hair up, nor getting fitted for a proper dress. She punctuated this with an angry little kick, showing her ankles from her ruffled pinafore. Have you no friends about the neighbourhood, then? Beatrice asked. No, I haven't, Florence groused, and even if I did have some sort of companionship, I should be too humiliated to go out among them dressed like this. I cannot get your father to change his mind, Beatrice said, watching as Eliza bent close to examine something in the muddy bank of the stream. But I can do my best to help you be prepared, and maybe then you can change his mind. How do you propose I do that? Florence asked, turning to Beatrice at last. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. Beatrice shrugged. Do you imagine that you help your case by acting as you have? No, she said, holding up her hand to forestall Florence's coming protest. I do not criticize you. I am simply asking that if it were up to you, would you believe that you were ready to leave the nursery? Florence kicked at the dirt again, but her arms eventually loosened a little, and she placed her hands on either side of her on the tree. I suppose not, she admitted begrudgingly. I just want to use curling tongs on my hair and wear long gowns made of silk, not calico. Is that so terrible? Of course not, Beatrice said, smiling lightly. But there is a great deal more to being a lady than that. Oh, I know, Florence said sagely. Father tells us that we must learn to sing and play and dance and embroider. Beatrice held up her hands again, chuckling a little. Those are all fine enough, I suppose, but I shall let you in on a secret. Men believe that they know what they want in a lady, but the truth is, they haven't a clue. Conversation, a ready mind and a spirit of companionship, and a charming smile will get you farther than knowing how to darn socks. Florence gave Beatrice another discerning look, and now it was Beatrice's turn to look away. Careful, very careful, Bea, she warned herself. Don't give too much away. It would not take much for someone to put the pieces of her story together if she let too much slip, and she truly could not afford that. Well, Florence said, I suppose then that it would be very good for me to learn to dance, so that I might meet people on the dance floor. Beatrice smiled again. This was familiar footing, and she felt quite sure of herself on this front. There is a bit more to that, but we will get to that in time. If you wish to learn to dance, then I am happy to accommodate. Dance? Sophia asked, her little head popping up again from where she had been squatted near the stream, picking blades of grass and setting them on the water. Will you teach us to dance? I might, Beatrice hedged with a sideways smile at Florence, but you must promise to do very well in the rest of your lessons. Oh, yes! Sophia cried, scrambling up to her feet so that she could come kneel by Beatrice's knee. She blinked up at Beatrice with large, beseeching eyes. I will do my very, very best if you shall teach us to dance. Beatrice chuckled and turned to Eliza, who still stood some distance away, silently. What say you then, Miss Eliza? Will you be joining your sisters in learning to trod the ballroom floor? Eliza shifted from foot to foot, looking at her sisters. If I must, she allowed, but only to please them. What if we make a bargain too? Beatrice asked. When Eliza cautiously nodded, she continued, I shall see if I can't find a way to help you learn more about the sciences. No, she said, seeing the question on Eliza's face before she spoke. I already know your father will not approve. You let me worry about him. All three girls engaged in a silent consultation with each other in an exchange of weighted glances. At last, they all nodded, and there was a good deal of giggling as they all attempted to figure out the particulars of a four-way handshake to seal their respective deals. They all moved off again then, this time with Florence joining her sisters to see if she might gather some early blooming flowers to make sachets for her wardrobe. Beatrice was left on her own for the first time since yesterday, and she used the time to genuflect. So far, she had simply gotten by on her wits, which was what she had been doing since she was 8 years old. She had the advantage right now, in that she was still something of a novelty to the girls. The real trick would come when that novelty wore off. Still, she liked to think that perhaps she had struck some kind of accord with all of them. What strange, sad little birds they are, she thought, not unkindly, as she watched them move about in the grass. With their white pinafores and smocks, they looked like a trio of goslings that were on the verge of becoming swans. Not an inaccurate comparison, she realised. Beatrice would never have been described by anyone as particularly warm, nor maternal by any stretch of the imagination. Children had never had a place in her life, aside from the ones that passed through the dancing troupe. These had always been more nuisance than anything, requiring a good deal of goading to get them to perform even the smallest step correctly. Yet here she was, with 3 girls in her charge. What was more was that Beatrice could feel herself behaving warmly toward them. That was the truly confusing aspect. It wasn't that she was completely heartless, never mind the puns that had been made, both behind her back and directly to her face, about her surname, but rather that emotion, true sentiment, had always felt sort of secondary to enjoyment of life. It produced unfortunate entanglements, made one's life unbearably complicated and messy. Beatrice could tolerate none of those things. Any warmth that she showed was, almost entirely without fail, the result of careful study. She applied the appearance of feeling like some applied face powders, and always so that she might achieve her own means. She'd imagined that she would be in a similar situation at the Hillmot house. She would pretend, ably enough to have some sort of regard for the children, and by would secure her position accordingly. It was not coldly done, and it was clear to her that even if she were merely pretending, it would likely be more affection than they had received from a governess or nurse before. It was a great surprise then to find that the affection that she had imagined herself to be, imagining, was quickly blooming into genuine feeling. She could not help but feel for these girls, as she understood them all in way. She knew what it was to crave independence like Florence, to feel out of step with what was expected of a proper young lady like Eliza, and to simply be allowed to experience the joy of life like Sophia. What a strange, untoward place for a realization, Beatrice mused, laughing a little at herself. It was true, and she could not have begun to picture herself in such a place even a month ago. Sitting on a rotting, damp, fallen tree, her neat leather boots caked in mud, while a trio of girls played and cavorted together. "I suppose it is not a bad way to spend one's afternoon," she allowed, feeling her heart thaw bit by bit. Not a bad way at all. Chapter 13. Beatrice was as good as her word, which was really all that the Hillmot girls had needed, even if they could not articulate it. Neither she nor they had any real head for traditional lessons, and so Beatrice undertook a more naturalist approach to teaching. Or, that is, she would have called it that if she'd had any idea that was what she was doing. The truth was that she felt as if she were constantly a half step ahead of the girls, and she had to always be quick-witted and on her toes to stay that way. She could feel the Colonel watching, his dark eyes on the lot of them as the weeks passed. He was disinclined to take meals with them, and Beatrice did not push allowing the girls to eat dinner with him. He never smiled, nor gave any indication that he was pleased. It did not help that the scar on one side of his face added to his general air of displeasure and ferocity. He was unreadable, which she had never experienced in a man before. Still, Beatrice refused to let him see that he unnerved her. She gave the girls an hour of quiet and solitude each afternoon directly following luncheon, in which they were encouraged to read or work on their skills with a needle in the nursery. This reprieve was necessary for Beatrice, not least of which so that she might gather her wits and attempt to find ways of keeping her promises to them. It had become patently obvious that the library was largely the Colonel's domain, with him spending hours at a time locked in there. Beatrice had no idea what he did in there, and she was more than a little curious about it, but she had no time to sort it out. She had far more pressing concerns these days. She picked an hour when she believed him to be out of doors, and crept into the library. The door, heavy and thick like all the others in the house, thankfully opened relatively silently. She did not bother closing it fully, merely pushing it most of the way shut, so that the ancient latch did not rattle about in the catch. Putting all of her skills with light, leaping steps into practice, she minced lightly across the floor on her toes, wincing a little as one of the boards creaked loudly. "This is more than a little absurd," she muttered to herself. It wasn't as if she was strictly forbidden from the library, but it still felt like some sort of intrusion. It was possible she felt this way because it was so clearly the Colonel's space. The desk was covered with his letters and papers. The chair was overtly masculine, a sturdy dark wooden frame and upholstered in dark green leather with brass rivets holding the cushions, and, most obviously, the smell of pipe tobacco lingered in the air. Reflexively, Beatrice breathed deep, savouring the scent, rich and smoky with a hint of vanilla. She shook her head. This was not the time to become distracted. Lightly, she made her way to one of the shelves and began running her fingers softly over the spines. It was difficult to ascertain how the library was organised, and it was taking Beatrice longer than she would have liked to find what she was looking for. "Ah, there you are," she murmured at last, spotting a thick volume on a shelf over her head. The tile, embossed in gold, read, "Natural History and Antiquities of Selborne by the Reverend Gilbert White." Eliza had told Beatrice that there was a copy in the library, but had been vague as to where. Beatrice frowned. How to get this down now, she wondered to herself. She looked about, but there was no convenient stool or ladder to reach the higher shelves. She stood on her toes, pulling herself upward with one hand on a shelf. She was not a diminutive woman at all, and she had far more reach due to her flexible shoulders. But the book remained stubbornly out of reach, her fingertips not even brushing it. With a sigh of irritation, Beatrice put her hands on her hips for a moment and cocked her head. The shelves were sturdy and old, built deep into the library walls. Experimentally, she placed the toe of her right shoe on the second shelf and put a little weight upon it, nudging the books back a little. The shelf held, but groaned a little. She hoped this was due to age, and not the structural stability. Still, she was not discouraged, and shifted closer to the shelf, and grasping higher shelves, hoisted herself upward. "Why could you not be at a more reasonable height? Blast you!" she muttered between her teeth as she reached for the book. Her fingers brushed the spine and she seized onto it. "To keep adventurous governesses out of it, I would think," a voice said from directly behind her. Startled, Beatrice squeaked, and her foot slipped from its narrow perch on the shelf. Instinctually, her arms went out, and her other foot went backward to catch herself. She was a little overbalanced, and found herself caught up by a pair of strong arms. Refusing to let go of the book, she floundered about for a moment, wriggling around a little to find that it was the Colonel who had both startled and caught her. Instantly her expression flattened and she righted herself. Pointedly, she chose to ignore the fact that they were standing very near each other, so close that she could nearly feel the Colonel breathing. He wore an oilskin greatcoat against the weather, clearly having just come inside from one of his habitual turns about the grounds. The front was unbuttoned and captured all of the natural warmth from his skin. When he moved even the slightest bit, some of this warmth escaped, wafting over Beatrice. Despite her irritation, She found herself fighting the urge to bury herself against him, for she had been a little chilled ever since she arrived to the old, draughty house. She became aware that he too was staring down at her, with something between interest and anger, his dark eyes flashing. "Miss Hart, are you quite all right? Have you injured your ankle, perhaps?" "I have not," she snapped back, temper covering for the uncomfortable way that her heart was thrashing about inside her chest. "I am far sturdier than you care to give me credit for." "Sturdy enough to climb library shelves, it seems," the Colonel said, stepping back politely. His face shifted a little as he did so, as if he regretted the action. Beatrice filed that way, refusing to contemplate what it meant in that moment. "It isn't my fault if your library is ill-equipped," Beatrice sniffed, tossing her head for good measure and attempting to recover whatever dignity she could. The Colonel looked positively offended at the notion that his library could possibly be lacking in any capacity. "It is equipped exactly in the correct manner for which it is intended to be used," he shot back. "To that end, books are placed out of reach for very good reason." He held out his hand as if expecting Beatrice to place the book in it, but she refused to relinquish it. "I worked hard for this. I shan't be giving it up," she said defiantly. Colonel Hillmot sighed. "Let me hazard a guess, Eliza?" When Beatrice did not answer, he took this for confirmation. "She has been attempting to get her hands on that book for 2 years now. I am sad to see that she managed to rope you into her enterprise." "I have not been the victim of some schoolgirl scheme," Beatrice snapped, vaguely insulted. The whole encounter had her ruffled, her hackles raised. "So you knew that I had forbidden her to read it, and yet you chose to take matters into your own hands, quite literally?" he demanded, moving a half step closer again, his face hard. "It's an absurd thing to keep from her," Beatrice argued. "It is not as if she is asking permission to play roulette or take up shooting." "Which I imagine you would only be happy to support her in as well," the Colonel interrupted. "Why shouldn't I?" Beatrice retorted. "Because you are meant to be instructing them in becoming ladies, not indulging their proclivities for uncouth behaviour," he said, his voice rising. "Oh, for heaven's sake, do not pretend as if allowing her to read a collection of scientific essays is going to ruin her," Beatrice huffed, rolling her eyes a little in a manner most bold for a governess. "If you must know, I struck a deal with her, and I feel duty-bound to uphold it." "A deal? What sort of deal?" the Colonel demanded, angling himself so that the scarred side of his face was a little closer to Beatrice. "Why do you strike bargains with my daughters?" "Because it would do none of us in this house any good at all for me to be at loggerheads with them at every turn." Beatrice stopped, took a breath, and tamped her temper down. She had the distinct impression that the Colonel was a keg of gunpowder for all of his cool composure, and Beatrice had never hesitated to play with fire. "I am fully willing to own that I may not be... well, I very much doubt that I am what you were expecting, even hoping for, in a governess," she began again, her voice and expression softer. "But it seemed to me to be a waste to spend all of my time with your daughters in conflict. It is much better for us to move forward as friends, as that would mean that moving forward were even possible." Colonel Hillmot looked a little mutinous at her calm explanation, but it was difficult to tell how much of that was his genuine disagreement with her methods, or simply his scarred face making him look fierce. Still, he did not immediately contradict her, which Beatrice took as encouragement to continue. "I believe you are a practical man," she hurried on, "who will respect practical results, no?" The Colonel merely inclined his head. "To that end, when is the last time you heard the girls quarrelling? I dare say there has been a marked reduction in tears in the past couple weeks." "I do not see how you can possibly claim success if this alleged success is simply the result of giving in to their whims," the Colonel said, locking his hands tighter behind his back. "I am not just giving in to their whims," Beatrice retorted, clutching the book a little harder to herself. I am giving them inducement to good behaviour and doing them the courtesy of treating them as people, not merely noisy ornaments about the house. Beatrice snapped her mouth shut. She could not believe that she had said that, but she refused to offer apologies. There was a long moment of silence that stretched between them. The Colonel stared down into Beatrice's eyes, and she could practically see his mind at work. It was a bit uncouth for a man to stare at a woman so, but Beatrice had an unknown advantage. She was quite used to being stared at, and her time as an object of entertainment provided her with a sort of armour. She refused to be intimidated, staring right back at him. What she did not count on was the way that her heart began to beat a little harder, nor for her palms to begin to sweat. Her mouth was suddenly very dry, and she swallowed hard against the sensation. The Colonel's eyes flicked to her throat, following the motion as much as he could with her high-necked chemisette. It could very easily have been Beatrice's imagination, but she could have sworn that he had somehow shifted closer to her. Very well, he allowed suddenly. If, as you say, I am a practical man, then I should like a practical demonstration. A demonstration? Beatrice repeated, her eyebrows flying up. What sort of demonstration? That shall be entirely up to you. I believe that is only fair, as I am the one issuing the challenge, the Colonel said, his eyes creasing a little at the edges. However, I shall expect it to be given within the week. Beatrice considered for a moment. The Colonel's face was still impassive, but a sort of mocking triumph flitted behind his eyes. She could not help but imagine that she had just been called out, but instead of pistols at dawn, their duel would be fought with genteel manners and conversation. Very well, Beatrice said, equally stiff and formal. I accept your terms. Caught up in the role, she stuck her hand out like a man ready to shake and seal their bargain. The Colonel stared down at her hand, clearly taken aback by such a masculine gesture and unsure of the proper response. Beatrice could sense his unease, which only served to embolden her. She gave the Colonel an arch look, which seemed to only deepen his scowl. He loosened his hands from behind his back and took up Beatrice's hand. It was her turn to be surprised, for he had apparently at some point removed his brown leather gloves, and it was with a bare hand that he took hers. The warmth from his hand seeped into her fingers, and she had to resist the urge to melt into the feeling a little. Perhaps with more vigour than was strictly necessary, he shook her hand once, twice, then released his grip. Beatrice, stunned a little from the sudden absence of the warmth on her hand, certainly not the fact that she and the Colonel had touched palm to palm, with nary a glove between them, wrapped her arms tightly around the book again. She gripped the cover hard, channeling all of her tension into her hands. Avoiding the Colonel's watchful gaze, she bobbed a quick, perfunctory curtsy. She swept past the Colonel without waiting to be dismissed. All the while she could feel his eyes upon her. When she had reached the doorway of the library, she could not stop herself from tossing a saucy glance over her shoulder. For all your derision regarding my making bargains with your daughters, you have just entered into one with a governess, have you not? She said like a parting shot. Beatrice did not wait to hear his answer, sweeping from the library in a manner so grand that it would have met the approval of even the most snobbish dowager. Chapter 14. Gregory was deep within his estate ledger books, running his finger over columns of sums and notations of ploughed acres, when there came a knock on the library door. He sighed, perturbed at the interruption. Nonetheless, he put aside his quill and stoppered up the bottle of ink with which he is making notations. Come, he commanded, his voice carrying loudly through the quiet. Timidly, as if sensing his master's displeasure, Jimmy, to those below stairs. The footman poked his curly red head into the library. The Colonel frowned. James was without the powdered wig that was considered an essential part of the footman's livery. He glanced at the clock above the mantel and noted that it was the hour during which the servants typically ate their luncheon. "Begging your pardon, sir," James said, stepping more fully into the library. Despite his obvious trepidation, he appeared to be fighting to maintain a servant's blank expression. He bore a small silver tray on the tips of his fingers of one hand. On this tray a small letter was laid. "This has just, been delivered," James said, coming forward to offer the tray to the Colonel. Gregory only continued to frown, eyeing both the footman and the letter suspiciously. He lifted the letter and, expecting James to withdraw, grunted a little at him. "I suspect you are awaiting an answer of some sort, then?" The footman, the Colonel's consternation, merely offered up a cheeky little grin. Continuing to eye James from the corner of his eye, Gregory withdrew his silver letter opener from a drawer of his desk. Easily, he sliced past the little wax wafer seal, noting that it was store-bought and not signed with a signet or proper seal. He unfolded the letter and a card fell out, an invitation upon closer inspection. He lifted it up, reading aloud, "The pleasure of your company is requested at tea today, hosted by Miss Hillmot, Miss Eliza Hillmot, and Miss Sophia Hillmot. The tea will be laid at precisely 1 o'clock in the sitting room." The Colonel stopped reading, flicking a glance to the waiting footman. "So I see you've been roped into Miss Hart's schemes as well, then," he stated flatly. "The young misses needed their invitation delivered," James offered by way of excuse. The Colonel considered, sighed, then rose from his chair. "You may inform them that I am happy to attend," he said at last in a tone that indicated he was anything but, with the air of one who is about to attend an execution, possibly their own. Gregory lifted his dark blue jacket from the back of the chair and slid his arms into it. James, still stifling a bemused look, bowed and scurried off to relay the Colonel's message. Gregory watched him go, heaving another sigh. Though he had been the one to issue the demand for a demonstration of the girl's progress, he could not help but feel a certain sense of dread. The last time he had been thusly summoned had not gone particularly well. Still, he gamely made his way down the hall to the sitting room. James was duly stationed outside the door, awaiting his arrival. The footman must have done some hasty trotting to have delivered the Colonel's acceptance, and then to be waiting for him. Indeed, upon closer inspection, it was clear that the poor young man was panting beneath his stately livery. "Shall I announce you, sir?" James asked, huffing and puffing as discreetly as possible. Gregory only gave him a dour look, which James correctly interpreted as affirmation. With one hand, James opened the door to the sitting room, and stepping through, announced the Colonel to the room at large. With a bow, James made way for Gregory to enter the sitting room. "I hope that I am—" Gregory began, but stopped. He knew logically that he had entered the sitting room, but what he saw did not match with what he expected. The shutters and drapes had been thrown open, letting in the spring sunshine. The effect was to lighten the whole room, not just in lack of shadow, but colour as well. The dark blue striped wall coverings were not so oppressively gloomy in the sunlight. The sitting room had been designated long ago as a room in which Gregory might receive guests and entertain. It lacked the feminine flair that a drawing did, but one would not entirely know it by looking at it on this day. Though the decor was the same, with the racks of antlers and other hunting trophies still hung proudly on the walls, the heavy wood tables had been covered with lace doilies and tablecloths. A few embroidered cushions had been added to the sofa, and the chairs angled before the fireplace. There were vases of little bouquets of flowers on every available surface, violets and lilacs and dandelions even. A small tea table had been set up behind the sofa, positioned directly betwixt two windows, so that sunlight fell in great squares on either side of the table. On this table had been laid a selection of finger sandwiches and some fairly cakes topped with butter frosting. To the side of the table, nearest the sofa, was a smaller table with a complete tea service on it. So surprised was Gregory by this transformation that at first he did not even register that his daughters were arrayed in a staggered line near the table. They had eschewed their pinafores and braids, Eliza and Sophia in their smock dresses only. They had tied wide ribbons high about their waists, green for Eliza and blue for Sophia, with their hair curled and tied back with matching ribbons. It was Florence that Gregory's eye caught on, however. She too had dispensed with her girl's pinafore and stood before him in a long white muslin dress. Her hair was not put up, but the hem went down to her ankles, rather than the mid-calf that was typical for girls. She waited, with hands folded demurely at her waist, her face placid. "Hello, father," she said clearly, in a voice that belied her transition from girl to woman. "It is very good of you to join us. Won't you please be seated?" Wordlessly, Gregory complied, selecting a chair at the table. He waited for the girls to likewise assemble around the table, then looked about. "It seems we are missing one of our number. Will Miss Hart be joining us?" "She will," a voice answered from behind him. Miss Hart had apparently entered behind him, and had not wanted to interrupt his first impression. Gregory glanced back, fully intending to give her a sour look for her tardiness, as the clock showed a few minutes after 1 now, but his eyes were arrested and he stared boldly at her. She had shed her usual drab, grey-brown governess's dress for a linen one in darkest red. Her high-necked chemisette was gone as well, replaced with a delicate, gauzy fichu tucked into the neckline of her dress, covering her collarbones. She was without ornament, save a pair of amber earbobs and a matching necklace of rough-hewn little amber stones. All told, she was still dressed rather simply and modestly, but it was not just her manner of dress that had caught Gregory's eye. Miss Hart had a peculiar mode of walking, in which she did not stride so much as glide. There was a mercurial quality to her economy of movement, like a cat stalking a mouse, and she viewed the whole world as if it squeaked and scampered before her. Gregory had never had particular reason to note this before, as she had presented herself as something of an amorphous entity, a feminine face plonked atop a governess's form. Now, however, there was no denying that she was not only a woman, but very much a young and attractive one. "Please forgive my late arrival," she said in a dark, honey voice. "It occurred to me that if the girls were going to the trouble of dressing for our honoured guest, then manners dictated that I do the same." The mention of manners had Gregory scrambling up from his seat, as was only proper. He resisted the urge to wince when his chair scraped backward against the wooden floor. Instead, he lifted his chin proudly and waited for Beatrice to take her seat, which she did with an easy smile. This only served to ratchet up Gregory's irritation. It was as if she was completely insensible to the distress she was causing him. "I must say, Florence, you have laid quite a lovely table today," Miss Hart continued, turning her smile onto the oldest daughter, who coloured lightly in response. "Thank you, Miss Hart," Florence answered dutifully, "though I cannot take full credit for it. It was Eliza and Sophia who saw to the lovely flower arrangements." "You are too kind," Eliza replied, "but it was really no trouble at all. The weather has been so lovely. It was a joy to gather them." She paused, then turned to Sophia. "Sophia, you are also looking lovely today." The youngest Hillmot beamed until Florence pointedly cleared her throat. Blinking in a startled manner, she stared at Florence, who tilted her head toward their father. "Oh, right. Father, we are very pleased you could join us today on this lovely afternoon." Gregory, still ringing a little from Miss Hart's entrance and appearance, gave everyone around the table a measured look. "Yes, I believe we have established that there is much that is lovely today," he said dryly. "The flowers, company, and table are all lovely. I am glad to see that you have all learned your lines so well." Miss Hart shot him such a withering look that he suspected that she would have kicked him beneath the table if she had been able. In spite of his misgivings, he could not help but feel a little guilty, and also, if he were to be completely honest, a little satisfied that he had rankled Miss Hart. "Perhaps the Colonel will be more agreeable with some tea," Miss Hart suggested with a last baleful glance at him. Florence, her eye darting back and forth between them, turned her attention to the teapot and busied herself pouring for everyone. There was a silence then, as little hands selected little morsels of food. There was a great effort on the part of the Hillmot daughters to eat with real delicacy. At least they are not fighting over the cakes, Gregory thought grudgingly. Even if it was an elaborate performance being staged, it was a charming display. If nothing else, it showed that they were capable of behaving in a civilized manner. "Might I inquire how your day has been, Father?" Florence asked suddenly, but softly. "Well enough, thank you," Gregory answered stiffly and automatically. Miss Hart gave the Colonel another despairing glance over the rim of her teacup, all green cat's eyes. "I have been attending to matters of the estate," he said without really elaborating. "It is nothing to concern young girls about. We've been exploring the grounds and estate a bit more these past days, have we not?" Miss Hart asked the table, which was met with a general round of nodding. "And how have you found it, Miss Hart?" Gregory asked after a significant lull in the conversation. "I confess that the charms of country life had been somewhat lost on me until my arrival here," she replied easily. "I have never been one for country lanes and muddy pastures. However, even I must admit that there are quite a number of lovely vistas about the estate," she continued, quirking one eyebrow at the Colonel. "In fact, I believe we found a spot that the girls would do well to capture in watercolours. It's just to the southeast, on that little hillock facing the rear of the house." Gregory nodded. He knew it well. It was a particular favourite place of his on his walks. "So you intend to instruct them in painting, then?" Miss Hart laughed, full and throaty. "Oh, goodness, no! I don't know the first thing about painting, or sketching even. I suspect that they shall be able to teach me a thing or two, in fact." Gregory could feel his brow furrowing at such an illogical course of action. He was unclear how on earth that would possibly benefit his daughter's education, and was fully prepared to say so, when Florence broke in. "I sometimes think I ought to take a more practical interest in the estate. I have long thought we might do more to understand the native flora and fauna," Eliza agreed. "Or, at the least, to see where we might help the farmers incorporate some of the newer agricultural innovations." "Not only that," Florence continued, "but their health and well-being. The tenants are our responsibility, after all," she said, surprisingly thoughtful and serious. "Now, I know that there is a fashion about for young ladies to take on charitable duties. However, I will not have you foisting yourself on some poor unfortunate simply because it is the done thing," Gregory said firmly. "Why not? Is charity not preached from the pulpit every Sunday?" Florence countered. "Besides, it is the duties of the lady of the manor to look after the tenants." "You are not the lady of the manor," Gregory fired back. "Nor are you a lady. You are still a girl in the nursery." "And whom precisely is to blame for that?" Florence retorted, her tone biting. Gregory stared at Florence for a moment, trying to keep his anger reined in. "That is not a matter to be discussed at tea," he grated out slowly. "I see," Florence replied, setting her own teacup down and fixing Gregory with an unflinching stare. "And when, precisely, is the matter to be discussed?" "Florence," Miss Hart said quietly, a warning under her breath. "No," Florence said, folding her arms over her chest, as was her habit when feeling defiant. "Father said that it was not to be discussed over tea, which implies that there is a time it should be discussed. Ergo, I am simply requesting to know when that might be." "Florence," Gregory said, his voice rising. "She does have a point, Father," Eliza butted in, fidgeting with her hands in her lap. From a purely logical standpoint, it does stand to reason that— Eliza, I'm not sure how much that is helping, Miss Hart murmured, reaching over to place a hand on the girl's restless hands. I thought we were meant to help the sick and the poor, Sophia asked, her dark eyes darting back and forth between everyone around the table. So we are, Gregory said, struggling to find the means of wresting back control of the conversation. Mother would have understood. Though the statement was quietly said, it landed like a cannonball in the midst of the conversation. Florence's face showed some degree of panic after she said it, but she continued to stare unflinchingly at the Colonel. Those 4 words attached themselves to Gregory's heart like iron bands, squeezing and weighing him down all at once. Did Mother care for our tenants very much? Sophia asked, her thin little voice slicing through the silence. Yes, she did, Florence answered without taking her eyes from the Colonel, who was frozen, rooted in place by the sudden stab of grief. She had room in her heart for everyone and cared very much for their wishes. Then shouldn't we try to be like her? Sophia asked, all innocence and childlike simplicity. Slowly, as if he were in a dream, Gregory turned to look at Sophia. She gazed back at him with round, dark eyes like a fawn's, her face still redolent with the roundness of childhood. As Gregory stared at her, though, all that he could see for the moment was his late wife's face. They shared the same large brown eyes, the dark hair that tended to wave rather than curl. They even had the same smattering of freckles across their nose and cheeks, like someone had tossed a handful of cinnamon at them. Abruptly, Gregory stood so suddenly that he ran into the table, rattling the spoons and dishes. Vaguely, he was aware that everyone was staring at him, as if he were the one that had committed some sort of egregious faux pas. This tea is over, he heard his mouth say in the hard and flinty tones usually reserved for his regiment. But father, there's still a 6 cakes and— Sophia began to protest. I said it is concluded, he said with far more volume and vinegar than he had intended. Colonel, Miss Hart gasped, her face outraged. He saw her put her arm about Sophia's little shoulders, which were curled inward under the weight of sadness. In that moment, Gregory could not decide which was more unbearable, the daughter that wore his departed wife's face, or the woman whom he had been attracted to just moments before. To even look in her flashing green eyes now seemed a betrayal, never mind his being beguiled. Still, in that same strange, dreamlike state, Gregory turned on his heel, his eyes not really seeing where he was going. It had been a long while since his grief had been this sharp and all-consuming. His body was tense and trembling with the pain of it. Quickly, before he could be waylaid by anything further, Gregory turned and fled the sitting room. Back to the quiet, tomb-like peace of his library. Chapter 15. A silence more terrible than anything Beatrice had ever heard before reigned supreme in the sitting room in the wake of the Colonel's departure. She'd heard the awful quiet that happened after a disappointing performance, and this was akin to that. It was all the more wretched, however, for how close and personal it was. A kind of lightning flash of anger lanced through Beatrice's head and heart, and she felt as if she could spit fire. She was sorely tempted to do just that, but was waylaid by the fact that Sophia's little shoulders trembled beneath the arm that Beatrice had placed about them. "Did we do very badly?" Sophia asked at length, breaking the curse of silence that they were all labouring under. "You did not," Beatrice assured her, squeezing her shoulders in reassurance. "You might have waited to pick a fight with your father at a more opportune moment," she added with a hard look at Florence. "Me?" the girl asked, her cheeks growing pink. "I did no such thing." Miss Hart gave her a look from beneath her brows that bespoke her scepticism at that statement. "I do not say that your feelings are wrong, nor that you do not have a right to express them. I do, however, say unequivocally that you should learn to pick your moments to strike with more discretion." Beatrice paused, glancing about the table. "Did you notice or have a care for the fact that all of your sister's hard work was for naught now?" To her credit, Florence's eyes flicked around the table, and the colour on her cheek spread to her neck. "I do not know why I should put their finer feelings above my own," Florence muttered sullenly, her lower lip pouting out a little. "Because they are your sisters," Beatrice said sharply, with more force than she had intended. "You do not know how lucky you are to have them. Some have no family at all, and here you are with 2 whole sisters for companionship. They will be there to share your triumphs and your grief. That is one thing that you have in common with them that no one else does." "They do not even remember, Mother," Florence huffed, but despite her blasé attitude, her eyes had gone glassy with emotion. "I do," Eliza said quietly, the first words she had spoken for a long while. She still looked down at her hands, the fingers laced together. "I remember her taking us on picnics, and how she played the harp. She always let me chase frogs, and didn't mind that I got my dress dirty." Florence stared for a moment, but refused to give in. "Whatever you might remember, Sophia surely does not. She was far too young. So you see, we have no great commonality between us," she concluded defiantly. "Do you not see how that is worse?" Beatrice demanded, drawing Sophia closer unconsciously. "She has no good memories of her mother to soothe the grief. You remember her loving you, which is a privilege Sophia will never have." Florence looked from Eliza to Sophia, then back again. All the faces around the table were flushed with emotion, and more than one lip trembled. They did not rush to embrace one another, as girls might in a sentimental novel, but there was something more vulnerable in the way they looked upon one another. "Now," Beatrice said, standing and releasing Sophia, who looked up at her with wide, alarmed eyes at her departure. "I am going to have a word with your father. Florence, as you are the oldest, I am entrusting the care of your sisters to you. I know that I shan't be disappointed." A determined look crossed Florence's face, and as one, she and Eliza scooted their chairs farther apart. "Here," Florence said, her tone and face considerably softer. "Come sit between us, Sophia. Father might not care to finish the cake, but I certainly do, and I imagine you do too. Eliza, why don't you tell us that story about the time you rolled all the way down the hill on the back lawn? That always makes us laugh." Satisfied, Beatrice straightened her dress and her spine. The moment that she turned away from the tea table, her face lost all of its remaining softness, hardening into an unflinching mask of anger. The footman, who had maintained an admirable distant expression through the unfortunate scene that had played out just moments before, glanced at Beatrice. This glance was all that it took for him to swallow hard, and immediately begin floundering for the door latch. Once in the hallway, Beatrice stalked through the house. She moved with the single-mindedness of some sort of jungle cat, all instinct focused on one singular goal. Everything else was periphery to her. When a maid squeaked and scurried to get out of her way, it barely registered with Beatrice. She did not know what she was going to say, only that she had a driving conviction that she must say something. The heavy, imposing door to the library, carved in ornate patterns and worn smooth by centuries of hands, did not even slow her down. She simply crashed through it with all the grace and subtlety of a ball through a fence, not even pausing to knock. She had little doubt that this is where the Colonel had retreated to, and she was proven right when she saw him sitting at his desk. Beatrice had half thought that she might find him with his head buried in his hands, or otherwise in some grief-stricken pose. Instead, he was sitting behind his desk, back perfectly straight, and staring directly ahead into the hearth. His hands were gripping the arms of his chair with such force that his knuckles were white. "What, precisely, is the matter with you?" she demanded, stuffing her hands onto her hips. The colonel did not acknowledge her, did not so much as glance in her direction. She strode closer, craning her neck to glare at him. His own eyes were misty and distant, as if he were miles and years away. "Colonel Hillmot," she said, raising her voice. Young ladies were generally taught to speak in small, gentle voices, but Beatrice had been trained for the stage. When she wished to make herself heard, she was certainly capable of it. She stood directly next to his desk and repeated, "Colonel Hillmot." Still nothing. Beatrice sucked in a deep breath, rolling her eyes a little. "And they say women are prone to hysteria," she groused to herself. "Gregory!" she shouted, slapping her palms down on his desk. Whether it was the volume of her voice, her use of his given name, or the slam of her hands, something broke through his reverie. He blinked slowly, languidly, at Beatrice for a moment, his eyes clearing. He looked at her, apparently confused as to where she had come from. "How did—" he began, but how he intended to finish the question, Beatrice would never know. "No," Beatrice snapped, cutting him off. "For someone that seems to care a great deal about manners and the way in which your daughters conduct themselves, you surely put forward a pitiful display." The colonel, having recovered some of his alertness, stared openly at Beatrice. His face creased and he inhaled sharply. "How dare you?" he demanded. Beatrice's eyes widened and she slid around to the front of his desk so that she could stare directly at him. "How dare you?" Beatrice countered, jabbing a finger at him. "Those girls worked hard on making things presentable for you to meet your exacting standards." "My standards," the colonel repeated, half rising from his chair. "Do not pretend that the whole thing wasn't a mama's performance, with you putting words into their mouths." He planted his fists on top of his desk and leaned forward. "I am only trying to teach them conversation, something that they are sorely in need of," Beatrice snapped back, also leaning forward on her hands. "It had not occurred to me that you might also be in need of tutelage regarding proper conversation." "I think I can do very well without any guidance from your lips. Thank you kindly," the colonel said. "Are you certain? Because so far, the only uncivilized behaviour I've seen in this house has been from you," Beatrice retorted. The colonel did not respond immediately, his eyes flicking down to Beatrice's mouth. It was only then that she realised that they were both leaning quite far forward, their faces only inches apart. They were both breathing hard from anger, panting as if they had been running. Beatrice was keenly aware of her own heartbeat, loud in her ears. The colonel's gaze dropped to her mouth again, and Beatrice thought, irrationally, that perhaps he meant to kiss her. She waited, half expecting it, half dreading it, half longing for it, fully aware that was too many halves and not carrying a jot. At last, the colonel pulled back, straightening slowly and carefully, tearing his eyes from her. Beatrice, too, straightened and folded her arms defensively over herself.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favour. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
The colonel turned away, moving away from the desk. Though his back was facing her, Beatrice could see some tension leaking from him. There was a stretched silence, in which the only sound was the steady ticking of the clock on the mantel. "I apologise for my outburst just now," Colonel Hillmot said finally, stiff and formal. "It was ungentlemanly of me." Another silence. The colonel half turned his head a little, as if listening for something. Beatrice blinked at him, nonplussed. "If you are awaiting my apology, I must tell you that you will be sorely disappointed on that score," she said plainly. The colonel turned more fully back to her, disbelief writ large on his face. Beatrice, completely unfazed, simply stared back at him, unyielding. "I do not know why I am surprised by that," he said dryly, turning back about. "I should have expected nothing less." "You shouldn't have, because I was not wrong," Beatrice replied confidently. Feeling a little daring, she allowed herself to half lean on his desk with her hip, taking the weight off one foot. "Besides, I believe in the catharsis of saying these things out loud from time to time. If one does not make time for an outburst now and again, it is sure to happen at an inopportune moment." "And I suppose you feel that I ought to express myself more then?" Colonel Hillmot said, folding his hands behind his back. "Perhaps," Beatrice said with a little shrug, "at least to your daughters." The Colonel was silent for a moment, and Beatrice wondered if he had even heard her. When he spoke at last, it was stiff and halting, as if he cared not to reveal his apprehension. "I do not know how to do that. Not any more," he added. His hands were closed tightly about each other behind his back. Not since Emily." Something in his tone and posture struck a sympathetic chord within Beatrice. "Perhaps you might start simply then," she suggested, her voice softer. "Mayhap you simply speak to them about their interests." The Colonel's entire person managed to stiffen further, belying his discomfort. Beatrice simply watched, waiting, as he fought some sort of internal struggle. When at last he turned around, his face was drawn, and his eyes creased with sadness. "I have come to the uncomfortable realization that I do not know my own daughters," he admitted lowly. His pained expression and defeated tone pulled unexpectedly at Beatrice's finer feelings. Calling upon all of her stage training, she allowed her mouth to stretch into a small wry smile. "Well, lucky for you, there is a rather simple solution to that predicament." "Which is?" "Simply speak to them," Beatrice said, standing from the desk. "And I do mean speak to them, not at them. You may be surprised by what you learn from and about them." She paused, passing a look over the library shelves. "For instance, did you know that Eliza wrote your invitation? No. I do not mean that she picked the words. I mean she quite literally penned it." "Did she really?" Colonel Hillmot asked, taking a step forward back toward the desk and chair again. "The lettering was so fine that I thought you must have been responsible for it." Beatrice barked out a laugh, then seemed to remember herself. "Gracious, no," she said, still grinning. "My writing is atrocious. You'd be better served to have me carry secret missives to your troops for how illegible it is." The Colonel stared at Beatrice, and she could practically see him trying to figure out if she was having a jape or speaking in earnest. "Eliza has always been a precise girl," he said at last. "Oh, yes," Beatrice agreed. "Frankly, I think you would be well served to put her in charge of your household accounts." "I am completely serious," she said, catching sight of his expression. "She has real ability, and you would be a fool not to put it to use." "I imagine you fancy you have the perfect solution to my relationship with Florence, too," he said, unable to completely keep the bite of sarcasm from his words. Beatrice turned back to the Colonel, frowning a little. "In the spirit of fairness, I think that is not so simple a task. You might let her take on some small responsibilities around the house. Why not put her in charge of the menus?" "What?" the Colonel demanded, disbelieving. "Only for a week," Beatrice said placatingly, putting her hands up. "See if she doesn't surprise you. It will help her feel like more than a child, and will be a real skill for her to learn." "And Sophia?" he asked. "She is a dear, sweet creature," Beatrice said gently. "She only wants to be near you." The Colonel inclined his head, then nodded once and turned back around. He had not said as much, but it was clear that Beatrice was dismissed. Though his back was still turned, Beatrice bobbed a curtsy before quietly withdrawing. After softly closing the door to the library, Beatrice stood for a moment in the hallway, attempting to gather herself. One hand pressed to her stomach, She took a deep breath, filling her lungs as much as she could. It wasn't that she had stood up to the Colonel. She'd never had an issue with making her opinions known, but more the reason why she had done so. Beatrice wasn't by nature given to nurturing or feelings of tenderness, yet these Hillmot girls had roused in her intense stirrings of sentimentality. She wasn't sure what it was about their plight that touched her so, to the point that it galvanized her to act in their defense with such vigor. Contemplative, she slowly made her way back to the sitting room. When she entered, the girls all had their heads together, speaking quietly. Upon seeing Beatrice, they sat up and moved apart. Beatrice paused, assessing. "Please, join us again, Miss Hart," Sophia said, her round cheeks lifting in a smile. "Are you certain?" Beatrice asked. "You all seem to be having a jolly time, and I should not like to intrude." "Yes," Florence said, speaking directly and clearly. "Please, come and sit with us." Beatrice obliged, resuming her seat. The girls resumed conversation, which flowed for as long as the tea did. Something undefinable had shifted in Beatrice's absence. There was a kind of ease and openness that had not been there before. The girls spoke without reservation to Beatrice, daring even to joke and show off their wit with her. It was as if they had decided, in those few minutes that Beatrice had been gone, that they would fully accept her into their midst. It was a society which Beatrice was surprisingly glad to be admitted to. Chapter 16. In the years since his wife had died, Gregory had taken on the mourning of her as a sort of sacred duty. He wore the proverbial mantle of a grieving widower with consistency and determination. As far as he was concerned, this was the truth of his existence, now and forever. His life was forever divided into two distinct parts. Before, filled with laughter and golden light, stolen kisses in an apple orchard and dances in gilded ballrooms, and after, a perpetual fog of misery and loss, where duty was the only thing he had to cling to. Given his impeccable service record, it would have surprised no one to learn that he took what he perceived as his duty to his late wife so seriously. As the local landed gentleman, he had a reputation for taking all of his duties seriously. Consequently, some of these duties included patronising the local shops of the nearby village of Heatherton. The village did not have aspirations of being a large city like York, being quite comfortable in its status as an agricultural way stop for farm labourers and sheep shearers. Heatherton boasted 2 pubs engaged in a wary-eyed, centuries-old rivalry, a blacksmith, cobbler, and a general dry goods store. There were other merchants scattered about the main street, which was dominated by a stone fountain around which always milled a collection of geese, and at least 1 cow. Colonel Hillmot made his habit to stop in at least 1 business each week, though this week he found it necessary to stop and pick up a postal order for Mrs. Turvey as well. It seemed that a new laundry copper was needed immediately, and as it could not be delivered to the house for a fortnight, the Colonel was obliged to fetch it himself in his 4-wheeled hunting trap. He was fond of these excursions, particularly as his driving cob was a sensible old gelding, Jolly, who had pulled cannons for him in a previous life. This allowed the Colonel a generally relaxing drive, in which he barely had to touch the reins on most occasions, barring, of course, an appearance of Jolly's arch-nemesis, Farmer White's dog. The day was what was considered quite pleasant for the time of year and locale, being tolerably sunny with grey clouds out at the horizon, and only occasionally strong gusts of wind. The Colonel and Jolly had managed to pass by Farmer White's patch without an appearance of the dreaded beast, and Jolly was content to jog placidly along all the way to Heatherton. The fields were ploughed and sown, and wildflowers were popping up in all of the pastures and along the ditches. It was, all in all, a thoroughly pleasant day. Gregory did not exactly smile, but a sort of tension vanished from his face. The laundry copper was collected without incident and lashed into the back of the hunting trap, with the postmaster supervising his aproned assistant. Said postmaster was a grizzled man of at least 50, who preferred to stand in the doorway of the post office with his thumbs hooked into his waistcoat. He was, as a rule, disinclined to speak, which Gregory was wholly in favour of. Today was no exception, the postmaster grunting as usual in lieu of greeting. He and Gregory stood next to each other under the awning of the post office, the colonel with his gloves in hand as the copper was loaded. "Early spring this year," Gregory commented offhandedly, looking absently at the fountain. Was all the response that observation warranted. "Good for the lambs," Gregory continued. He peered up at the sky, squinting a little. "Hope it isn't a false spring. Those clouds look like trouble." Came the grunted answer again. Silence, and then, "Speaking of trouble," the postmaster muttered. A little surprised, Gregory turned to the postmaster and followed his gaze. To his surprise, across the street was none other than Miss Hart, baskets on her arms. She wore a dark walking dress and a plain bonnet, but had foregone a Spencer or Police in favour of a long hooded woolen cloak in a dark red. It was not a particularly bright or garish garment, but against the drab backdrop of a rural village, it stood out like a poppy growing amongst weeds. Miss Hart did not immediately spot Gregory, pausing to adjust her gloves. As she did so, one of the geese milling about the fountain took notice. Even from where he was stood across the little plaza, Gregory could see the fowl focus in on Beatrice's baskets with the precision of a sharpshooter. The goose, having discovered such easy pickings, honked to its compatriots. A dozen long necks all swivelled in unison. "Whelp!" the postmaster said, rocking back on his heels a bit. "She's done for." With military precision, the geese swarmed Miss Hart in a trice, bills greedily shoved into her baskets. Miss Hart let out a cry of alarm, immediately snatching her baskets up. The sudden motion, combined with her cloak flaring out, momentarily deterred the horde, but they quickly renewed their attack. Miss Hart issued another sound that was disturbingly shrill, equal parts anger and fright, and began trying to scurry away from the persistent little beasts. "Oh, good Lord," Gregory muttered. There was nothing for it. The geese would happily chase her all the way home if they suspected she had even a crumb of something to eat. Sighing a little, Gregory stepped forward, clapping his hands and yelling, "Be gone, you impertinent little monsters!" Startled, the geese broke off from their chase, leaving Miss Hart looking more than a little bewildered. "Thank you for your timely rescue, Colonel," she said, a little winded. Warily, she looked about herself as if there might be more unwanted surprises lurking in the shadows. "They're a menace, but doubly so if you are not familiar with how to handle the creatures," Gregory replied, a little bemused in spite of himself. "And how is that, pray tell?" Miss Hart asked, turning to regard Gregory with those vivid green eyes. "You must simply establish the right tone from the start," Gregory answered. "Do not hesitate to show that you too are a creature to be reckoned with, and they will treat you with, well, not respect, but at least they won't try to take a nip out of you." He paused. "Well, at least not so frequently." Miss Hart said nothing, but merely arched an eyebrow that seemed to speak volumes. Her retort was patently obvious in her expression, and Gregory cleared his throat and fiddled with his gloves for a moment. "Have you completed your tasks about Heatherton, then?" he asked, feeling a little awkward. He did not know how to converse with Miss Hart, particularly not when her eyes were still shining with mischief and her cheeks were flushed from walking. "I believe I have, yes," she replied easily, as if such a thing as awkwardness were beneath her. Gregory, noting that the trap was now loaded and the copper kettle secured with straps, nodded to the postmaster. His eyes then fell on the flock of geese, watching Miss Hart's movements with beady, interested eyes. "You had best come with me in the trap," he said, the words out of his mouth before he knew fully what he was saying. Miss Hart, also watching the geese with a lip curled in annoyance, turned to him with a surprised expression, Are you quite sure?" She flicked a glance toward the postmaster, who was watching with intentional disinterest. Gregory refused to follow her gaze, and acknowledged that this would likely cause quite a flurry of talk about Heatherton. Instead, he squared his shoulders and nodded. "We cannot have you getting eaten by geese, Miss Hart," he said, offering her a hand up into the trap. "I have had to replace far too many governesses as it is." Miss Hart threw her head back and laughed, openly and without reservation. Gregory stared, for the women he knew in polite society would never dare to be so gregarious, particularly not in public. She handed him one of her baskets, which he took on one arm, while letting her balance on his hand as she clambered up to the trap seat. The moment that her gloved hand left his, Gregory felt it keenly. He covered the sudden feeling by bustling about, handing Miss Hart her baskets and ensuring that she was securely installed on the trap. He went to Jolly's head and took him by the bridle, turning him about tightly in a half circle. He continued to lead the horse and trap all the way out of Heatherton, and was fairly intent on leading him all the way home when Miss Hart spoke up. "I hate to question your expertise or fitness, but I find it unlikely that walking will get us home in a timely manner," she called. "Besides, I do not like the look of those clouds." Gregory stopped, looking skyward as well. All traces of sun had vanished behind a blanket of light grey clouds. The wind blew in earnest now, bringing a darker bank of clouds from the north with it. Jolly, too, seemed eager to be homeward, and nudged Gregory forward with his nose, impatient. Casting a glance behind them to see how far out of Heatherton they were, Gregory released Jolly and pulled himself up into the seat next to Miss Hart. Though the trap was designed for two people to sit comfortably next to each other, there was nothing comforting about his sudden proximity to Miss Hart. With the sound of his heart in his ears, he took up the reins and urged Jolly homeward. They passed some moments in silence, with only the sound of hooves on the flat dirt road. Miss Hart did not seem inclined to chatter, which Gregory was thankful for. She seemed perfectly at ease with silence. When she spoke, it was to inquire, "Have I just given the town very much fodder for gossip?" Gregory could not exactly turn to look at her, but he did glance at her askance. He was grateful in this particular instance for her attempt at conversation, as this would distract him from the fact that they were pressed together quite closely. "I expect some tongues will wag. Heatherton is not exactly a hub of excitement at the best of times," he said with a half smile. "I imagine not," Miss Hart agreed, "though I doubt that I am the first woman to get chased across the town square by geese." Gregory blinked once in surprise. That had not been at all what he had been considering as being subject to gossip. Miss Hart did not seem to notice, however, and continued, "Though I think that I am already an object of curiosity. Did you know that Mr. Understone's wife at the dry goods store won't wait on me? I asked why, and apparently it was because of my hair. Can you imagine such a thing? As if shorn hair were contagious," Miss Hart scoffed, though without any scorn in her voice. "I had not thought about the geese," he responded carefully. "Didn't you?" Miss Hart asked, surprised. She fell silent again for a moment, then whipped her head back around to him. "Wait a moment. Were you worried that people would gossip because we are driving home together?" When Gregory did not answer, Miss Hart laughed again. They were sitting so close together that he could feel the movement. "It's not a laughing matter," he snapped, then instantly regretted his sharp tongue. "It is different living in the country," he explained. "There won't be anything more interesting to discuss every 5 minutes as there is in London." "I suppose that is true," Miss Hart said, her tone growing introspective. "And I should warn you that the postmaster gossips like a dowager in the height of the season," Gregory added. "Why, Colonel Hillmot, did you just make a joke?" Miss Hart asked, placing her hand dramatically upon her chest. Gregory glanced over, and though her face was largely obscured by the wings of her bonnet, he could see the edges of her cheeks lifted in a smile. "I must have a good sense of humour," he muttered darkly. "I've taken on a governess who is far too pert for her own good." Miss Hart, far from being offended, laughed softly again, and he could feel her shrug a little in acknowledgement of the truth of that. "I have been meaning to ask you something," he continued. "Yes." "What on earth possessed you to become a governess? You certainly haven't the temperament for it." Miss Hart was silent for a moment, and Gregory really was afraid that he had offended her now. He was on the verge of apologising when she answered him at last. "I had very little choice in the matter," she said finally, her voice tight. Gregory turned to look at her again, this time appraising her from head to toe. He had learned to size up an opponent at an early age, and to note even the most minute details, as they frequently told him more about a person than any letter of introduction. Though her bonnet was plain felted grey wool, the lining was a pleated silk in dark blue, with matching velvet ribbon tied snugly beneath her chin. Her cloak, too, was simple but finely made, cut to sit precisely atop her shoulders without pulling at the neck. No ordinary governess would have been able to afford such a well-made wardrobe. Her hands, too, had always appeared far too soft and smooth to have been engaged in a life of service. "You are full of contradictions," Gregory said. "I do not believe—" Whatever he had been about to say was cut short. From out of the hedges to the right, a brown and white shape darted with shocking speed. It cleared the ditch with a game leap, barking and snapping the whole while. It was Farmer White's dog, and it had taken exception to their passing so near its home, as it had nearly every other traveller for the past 6 years running. Jolly, unfazed by musket fire or shells landing in proximity, had absolutely no tolerance for this little foe. Ears flat against his skull, the solidly built cob rolled his eyes and tried to prance sideways. This action immediately upset the light hunting trap, and it pitched to one side like a drunken ship. For Gregory, so used to the chaos and sudden violence of the battlefield, the world seemed to slow down unnaturally. With quick action, he gathered up the reins in his hands, bracing his feet against the footboard. Miss Hart, however, was not similarly prepared. She let out a little shriek of surprise and instinctively clutched onto Gregory's arm. When the trap began to yaw in her direction, she dug her fingers in harder to his bicep. He had no time to really dwell on this, only wincing a little from her iron grip. He was focused on sawing the reins back and forth, working the bit in Jolly's mouth. The old warhorse, clearly growing fed up with the entire enterprise, cocked one back leg and, with precision that would have been the envy of any sharpshooter, lashed out at precisely the right moment. From the sudden yelp issued by the dog, Gregory suspected that Jolly's hoof landed squarely on its nose. Confused and sore, it slunk a few steps away, watching warily, an opportunity to make good on their escape. "Get on!" Gregory yelled, snapping the reins against Jolly's rump. This was all the encouragement the horse needed, and he surged against the harness enthusiastically. They set off suddenly, catching Miss Hart unawares and throwing her backward. Instinctually, Gregory shifted the reins quickly to one hand and looped his arm about Miss Hart's waist, clutching her tightly to him until she had righted herself. It was not until they had gone nearly a half-mile down the road that Gregory was able to coax the horse back down to a reasonable but still agitated trot. "Are you all right?" the Colonel asked, glancing to Miss Hart. "I'm fine," she responded, her entire person still as stiff as a board. "I've always been a good sailor." Gregory huffed a surprised laugh, which made Miss Hart grin wanly at him. Her eyes flicked down, indicating his arm. Red-faced, he quickly withdrew it, clearing his throat as he did so. In silent awkwardness, they rode together stiffly. "Are you all right?" Miss Hart asked. "Yes." Gregory paused, fighting to keep the corners of his mouth level. "I am not sure that I shall ever recover the use of my arm again, but I suppose it was lost in the line of duty." Miss Hart threw her head back and laughed again, nearly causing her bonnet to topple from her head. Gregory watched her from the corner of his eye, and while he did not join in her mirth, a smile played about his lips, which was good, as laughing for him. Chapter 17. The weather turned colder, the warm start to spring lost beneath sheets of heavy clouds, biting rain that lashed the windows, and wind so fierce it made the house groan at night. Beatrice, never one fond of the cold, found it thoroughly intolerable in a house so old and prone to draughts. The Hillmot girls were largely unaffected, being hardy little northern ladies. They viewed Beatrice with sympathy, allowing her to conduct as many lessons as possible near the fire. Lessons were quickly becoming a tricky affair, as Beatrice had little in the way of geography or French, or at least French that would be suitable for young ladies to learn. However, she was nothing if not adaptable. She instead turned her tutelage to more practical things, such as how to pick a good silk from a bad one, how to carry on a conversation even if your dinner companion was a horrid bore, and, on one particularly amusing afternoon, how to master the language of fan-fluttering. It may not have been the most conventional education, but Beatrice was reasonably sure that it would be far more useful. She also found that the girls were all great readers, if properly motivated. For instance, Florence had a real love of novels, the more saccharine and sentimental the better. Eliza preferred anything remotely scientific or informative, and little cherubic Sophia, the tender heart of the house, absolutely adored anything ghastly and grisly. "Please, Miss Hart," she had begged when Beatrice had expressed doubt over the suitability of the Castle of Otranto. "It's perfectly awful, and I must know how it ends." She had even put her large brown eyes to use, fluttering her eyelashes beseechingly up at Beatrice. Beatrice, staring down at Sophia, had relented. "I suppose," she sighed, rationalising that she should most likely simply be glad that the girl was reading something. "But, I warn you, if it gives you nightmares, I'll not have you crawling into my bed all affright." Beatrice handed the book back, but did not release it immediately. "And please, do not let your father see you reading it. If he catches you, I will disavow all knowledge." So that was how they spent their evenings, and then gradually much of their afternoons too. The Colonel had no reason to complain, or the girls were quiet and, as far as he was concerned, industriously engaged. Beatrice, however, worried that so much time in solitary study was doing very little to foster warm relations between the girls. That was how she instituted a policy of reading a book aloud all together every night before bed. The girls reluctantly agreed, which was one challenge solved. The real task at hand was to find something that they would all find entertaining enough. Beatrice knew well enough from experience that, when they got bored, they could quickly turn to mischief. They began their endeavour on a rainy night with the fire in the nursery stoked high behind the fire screen. Beatrice arranged herself near to the hearth so that she could use the light to read, and the girls sat around her in a little half circle. Though the calendar read April, it felt more like November, with the wind howling outside and the house moaning disagreeably from the cold. "Now, tonight we begin our little reading club," Beatrice said, trying to muster as much enthusiasm as she could. She surveyed the faces of the sisters, with all looking more than a little sceptical. Still, she soldiered gamely on, withdrawing the book she had chosen from a small velvet pouch and holding it up for inspection. The cover was simple, with gold embossed letters that glistened in the firelight. Florence, who had thus far found the whole enterprise a little silly and juvenile, leaned forward, peering at the title in spite of her misgivings. "Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus?" she read, wrinkling her nose a little. "Is this one of those dreary philosophy books?" Beatrice, bemused, shook her head a little. "No, I do not believe so. It is quite the thing in some circles in London, and I had to take some trouble to get it sent all the way up here." "What is it all about then?" Sophia asked, shifting a little closer. "I'm not entirely sure," Beatrice admitted, "but a friend of mine seemed convinced it would meet all of our requirements. Besides," she continued, leaning closer and speaking in a low, conspiratorial tone, "I've heard rumours that it was actually written by a woman." Beatrice left it at that, thinking that it was likely not entirely appropriate to elucidate on the other rumours she had heard about Mrs. Shelley and her companions. "Let us begin," Beatrice said, opening the book and holding it aloft. "We shall take it in turns, that way none of us shall be overtired from the reading." She cleared her throat and turned past the frontispiece page. "I am by birth a Genovese, and my family is one of the most distinguished of that republic. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." Though she had hoped to ignite some enthusiasm for reading, Beatrice really had not intended to read for overly long, especially on this first night of their new endeavour. All of the girls found themselves quickly swept up in the narrative, however, all leaning forward with eager, wide eyes to listen as each took their turn to read. As they progressed, Beatrice had a momentary worry that it was not altogether proper, but little Sophia read the ghastliest passages with eagerness. So absorbed were they that when the large clock downstairs struck midnight, there was a collective startle and squeak. Beatrice was not too proud to admit that she was exactly as surprised as her charges. Oh my, is that really the hour?" Beatrice said, blinking rapidly. She rose, stiff from sitting in one posture for so long on the floor. "Quick, off to bed with all of you." It took a bit of herding, but the girls were prepared for bed and safely tucked under their quilts within another quarter of an hour. Beatrice, having been too preoccupied with preparing the girls for bed, found the sudden silence and solitude of her little room disconcerting. She was not one to give in to irrational fears or superstitions, but she couldn't help but feel a little on edge as she donned her night rail and slid into her little brass bed. With her own bed covers pulled tightly up to her chin, Beatrice stared up at the ceiling, forcing herself to remain as calm as possible. Every squeak, every groan of the house seemed to suddenly be a phantom with nefarious purpose. Beatrice squeezed her eyes shut, willing herself to sleep. It seemed to be more or less working, as her breathing slowed and her eyelids began to feel heavy of their own volition. It was into this strange twilight, somewhere between wakefulness and sleep, that there came a small sound, a creaking quite distinct from the other noises of the house. In a flash, Beatrice's eyes flew open, and she forced them to focus in the darkness. Bleary from near sleep, it took a moment for her eyes to adjust, a terrifying moment in which there was a small, dark shape stationed quite near her bed. It was only through pure force of will that Beatrice did not let out a shriek, containing her reaction to merely bolting upright. "Miss Hart," a tiny voice whispered in the darkness. Beatrice, still blinking in the dark, pulled her blanket up over herself a little. "Who? Sophia?" she asked. She rubbed at her eyes with the heel of one hand, fumbling about on the little nightstand next to her bed for the tinderbox and spills. She was grateful for the cover of darkness, for it disguised the way that her hands shook as she struck the flint, at last lighting the little stub of a candle provided for her. In the sphere of light that suddenly flared up, it was revealed that it was indeed Sophia standing beside Beatrice's bed. She shifted nervously on her feet, her hands twisted into the sleeves of her night rail. "Sophia, what are you doing in here? Are you unwell?" Beatrice asked, casting her eye over the girl. "I thought I heard a noise in here, and I wished to make sure that you were all right," Sophia replied, with all of the solemnity a girl of 10 years could muster. "I'm quite fine, Sophia, but you'd best get back to bed. If we are all asleep at the breakfast table tomorrow morning, your father will surely want to know why," Beatrice replied lightly, ready to snuff the candle back out and send her back to bed. Sophia nodded, but looked at the floor and twisted her sleeves about some more. "You're all right now, but what if you aren't later?" she blurted. "Sophia, Beatrice began, a little exasperated but paused. "Oh," she thought to herself, realization dawning. "Oh, I see. Would it make you feel better to sleep in here with me?" she asked. "Just to make sure that there is nothing amiss in my room," she added. Sophia looked up, her face awash with relief. She nodded enthusiastically, and Beatrice lifted up the quilt so that she might slip into the bed as well. Beatrice had never been fond of sharing a bed, not even as a child, nor when she must room with other dancers in theatre dormitories. However, she found that she did not wholly mind Sophia's presence, as it made her room a little less cold and lonely. They had no more settled into their own small slivers of the bed, with Beatrice leaning over Sophia to snuff the candle, when there came another creak from the door to the nursery. Beatrice could feel Sophia go stiff in an instant, and Beatrice automatically put out a hand to comfort her. "Who is it?" Beatrice half whispered, half yelled in the direction of the door. "It's only me," Eliza said, pushing the door open a bit farther and peering around it. I saw a light from beneath the door, and that is to say, I was concerned, and..." Beatrice sighed. "We are fine, Eliza, but as you can see, Sophia did not care to sleep alone tonight." "Ah, yes, that is sensible, given the..." Eliza paused, coughing delicately into her hand. "The nature of tonight's reading. Yes." Another pause, as everyone stared at each other, waiting for the other to speak. Beatrice, feeling more than a little defeated, fell back against her pillow and put her hand over her eyes. Without removing it, she said, "Eliza, would you care to stay with us as well? It is so cosy in here, and I'm sure it's warmer than the nursery." Beatrice peered from beneath her hand long enough to see Eliza nod. Beatrice flipped the other side of her quilt up, and Eliza awkwardly climbed over the bed, settling on Beatrice's other side. It was now impossible for any of them to move, but this did not seem so bad, given that it provided much in the way of security. There was a generally shuffling of legs and blankets as everyone was settled. They had no more than gotten themselves arranged, when there was another creaking of floorboards. All three swiveled their heads as one to look at the doorway. Florence, hands on hips, stood there, the little glow from the candle barely touching her bare feet. "Well, I suppose I didn't warrant an invitation to this merry party," she sniffed. Beatrice lolled her head over in Florence's direction, was about all the motion she could manage. "You are more than welcome to join, provided you can find the space to do so. Of course, we would not wish to imply that you are also in need of company on such a dark night," she added. Florence stood for a moment, her desire for maturity at war with her baser instinct for comfort. At last, the latter half won out, and she marched stiffly to the little brass bed, her head held high. She managed to wedge herself in, her feet between Beatrice and Eliza, and her head on a crooked arm at the bottom of the bed. Beatrice could not move. She could scarcely breathe. They were such a crush, but she was not wholly irritated by the state of things. It was a strange turn of events, particularly as she was such a fiercely solitary creature by nature, and yet there was a base sort of comfort in having those smaller than herself seek her out for protection. With another fondly tolerant sigh, she allowed herself to settle in, a tangle of arms and legs about one another. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Sleep had never come particularly easy to Gregory, especially since he had lost his wife. He had grown used to sharing a bed rather easily, and the sudden emptiness had unsettled in him in a way that he feared was permanent. It was also the product of his time in the army that every little sound roused him, his eyes simply snapping open and instant wakefulness being upon him. The house was always full of creaks and squeaks, especially so when it was cold and windy as it was on this night. but it seemed to him that there was an inordinate amount of noise coming from the direction of the nursery. It was at the opposite side of the stairs, but in the dead of night, every sound carried. There were only 2 reasons for there to be such a litany of noises at this hour, neither of which gave him peace of mind. Someone was unwell, or there was mischief afoot. With a heavy sigh, he threw back his thick bedspread and swung his legs out of bed. He did not pause when his feet hit the cold floor, merely gritted his teeth and snatched up his quilted dressing gown from the chair near the bed. He made his way to the door as he threaded his arms into the sleeves, pulling the sash tightly about himself over his nightshirt. Gregory walked quietly to the nursery, not by any real effort on his part, but simply by dint of the fact that he wore no boots for once. He paused outside of the door, his ears straining. The noises of movement had quieted, but there was still a slight glow from beneath the door. If he were being charitable, he could suppose that Miss Hart had simply been stirring the fire, hoping to keep her charges warm on such an unseasonable night. He did not wholly trust this supposition, however, and, holding tightly to the heavy brass lever, he opened the door as quietly as possible. The nursery was mostly dark, with only the faintest glow coming from the smouldering embers in the hearth. That was more than enough light for him to see that all of the beds were empty, their occupants nowhere to be seen. His heart squeezed sharply in his chest, sudden panic seizing him. Irrational visions of his daughters being spirited away filled his mind, and he had to cruelly bite them back. Stepping farther inward, he realized that there was light coming from beneath and around the door to Miss Hart's little room. Frowning, he padded quietly across the thick rug to listen. There was nary a sound to be heard, apart from an occasional snore. It was beyond the pale for him to consider breaching. The sanctity of Miss Hart's room, servants' quarters, particularly of the female staff, were sacrosanct. It went against every guiding principle of the relationship between a master and servants to enter such a private space. Still, there was reason enough for him to demand entrance. His children were not to be found in their expected places. So, with a gentle push, he nudged open the door a bit farther, widening the gap it was ajar. At first, he did not entirely understand what he was looking at. He glanced about the small room, which was dominated in the centre by a small brass bed, as was appropriate for a governess. Strangely, however, Miss Hart did not sleep alone. The little bed was crammed to overflowing, with Sophia tucked beneath Miss Hart's arm, Eliza on the other side, and even Florence wedged between them, facing the other direction. Gregory stood stock-still, afraid that he would break the spell of the peaceful scene before him. In the low, flickering light of the candle, all of their faces softened in sleep. It was like he had stumbled upon a cadre of angels that had nestled down for a rest. Sophia stirred a little in her sleep, and Miss Hart's arm tightened unconsciously around the girl. He could not begin to guess at the series of events that had led to all of them being stacked into one bed in such a manner. Perhaps that does not matter, a far, infrequently visited corner of his mind mused. Perhaps that is not the important thing here. Perhaps the truly important thing is that you cannot take your eyes off Miss Hart. Taken aback by this thought, Gregory subconsciously rocked back on his heels. It was an absurd notion, but one that persisted. As he stood there, his posture and heart softening pinch by pinch, he couldn't deny that his eyes slid time and again to Miss Hart's face. Gone was the mischievous, twinkling cast to her features. With her almond-shaped eyes closed, she looked far more gentle and soft than she did in the daylight. Surrounded as she was by children, there was a vulnerable, unguarded gentility about her that Gregory had never considered that she might have. He was thus forced to consider her as a person anew, and found that she was slowly working her way into the cracks of his life. Chapter 18. For a man that was quite used to his own solitude, it was both surprising and disturbing for Gregory to realise that he was becoming quite used to having Miss Hart in his home. He found himself making excuses to speak to her, little snatches of conversation that he replayed over and over in his mind for no discernible reason. Speaking was not even wholly necessary. He simply enjoyed being in her presence. There was a kind of magnetism to her, and he could not help but orient himself to be nearer her when the opportunity arose. So, when she sashayed into the library unbidden, Gregory's first impulse was to smile at her. He quickly checked himself, however, and instead arranged his features into a mask of nothingness. Miss Hart did not seem to notice this, boldly looking him in the eye, and addressing him directly in a way that any other servant, or any young woman for that matter, would. "It will be Miss Florence's birthday soon," she announced. Gregory, who had been leaned over the correspondence, leaned back in his chair. "Yes, I do believe that is so. On the 26th, if I am not mistaken." "Exactly so," Miss Hart agreed. "She will be 15 years of age," she added, then paused, folding her arms over herself and staring at Gregory. "I'm aware of that fact," he answered, feeling like he may be missing something. "Are you?" Miss Hart asked, raising one eyebrow. "She will be 15. Gregory sighed and tossed the letter he had been composing carelessly aside. "I imagine that you are attempting to make a point of some sort." "Well," Miss Hart hedged, "have you given consideration to what you might be gifting her?" Gregory frowned. "Not particularly, no," he admitted. "I imagine I would simply visit the toy maker in York, as I usually do." "The toy maker?" Miss Hart said, her eyes going wide and her arms unfolding. "You cannot be serious." "Why not? He has never steered me wrong before," Gregory protested. "Why, his wife makes clothes for the dolls that I understand to be—" "A doll?" Miss Hart asked, her voice and face incredulous. "Oh, sir, no," she said, shaking her head ruefully. "If you give Florence a doll for her 15th birthday, I dare say she shan't speak to you ever again." "And I imagine you know the perfect solution then, do you?" Gregory retorted, unable to keep the sardonic twist out of his words. "As a matter of fact, I do," Miss Hart replied, tossing her head. "I have taken her measurements down. It would be a simple thing to visit a dressmaker." "A dressmaker?" The crease between Gregory's eyebrows deepened. "Has she outgrown her pinafore?" "She outgrew her pinafore a long time ago," Beatrice answered with surprising gentleness. "If you do not help her to enter society now, while she is under your protection, then it will be all the harder for her later." "She is too young to be out," Gregory protested, feeling his hackles rise. He did not like to consider that his darling daughters were growing up right before his eyes. It was far easier to pretend that time had ceased with the death of his wife. "She needn't be fully out," Miss Hart countered. She stepped closer to the heavy desk. "She only needs to be able to pay calls upon your neighbours, to make friends her own age without feeling embarrassed." Gregory did not answer immediately. Instead, he rose suddenly, pacing anxiously in tight, rigid steps. He could feel Miss Hart's eyes on him, which did nothing to ease his vexation. "And it is your conviction that the time has come for her to put her hair up and go out into the world?" "In a manner of speaking," Miss Hart said, "is it not better to help usher her into society under our protection than simply turning her loose with no preparation later?" She gave Gregory an arch look and added, "Would you send your own troops out so ill-prepared?" The colonel stopped pacing, turning a wary eye on the governess. "You speak as if I will be sending her into enemy territory." Miss Hart blinked once, her eyes widening. "You are woefully misinformed about the nature of society if you believe otherwise. The Ton preaches that women ought to be genteel, docile little lambs, but you shan't meet a more ruthless gang of cutthroats than a set of dowagers at tea." Gregory stared at Miss Hart, unsure if she was having a jape at his expense again. She stared right back, uncowed by the directness of their shared gaze. "I am going into York tomorrow," she continued. "If you are truly uncomfortable with such things, I am happy to shop on your behalf if needed." "You are going to York? What of the girls?" "Mrs. Turvey has agreed to mind them for a few hours," Miss Hart replied. "They have assured me that they will be on their very best behaviour." Gregory gave Miss Hart a baleful look at that statement, but otherwise let it pass without comment. "How will you be getting there? Surely you do not intend to walk?" "It would not be the first time I've walked the distance," Miss Hart sniffed, lifting her chin. "But no, I have arranged to ride in the back of a farmer's milk cart." "You are going to ride in the back of a milk wagon?" Gregory repeated. He was not generally given to bouts of humour these last few years, but the image of a perfectly dressed and poised Miss Hart rattling around in the back of a wagon alongside jugs of milk was simply too much to bear. One side of his mouth drew up in an almost grin. "You really must learn to drive out on your own, particularly if you are sincere about the girls socialising more." Miss Hart's nose wrinkled up. "What, you mean drive myself? Don't most governesses do so? I should think you would have learned to already," Gregory countered, seeing a crack in Miss Hart's careful exterior. "Oh, well," Miss Hart hedged, folding her arms again. "I've never really had cause to. I've lived so long in London, you see." A hint of colour appeared on her cheeks, which Gregory immediately noted. "Besides, I've never seen the appeal of spending so much time in proximity to horses." "Have you not?" Gregory asked, coming to stand behind the desk again so that they were facing one another. He was hardly surprised by this, and was feeling bemused at having discovered something Miss Hart found distasteful. "No taste for creatures as wilful as yourself?" "No," Miss Hart snapped back. "If I wished to spend time in the company of sweaty, smelly beasts of burden, I'd simply spend an hour or two in the card room at a ball, pouring drinks for the men." With that, she turned on her heel and swept from the room with a great deal of dignity, or at least with her nose in the air. As she left, a strange, unfamiliar sound could be heard in the Hillmot house, emanating from the library. The sound was so unfamiliar that it caused the footmen to pause as they set the table for luncheon. The maids, too, stopped to tilt their heads as they polished the furniture. It was laughter, deep and rumbling from Gregory. It was a product as much from the humour of what she said as the realisation that he had for once been left standing, and she had been the one to storm off. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Beatrice was no stranger to shopping trips. There had always been a steady stream of gentlemen willing to allow her to purchase on their credit. As such, her experience shopping in London was one of comfort and luxury. A carriage would be provided, or at the very least a sedan chair. She would visit fabric sellers that specialised in luxurious silks that looked like liquid gems, or muslins so delicate that they could have been woven by spiders. Her every whim and comfort would be attended to as she haughtily perused trays of pearls and diamonds. She was under no illusions that this particular shopping excursion would be even remotely the same, but she was still not entirely prepared for what it would entail. The day started ominously, with the Colonel appearing at the breakfast table, already swathed in his oilskin coat and holding a whip smartly. Mornings were never Beatrice's strong point, and her weeks in the Hillmot household had not changed this fact one jot. Blearily, she stared at the Colonel over the rim of her cup of coffee as he looked to her expectantly. "We shall be departing in 10 minutes' time," he announced. "I shall meet you out front." He paused, sweeping his eyes over her, and added, "Dress warmly." Beatrice, dressed but wrapped snugly in a shawl, simply stared blankly back at him. Though her eyes were open, and she had the appearance of one who was fully wakened, her mind was still firmly snuggled back in her bed, the covers pulled over her head. The Colonel left the dining room without waiting for reply, and Beatrice blinked slowly after him. "Does this mean that father is accompanying you to York, then?" Florence asked, leaning forward a little eagerly. "He is," Beatrice murmured, her voice still gravelly with the weight of sleep. "Then you have brought him round, yes?" Florence asked, her eyes wide and hopeful. "Perhaps, though I shouldn't wager on it," Beatrice answered. "I suspect he is merely going as a means of tormenting me. He has promised to give me a driving lesson on the way." "Oh!" Florence, clearly a little crestfallen, turned her gaze to her plate. Despondently, she pushed her cold ham about with her fork. "Don't lose heart," Beatrice said, reaching over to pat Florence's hand reassuringly. "What is it the farmers say about here? We shall find a way, by hook or by crook. No?" Florence, mollified, gave Beatrice a half-smile very much like her father's. Downing the last of her coffee, Beatrice rose from the table. "Now, if you will excuse me, I am off to don every cloak and shawl I own in hopes of staying warm and dry." The girls giggled as she left the dining room. It was a testament to their progress under her tutelage that Beatrice did not feel in the least compelled to admonish them to behave in her absence. If Beatrice had hoped that the worst she had to look forward to was merely an early start, she was sorely mistaken on this point as well. Though she had chosen a sensible, thick linen walking dress in a dark coffee-coloured brown, and piled on not only a wool pelisse with a patterned shawl atop that, she still doubted the likelihood of staying warm and dry on the drive to York. She exited the front door of the manor house, and found the Colonel was indeed awaiting her on the circular drive. The thick-boned cob was once again harnessed to the small hunting trap, and he looked no less thrilled to be pressed into service than Beatrice was at this moment. "Well, I suppose at least we have that in common," she thought dryly. "I suppose it really was too much to hope that I might be allowed to ride in an enclosed vehicle in comfort." "How good of you to join us, Miss Hart," the Colonel called out, touching the brim of his hat with the whip. Beatrice did not reply to that, but tipped her head upward to look dubiously up at the slate-grey sky. She was rewarded for her efforts by a face full of cold drizzle. "Are you quite sure this is the best weather for this sort of outing?" she asked. "Certainly so," the Colonel responded definitively. "If you learn to drive in inclement weather, you'll be a veritable Boadicea on sunny days." Beatrice sighed and stood next to the cart, looking expectantly at the Colonel. The Colonel stared back at her, both of them clearly waiting for the other to do something. "Miss Hart, we shall be here all day at this rate," the Colonel said finally. "You will have to learn to enter a wagon without aid if you are to drive the girls about." Beatrice simply continued to stare for a moment. "What? You mean haul myself up like a milkmaid?" She eyed the conveyance warily, then placed a foot experimentally on one of the wheels. The moment she attempted to put weight on it, her foot slipped on the rain-slick spoke, and she jolted back down to the ground with a little squeak. The Colonel, making a sound somewhere between a sigh and a chuckle, put the reins down on the footboard and climbed down. "Stand, Jolly," he commanded the horse as he passed in front of his nose. Beatrice, doing her best to preserve what dignity she had left, tossed her head proudly. The Colonel, however, seemed determined to pay her posturing no mind. Instead, he positioned himself quite close behind her. Though his proximity was unexpected, Beatrice was grateful for it nonetheless. His tall frame acted as a windbreak, sheltering Beatrice from the worst of the gusts. "Now, take your right hand and place it here," he instructed, seemingly completely oblivious to their closeness. He took her wrist in his long fingers, placing her hand where he indicated on the front railing of the trap. "Your left hand here," he said, likewise positioning her other hand on the ledge that ran alongside the narrow seat. "Your right foot goes there, on the hub. No, don't turn your foot. Just your toes will do fine. Then just pull yourself up and..." Beatrice, having quickly caught on to the lesson, hoisted herself accordingly and found herself sitting easily on the seat. She blinked, then looked triumphantly down at the Colonel. Though she preferred having a gentleman, preferably of the handsome and strapping variety, to lift her up, she would never turn down the chance to further her own independence. The Colonel, still somewhat bemused, dipped his head at her triumph, however small it may have been. Beatrice, meanwhile, was busy looking about herself, settling her pelisse more agreeably about her legs. "I suppose it cannot really be that difficult," she said, busying herself with flexing her fingers in her gloves and ensuring her bonnet was tied on securely. "It's a matter of learning the correct steps, and then—" Her musing was quickly interrupted, however, by the fact that the Colonel was now pulling himself up, on the trap on the same side that Beatrice had. Instinctually, Beatrice tilted away from him a little, turning her face upward to blink up at him in surprise. She was a tall woman, by most standards, her height giving her an advantage on the stage. It was a fairly new sensation, then, to experience what it was like to have a man looming over her. The Colonel, meanwhile, balanced, with one foot on the wheel hub, one hand on the front of the trap, the other on the back of the seat, stared directly at Beatrice. He, too, seemed a little out of sorts at their sudden position, but his dark eyes were riveted onto Beatrice's. In the grand game of London society, Beatrice was used to playing the part of a proud lioness. She picked and hunted her prey with razor-sharp accuracy and detachment. With the Colonel looming in such a way over her, she was quite out of her element, and it made her heart pound so loud in her ears that she couldn't hear anything else for a moment. The Colonel found his voice first. "You'll have to shift over if you're going to drive," he said, the action of him swallowing hard visible. Even beneath his starched collar and cravat, he jerked his chin in the direction of the other side of the trap's narrow seat. Beatrice obliged, sliding over warily. She folded her hands tightly in her lap as the Colonel settled himself, taking up the reins that had been on the footboard. "I'll take us up the drive and to the lane proper," he said gruffly, adjusting his hold on the lines. "No sense in letting you turn us over before we even leave the property," he added. Beatrice gave him a baleful glance from beneath her bonnet, which he either did not see or did not care to acknowledge. He instead called out to Jolly, "Walk on," and they set off with a small lurch. Still feeling a little unbalanced in more ways than one, Beatrice momentarily seized onto the Colonel's arm. She promptly dropped it once she was steadier. "Careful, Bea," she thought to herself. "You left London to escape trouble of the masculine sort. Don't let yourself fall into that trap again," the logical side of her mind cautioned. "No matter how very nice and solid he feels when you grasp onto him, and most definitely do not consider how very striking his profile is set against that grey sky." Unbidden, Beatrice let out a little groan, clenching her hands tighter against that particular train of thought. The Colonel, glancing over, inquired, "Are you in some distress, Miss Hart?" "Of course not," she replied sharply. Just feeling a bit nervous, I expect." She did not elaborate further, particularly as it was the fact that his leg was so very near hers that she could feel it pressing against her through her pelisse, dress and petticoats that was causing a good deal of her nerves. Chapter 19. Gregory had chosen to set off at precisely 8 o'clock for the simple fact that there would likely be very little in the way of traffic along the country roads. That is to say, what little traffic one could expect from the farms outside of York, which was not particularly much. However, he did not want Miss Hart to feel overwhelmed her first time holding the reins. He also did not want her to become impatient, stuck behind an overloaded hay wagon or something. Jolly walked energetically up the drive and passed through the gates to the big house. Easy enough. Gregory encouraged him to turn toward the right, heading westward toward York. When they were settled squarely in the middle of the road, Gregory passed over the reins to a reluctant Miss Hart. "Now, you must hold firmly, but not tightly. A horse's mouth is quite tender," he instructed. "No, You cannot hold them like you are riding, he said, taking her fingers in his hands and arranging them so that she was holding the reins properly. There, he said, satisfied at last. You may find it useful to brace one foot against the front of the footboard there, he said, pointing downward. Despite her misgivings, Miss Hart proved to be an able student, listening with sharp ears and following his instructions with alacrity. She held the reins lightly, but the rest of her was so full of tension that it fairly radiated out from her. Are you ready? Gregory asked, which Miss Hart answered with a single sharp nod. Then you might tell Jolly to walk on. Walk on, Jolly, Miss Hart repeated, and the horse set off at an energetic walk. She relaxed a small amount, her shoulders easing in their rigidity. They continued in silence for a few paces until Gregory noticed Beatrice frowning. What is the matter? Should we not be to one side? Miss Hart asked, looking dubiously at the lane as it stretched out in front of them. Gregory could not help but bark out a laugh. Perhaps if we were driving in London, he said, propping his own foot against the footboard and resting his arm on his knee. Country roads are not so flat and well ordered as the ones in the city. If we try that here, we'll likely tip over into the ditch. Miss Hart tensed up at that, her whole body stiffening again. Warily, she eyed the dank ditch on either side. What shall I do then, if there is another horse on the road? Pass the reins to me, and then take up your customary posture of clinging on for dear life, Gregory replied easily. Miss Hart shot him a dark look, which only made him chuckle again. He did not know how it was, but he found himself relaxing and speaking in ways that he had thought long extinct from his life when he was in her company. She was infuriating and challenging, but she put a spark into his life that made him feel, well, a bit more alive. Just stay focused on the road ahead, he advised, and perhaps snap one rein on Jolly's rump, see if we can't smarten our pace up to a trot. Beatrice did as she was told, and the horse obligingly picked up his feet a bit quicker. This renewed pace, though sedate by most measures, apparently required all of Miss Hart's concentration, for she fell silent, her eyes riveted to the road. Gregory watched her for a few moments, contemplating. Now is likely as ever to get a straight answer from her about anything, he mused. She's so focused on the road that she'll not have time for her usual pertly clever answers. Are you looking forward to seeing York again? He asked, all casualness. Again? She repeated. I've not seen it in the first place. I thought that was where you disembarked the postcoach, Gregory asked. It was, but there was little to see. If you recall, I was rather more concerned with ascertaining how I would be making the trek out to your estate, she replied flintily. Ah, right, Gregory winced. The sound of Jolly's hoos on the road filled the silence for a bit. Well, surely you are looking forward to being in a city again. Miss Hart agreed. That is true enough. Though her face was partly hidden behind her grey bonnet, Gregory could just see her cheeks lifting into a smile. Strange that York should seem like a bustling metropolis to me these days. Have you never been outside London, then? I did not say that, Miss Hart said, craning her neck a little to catch a better look at the road ahead. Then you are somewhat travelled? Gregory asked, though it sounded more like a statement. One might say that, yes, she agreed vaguely. Well, Gregory said, changing tact and pretending to brush some imaginary dirt from one of his sleeves. That is a relief. I had half worried you were a poor little homebody. I am certainly not some dowdy provincial, if that is what you're insinuating, Miss Hart retorted, tossing her head. I can assure you I have done my share of travelling, and am sufficiently cultured for your needs. That's all well and good, Gregory said blithely, but you couldn't possibly be as well travelled as myself. He had to bite back a grin, knowing that he was deliberately goading her. Ha-ha, I shouldn't be surprised if I were. Oh, indeed. Let us see, Gregory said, ticking off places on his fingers. "You've certainly been to France. That Parisian snobbery and love of fashion must have suited you like a glove." "Ah, Paris. She taught me many things," Miss Hart replied, her voice softening a little. "I fear that the Paris of my youth has gone away, never to be seen again. I was there before the terror, you see." "I know what you mean," Gregory agreed, also softening a little. "I saw it once as a boy, before the revolution. Next, I saw it was when Robespierre was sending everyone up the scaffolding." "Strange to think that we might have been there at the same time seeing the same things," Miss Hart mused. "But as much as I enjoyed Paris, I preferred Rome and Venice." "Did you?" Gregory asked nonchalantly. He doubted that she realised she had let such a little tidbit of information slip out. "Oh, yes, the sun was absolutely divine," she sighed, clearly reminiscing. "There was something about the place, the drama and the motion of it. Even the paintings and statues looked as if they were constantly moving." "I am rather fond of the region myself," Gregory agreed. "Florence was named for the city, in fact." "Was she really? That is charming," Miss Hart said, her cheeks visible as she smiled again. "Yes, Jane had always wanted to see the city, and I had a posting—" Gregory stopped short, his mouth snapping shut with an audible click of his teeth. He had not said her name aloud for, well, far longer than he could really remember. He had not intended to let that slip out. He was meant to be learning more about Miss Hart, not letting her see his underbelly. But something in Miss Hart's manner tended to put him at ease. Gregory fell silent, neither aware nor caring that his sudden cessation of conversation was not the most polite. Miss Hart did not seem to mind, or she was simply too distracted by driving. Gregory sank into a deep reverie, his memories of the past snatching at him and pulling him under. He was so distracted that he was paying absolutely no mind to the road and did not see the dip on the left side, a perpetual puddle in the lane that was deceptively deeper than it first appeared. He knew it was there, as it was an annual fixture of the springtime road into York, but he was unrooted from the present. It wasn't until they hit the dip with a thud and a creak that Gregory was shaken back to reality. Miss Hart was unsettled from her seat, jolted as the wheel hit the dip. Instinctually, Gregory reached around her with one arm, pulling her closer to himself as he put his hands over hers on the reins. He held her tight as he coaxed Jolly forward, working the trap out gently. It wasn't until they were back on terra firma that Gregory realised the position he had placed them into. Miss Hart was well and truly plastered against him, her shoulder into his chest as his arms were about her. He stared down at her, so near that the brim of his hat brushed against the edge of her bonnet. From this distance, he could see that her green eyes were flecked with brown. It had not been a particularly perilous event, nothing more than the tribulations of driving on country roads. But his heart was pounding as if he had just ridden out across a battlefield. He felt as if he could not pull enough air into his lungs, though he was breathing hard. Miss Hart was very, very still, also staring up at him with a kind of softness that he had not seen on her waking face before. It would be the easiest thing in the world to wrap my arm tighter about her waist, to pull her even closer. Some forbidden part of his brain thought wildly. The strangest thing was that for a chaotic, unaccountable moment, Gregory really did think that he was simply going to do so. The moment stretched between them, eyes locked together as much as their hands were. There were a scant few inches between their faces. All that Gregory would have to do is to dip his head to reach across that smallest of spaces, and then his lips would be pressed against hers. "Clear the road!" The voice, thick with a Yorkshire accent, called from behind them, loud enough to startle. It was punctuated by dogs barking, and underneath that, the lowing of cows. Gregory glanced over his shoulder and saw a farmer coming up the lane with a small herd of cows, a pair of dogs trotting around them to keep them all together. Jolly, hearing the sound of dogs, pinned his ears flat against his head and stamped a hoof. The moment thoroughly broken, both Gregory and Miss Hart seemed to come to their senses at the same time. Wordlessly, they separated, subtly readjusting their respective coats and hats. Gregory took up the reins and called to Jolly, who was only too eager to be off again. The silence continued, even as York came more fully into view, the spires of the great church towering over the rest of the town. Gregory began to have a sinking sensation in the pit of his stomach, like someone had lobbed a cannonball into him, that he had overstepped his bounds. He glanced over to Miss Hart and was surprised by the expression on her face. It was neither cross nor offended, but some manner of introspective. Her eyes were distant, and she seemed to be contemplative more than anything. Gregory decided to let her be, resolving that he would provide an apology the instant it appeared that she was receptive to one. As they crossed into the boundaries of the city proper, he could feel Miss Hart attempting to pull away. This was not easily done, as the seat of the trap was small, but she seemed determined to put space between them. Gregory obliged her, shifting over himself. The gap was minuscule, but it may as well have been a canyon, for the way that it felt. Chapter 20. Foolish, foolish girl, Beatrice berated herself silently as the hunting trap rattled over the cobblestone streets of York. She kept her left hand wrapped tightly about the little bar on the side of the seat, and her right hand clenched in her lap. Her eyes remained fixed straight ahead, refusing to even glance in Gregory's direction. She didn't understand it. She had never been so susceptible to a man before. It was not as if he were even the sort of man that she would ordinarily be interested in, though obviously not a poor man by any stretch of the imagination. He was not one of the sickeningly wealthy rakes that she usually found herself entangled with piles of money to burn. He was stiff and cold, humourless at times even. And yet, with very little provocation, he had shown flashes of the man he must have been once, a younger self that lay buried beneath layers of grief. She suspected that there was quite the reserve of passion beneath his stony exterior. Why, all that she had to do was... No, you stop that this instant, she snapped to her runaway imagination. But it was not only her overactive imagination that had her sitting in statuesque silence. Today had been the second time when someone had come up on them in a position that could easily be interpreted as compromising. Now, here in York, there were dozens, hundreds of eyes on her at any given moment. It was doubtful that anyone would recognise her as she was, in her modest and drab governess's guise, but she did not wish to take that chance. Moreover, she refused to allow her reputation to be tainted so thoroughly again. They pulled to a stop at last in front of a draper's shop, the windows stuffed full of bolts of fabric. Despite her trepidation, the sight gladdened Beatrice a little. She was a consummate shopper, generally considering it to be her other great talent in life besides dancing. Muslin would be a good choice for Florence, particularly that lovely sprigged one. Ah, and direct from Dhaka too, Beatrice thought gleefully. Oh, and the printed cottons. Perhaps we might dig a little into our wages and... Miss Hart? The Colonel asked. Startled, Beatrice blinked down at him. He had exited the trap, having tied Jolly securely to a hitching post, and was now standing on the street looking up at her expectantly. Quickly, she gathered her skirt in one hand, pulling it discreetly to the side, and angling her feet so that she could slide out of the trap. She hesitated, however, peering down dubiously at the street. It was paved stone and slick with cold rain, and sloped upward to meet the shop doors. Ever since she had injured her ankle over a year ago, she was somewhat wary of placing herself in harm's way again, in such a way that could limit her ability to earn. She sincerely doubted her ability to climb down with any skill too. "If I may?" the colonel asked, lifting his hands up to offer her assistance. Beatrice stared at him for a moment as if his hands were some kind of hunting trap, ready to spring closed around her. It wasn't as if she had a lot of options, really. She glanced about quickly, ascertaining that the street was not overly crowded. Quickly, she nodded and rose, bracing herself with her hands on either side of the trap. With surprising gentleness, the colonel took Beatrice by the waist, hoisting her down as if she weighed no more than a hat box. Her hands automatically went to his shoulders, and the way that they fit so naturally, there did nothing to put Beatrice's mind at ease. She knew that she ought to not look at him. Looking directly at any man in public would be enough to be considered provoking, but she could not help herself. Slowly, perhaps more slowly than necessary, the colonel settled her gently on the ground. As the street was uneven, she clung to him briefly for a moment as she righted herself, taking a moment to ensure that her pelisse had not gotten caught up on the trap. When she turned back to look up at the colonel, she found that he was still staring down at her. Reflexively, feeling a little unsettled, Beatrice bit her lower lip, and his eyes flicked down to her mouth, following the motion. Quickly, Beatrice darted her eyes around again. There was no one really paying them much mind, but she could not help but feel that there were dozens of unseen eyes on her. "Are you all right?" the colonel asked, still studying her. "Yes, thank you. I believe I can stand upright just fine now," she replied brusquely, releasing his arms. The colonel nodded, stepping back as much as the strangely sloped street would allow. Beatrice busied herself with ensuring that her dress wasn't horribly creased, brushing it down so that she would not have to meet the colonel's eyes. "I understand that this is the best draper in the city," he said, nodding toward the shop in question when she had stood back upright. "Yes, good," she said, nodding. "I think perhaps it would be best if we conducted our business separately," she continued quietly. She glanced significantly up and down the street again, her eyes tilting upward to take in the dozens of windows of the apartments set over shops. "I would not want any unkind gossip to follow us. You, home." The colonel frowned a little, but followed the direction of her gaze. He nodded after a moment, then touched the brim of his hat. "Very well, then. I am sure that I might occupy myself for a while. Shall I meet you back here in an hour?" "I will need to visit the dressmaker when done at the draper's," Beatrice reminded him. "True, but I can't have you wandering the streets of York on your own," he countered. "At the least, you will not wish to carry bolts of fabric that far." Beatrice hesitated, considering. At last she nodded. Looking satisfied, but not content, the colonel touched the brim of his hat and turned on his heel to stroll down the street. Despite her insistence that they not appear to be overly familiar, she still could not help but watch him go, feeling his absence very keenly. Without him there, she was very aware that she was without any real protection, no connections or friends that she could call upon this far north. But it was more than this. She found that she had grown rather used to his company, enjoyed it even. Oh, he was an infuriating man, but she found that she liked teasing him and riling him far more than she had any other man. Of course, it could have been as simple as he would not just agree with whatever she said out of hand, in the hopes that she would bestow favour upon him. It did not help her feelings in the least that the moment she stepped out into the street, Beatrice had the strangest feeling, as if there really was someone watching her keenly. Quickly, she darted across the street, ducking into the draper's shop. Once within, she forgot her troubles in a hurry. Though small, the little draper's shop clearly specialised in quality over quantity. At every turn, Beatrice was delighted to find muslins, velvets, silks, brocades and printed cottons that would have satisfied even the haughtiest of customers. The draper himself, a little man with wisps of white hair sticking out all over his head, approached Beatrice with deference, his hands folded together. He was impeccably dressed, with neat little silver buckles on his shoes, his wardrobe completely at odds with his wild hair. "Good day, madame," he said, speaking softly and dipping his head accordingly. "Might I be of service?" "Perhaps," Beatrice said, lifting her chin a little as they took each other's measure. "I require muslin, and a decent quantity of it." "No," she said, stopping the draper as he turned to consider a collection of muslins in a far corner. "Finer than that, something a young lady would be proud to wear." The draper gave Beatrice a small smile. "I can assure you that any young lady would be proud to wear my wares, but I commend you for having a fine eye at such a distance." Beatrice arched an eyebrow at "wear my wares," but otherwise did not comment. Like a great lady, she settled herself into one of the padded chairs, reserved for genteel customers, and looked at the draper expectantly. The draper hesitated, taking in Beatrice again. She knew exactly what he was thinking, that she was dressed awful plainly to be requesting such finery. She stared right back at him, pursing her lips and narrowing her eyes slightly, but refusing to lower her chin from its regal bearing. The draper inclined his own head, nodding. She had clearly passed whatever judgment he was attempting to make. "If I might know more about the young lady in question?" he asked gently. This was a diplomatic way of ascertaining the age of the customer, and indicated to Beatrice that he was willing to take her seriously. She rewarded his prudence with a smile. "She is a young lady of means who will soon be entering society," she explained. "She is quite a comely little thing, and her father is anxious that she be arrayed in a manner befitting her station." The draper absorbed this, his eyes darting to look out the large front window to the street, and then back to Beatrice. "Bless my soul," he exclaimed, his face stretching into a wide smile. "I thought that was Colonel Hillmot I saw, but I was half convinced my eyes were playing tricks on me. We've not seen him in our shop since poor Mrs. Hillmot," he said, his face growing a little wistful. "You knew her then?" Beatrice asked, intrigued despite herself. The chance to learn anything about the mysterious late Mrs. Hillmot and the Colonel of the past was an opportunity not to be passed up. "Oh, yes, madam," the draper said, pausing as he was in the midst of sorting through some bolts of muslin. "A loyal customer, she was. I was called out to the manor many times to display my wares. She had a real taste for curtains, I can tell you that much for certain," he mused. "What was she like?" Beatrice pressed. "A bright, lively thing to be sure," he answered, pulling out a bolt of muslin. Considering, and then replacing it. "When she died, it was like she took the sunshine from the county with her." Beatrice said nothing, but wondered silently at how a man as stoic as the Colonel had managed to find himself with such a woman. The only logical conclusion was that he was much altered by the death of Mrs. Hillmot. It was a true pity for the girls, then, that they had not only lost their mother, but had also lost their father in a sense. "This one, I think," the draper announced, interrupting Beatrice's thoughts. Gently, he unspooled some exceedingly fine muslin and laid it across Beatrice's lap for her to examine. Gingerly, she lifted the snowy fabric, holding it up to the light. It was so light it almost floated aloft, sprigged with delicate blossoms. Secretly, Beatrice was thrilled, but she frowned as she considered it. It would not do to let the draper know how much she liked it. "This is darker muslin, yes?" "Oh, yes, madame, only the finest in my shop," the draper replied proudly. "Very well," Beatrice relented. "We shall require 10 yards. "Very good, madame," the draper said, whisking the fabric away. "I shall be but a moment. Muslin this fine requires thread pulling, not simply blind cutting." Beatrice nodded her assent. It would take longer, but would guarantee a perfectly straight cut. Satisfied, she rose and began to browse again, idly letting her hands brush over silks and velvets. It was impossible to keep a tiny sigh from escaping her lips as she felt their smooth textures and saw the myriad colours available. It felt as if it had been an age since she had worn something other than plain linen or wool. "What beauties you are," she thought wistfully, "and I shall never know you better." Her melancholy was interrupted as her hand brushed over a short pile of silk velvet. Dark, dark red, so dark that it was almost impossible to tell that it was red in the dim light of the shop. It was clearly superior to all the others it was nestled with, resembling nothing so much as garnets or rubies burnished to a shine. Beatrice could feel her eyes widen as she beheld the fabric. Unable to help herself, she lifted the bolt and allowed a small length of it to drape over her arm. It fell beautifully, like a vermilion waterfall. It was begging to be made into a fine gown, a robing at the least that would cascade down the back and pleated into— "You've quite an eye for quality, if I may say so, madam," the draper said. He was behind his cutting stable, delicately picking up a single thread with a pin across the entire width of the fabric. He had evidently spotted Beatrice admiring the velvet. "That velvet's direct from the master's loom in Italy," he continued, bent over his task. "That workshop was commissioned to weave tapestries in velvet and silk for the Doge's palace in Venice." "I believe it," Beatrice murmured, running a hand fondly across the velvet one last time before sighing and replacing it. The bell above the door tinkled then, and Beatrice did not need to turn around to know that it was the Colonel. Though the smell from the street was undeniable, there was no mistaking the faint whiff of tobacco and patchouli that seemed to constantly follow him. "Ah, Colonel Hillmot," the draper said, smiling up at the Colonel. "I can't tell you how it gladdens my heart to see you again. And Miss Hillmot, ready to enter society. I can't countenance it, such a little sprite of a girl fully grown. Every year the ladies coming in my shop get younger. Whereas you are quite unchanged, I'm sure," the Colonel replied dryly, which wrested a raspy, coughing laugh from the draper, like leaves scuttling down the street. "Have you had success then?" "I believe so, sir," Beatrice replied, casting a last longing glance at the velvet. Curiosity on his face, the Colonel stepped closer to Beatrice, dropping his voice lower. "I hesitate to ask exactly what you have had success with, if the expression on your face when I walked in was any indication." Beatrice, unimpressed, gave him a dour look, which only made one side of his mouth lift in a grin. "Nothing terribly exciting," she answered, consciously taking a step back. Though the draper appeared busy, she had little doubt that he saw everything that went on in his shop. "I was simply admiring the fine quality fabrics this good man has in stock," she said a little louder, prompting a proud smile from the draper. "Oh?" the Colonel asked, tilting his head, catching sight of the velvet in question. "Ah, I see?" "What can I say? It's my favourite colour," Beatrice said, smiling a little wistfully, "but not particularly practical for a governess." At that last word, a wall seemed to come down over the Colonel's face. He appeared to remember himself, and he stepped back even farther from Beatrice. His arms folded behind his back in his customary posture, his spine as rigid as his expression. Beatrice was sorry to see this transformation, and mentally kicked herself for tarnishing their outing in such a way. This feeling persisted as they made their way to the dressmaker's. The Colonel kept his distance from Beatrice, allowing her to do all the negotiating with the dressmaker. A fitting was arranged once a toile was prepared for Florence to try on later in the week. This lent itself to the already disturbed sensation that had haunted Beatrice for much of her time in York that day. Though it had not been all that long that she had been out of the public view, she had grown unaccustomed to the feeling of eyes upon her. Yet every moment that she stepped out onto the street, it felt as if some unseen predator was watching her, biding its time. "Don't be silly," she snapped harshly at herself. "You've far more important things to worry about than some unseen phantom." It was easy enough to chalk up her unease to reading scary books late at night. Surely that's all that it was. Chapter 21. From the moment that the modiste entered the house, Florence was a bit beside herself with excitement. Though she endeavoured to retain the cool, mature composure that she had worked hard to cultivate, she was unable to stop herself from clapping her hands and bouncing excitedly on her toes. Beatrice did not see much point in rebuking her for this, as she understood the impulse all too well. In addition to the light muslin, Beatrice had also selected a polished cotton in a lilac colour that would complement Florence's colouring well. It was in this silesia that she also had a new Sunday dress made, which was an integral part of her plan. Now, new dresses are just the first step, Beatrice said, circling Florence with a sharp eye, as she stood up on a stool so that the modiste could adjust her hem. First step? Florence asked, craning her neck around so that she might better see herself in the mirror. Certainly, Beatrice said with a firm nod. All the pretty dresses in the world shan't help you if you've nowhere to wear them. Oh. Florence's face fell a bit at that realization. Then I suppose that's it then, for I've no friends and nowhere to wear them. I refuse to believe that, Beatrice said with a dismissive wave of her hand. You haven't lived shut up in this house like a hermit for your whole life. Florence tilted her head, looking thoughtful in a manner so like her father that Beatrice nearly laughed aloud. I used to play with Anne Fitzroy regularly, but that was years ago now. I doubt that she would remember me. Why? Do you think yourself so forgettable? Beatrice gently teased with a smile. Florence gave her a doubting look, and Beatrice quickly patted her on the shoulder. Not to worry, she reassured her. I am certain that we will find a way to renew your acquaintance with her. Do you not see her anywhere? The only place I see anyone is at church on Sundays, Florence grumped, holding her right arm out straight at the modiste's prodding. Well, that's a fine start. Why shouldn't you speak to her on Sunday? Beatrice asked pragmatically. Because father always hurries us out as if the building is burning down around our ears, Florence retorted, and Beatrice had to nod in agreement with that, where most people would spend some minutes outside of the church exchanging pleasantries and news. The colonel shepherded his family and household into the waiting wagons like a sheepdog. You let me worry about the colonel, Beatrice said with much more confidence than she actually felt. You focus instead on Miss Fitzroy. But won't it be awkward if I just begin speaking to her after so many years? I can't just pretend that no time has passed. Florence turned around again at the modiste's urging, this time holding her other arm out as a shoulder seam was adjusted. Oh, tish tosh, Beatrice said, taking out Florence's small collection of spooled ribbons. She uncoiled a yellow one first, holding it up to her face, and considering before shaking her head and replacing it. Firstly, you do not know that Miss Fitzroy has not missed your company as much as you have missed hers. Secondly, in my experience, young ladies are not so intractable as that. Well, how would you go about it then? Florence asked dubiously. Begin by paying her a compliment, Beatrice said, holding up another length of ribbon, this time in royal blue, embroidered with little yellow flowers. Oh, Florence, this colour is truly spectacular with your colouring. Do you think so? Florence asked, preening a little. I most certainly do, Beatrice assured her. See, instantly disarming. Just make it something small and genuine. Oh, that is clever. Florence's face lit up. Speak to her as if you are already friends, and she will follow suit. Then you might invite her over for tea, Beatrice said, recoiling the ribbons and putting them into the little box. Would father allow that? Florence breathed, clearly enchanted by the idea. Oh, to host someone at tea, such a thoroughly grown-up notion. I will speak to him, Beatrice smiled, patting Florence reassuringly on the forearm. Before you know it, you shall have a whole society of young ladies. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Beatrice was as good as her word, though it could not be said that she did not feel some trepidation at approaching the Colonel. Ever since their trip into York, Beatrice had felt that they were out of step with one another, as if they were both attempting to dance just a beat behind one another. It was frustrating, as if Beatrice could not catch the rhythm of the dance, or perhaps vice versa. Still, she came on business on one of her girls' behalf, which gave her courage. Taking a bit of her own advice, she simply sallied forth into the library as if nothing were amiss. "I should like to have a word, Colonel Hillmot," she announced as she opened the library door. To her surprise, the Colonel was not at his desk, but was standing with his back to her, staring out of a window. At her intrusion, he glanced backward over his shoulder, and after a moment's hesitation, nodded his assent without turning around to face her. Refusing to be put off by his brusque manner, she walked right up to the desk, her customary boundary in the library. "Miss Florence would like to entertain some young ladies at tea," she said, taking the opportunity to inspect the surface of the Colonel's desk. Curious by nature, she was delighted by all of the little things put in such rigid order. Without even really thinking on it, she reached out and nudged the quill and penknife so that instead of laying perfectly parallel, they now touched at the tips. "Young ladies? Which young ladies?" the Colonel demanded. Though he did not turn to address her, Beatrice could hear the frown in his voice. "Respectable young ladies from the neighbourhood that you will find no fault with," Beatrice replied, sighing. "Well, other than they are likely to be prone to chatter and giggling, which will surely disrupt your household to an irreparable degree." "And when is this tea to take place?" "Well, that's the crux of it," Beatrice said, her eyes lighting on an open pocket watch on a ribbon fob. She picked it up, admiring the beautifully engraved back and enamelled cover. "You must find a way to occupy yourself on Sunday, so that we are not sprinting out of church as we usually do." "What? Why? The church is a house of worship, not a conversation parlour," the Colonel argued, turning around and giving Beatrice an exasperated look that she readily ignored as she continued her explorations of the things on the desk. "It's important to Miss Florence," Beatrice replied readily. "She is lonely, and really, you've two choices in the matter. She will be deprived of feminine company and the society of others her own age, and the moment she comes of age, she will be off like a shot to find her own. Or you allow her some friends, and she is more inclined to think kindly of you in your old age." Having concluded her little speech, Beatrice's eyes fell on the Colonel's pipe, laid to one side of the desk. Her eyes immediately widened, and her mouth opened in a silent ooh of interest. She plucked it up boldly, balancing it by the stem and bowl between her fingers, and brought it to her nose. She inhaled deeply, for though it was empty, it was still redolent with the warm smells of vanilla and tobacco. She smiled as the smell hit her nose, sighing appreciatively as a wine connoisseur might over a freshly opened bottle. "Oh, for heaven's sake," the Colonel said, clearly put out. He stepped forward in one great stride and snatched the pipe away from Beatrice, startling her. "You are worse than a cat. Get away with you before you make things further untidy." Beatrice, very much unbothered, merely gave the Colonel a grin. "Perhaps you need a little untidying in your life," she replied, the words slipping out without her notice. The Colonel stared at her, and she soldiered on, refusing to be upended. "Besides, it isn't my fault. You really do have the most appealing blend," she said, nodding toward his pipe. "It smells divine." The Colonel, as if seeing his pipe for the first time, stared down at it. "I did not think ladies cared for the smell of a pipe," was all that he managed. Beatrice shrugged. "I knew more than a few ladies who smoked them in St. Petersburg." The Colonel's head snapped back up and he stared at Beatrice, clearly unsure if she was having him on or spoke earnestly. She merely gave him another enigmatic smile, then, in a casual, sweeping tone, said, "Well then, I will tell Miss Florence that she might invite some young ladies over then." She turned and was halfway out the door, hoping to exit before the Colonel could naysay her, when she felt a hand lock about her wrist and halt her. "Oh, no, you don't," the colonel said, his voice deep in his chest, reeling her back in as if she were a fish. "I'm onto you and your wiles, Miss Hart." "Me?" Beatrice asked, languidly blinking at the colonel in a picture of innocence. "Whatever do you mean, sir?" "I've learned your tactics," the colonel said, pointing at her with the stem of the pipe he still held in his free hand. "You seek to discombobulate me with your shenanigans, and when I am thoroughly distracted, you take the chance to simply do as you please. Well, it shan't work this time, Miss Hart." Beatrice, unable to help herself, allowed her lips to curl up in a defiant, coy little smile. Her green eyes, already a fetching picture as they sparkled with mischief, became heavy-lidded. "Well, I am a little disappointed you figured me out, but pleased it took you so long." "Ha!" the colonel said, jabbing the pipe in her direction again. "You've been fortunate so far. Now that I know what you are about, you shan't get away with so much again." Beatrice, undaunted, had to resist the compulsion to bite the pipe stem, seizing it in her teeth as she did so. Her eyes flicked down as if she meant to do that very thing, and the colonel, as if realizing how close they were standing, straightened and shifted backward a little. "That's what you think," Beatrice said archly. "You assume I haven't a dozen other means at my disposal to get what I want." "Get thee hence, you impudent baggage," the colonel said without any real ire, finally releasing Beatrice's arm. "Good gods, what sort of governess have I brought into my home?" His eyes narrowed. "What precisely are you teaching my girls?" he demanded suspiciously. Unable to stop herself from another grin, Beatrice cheekily replied, "How to run rings around you, naturally." "Oh, good. Then there will be 4 of you about the house," he groaned, returning to the chair behind his desk and sinking heavily into it. Beatrice shrugged, unrepentant. "It's a skill to serve them in better stead than darning stockings. That I can assure you." "I somehow do not doubt that." Chapter 22. The very next Sunday dawned bright and clear, without a trace of the grey skies and rain that had dominated the scenery for weeks. In the fields, lambs and calves gambolled about, while seemingly overnight, an explosion of wildflowers bloomed as if a madman had run riot with a painter's brush. All across the county, farmers nodded with satisfaction, as fields began to show green fingers reaching skyward. Even to Beatrice's decidedly urban eye, it was a pleasing sight. The girls were dressed and prepared for church in quick order, needing less encouragement to get moving when the weather was fine. Beatrice, too, dressed with slightly more enthusiasm than on other mornings. She was not particularly religious, being vaguely Anglican like most other English citizens, but Sunday was the one day of the week when she might realistically be allowed to shed her drab governess's weeds. Even so, she had to carefully dress in a manner that did not draw too much attention to herself, as she was still a governess. Bearing that in mind, she dressed in an amber-coloured linen dress that was pleated becomingly at the bust and waist. The long sleeves tapered becomingly to her wrists, and were embroidered with small blue flowers. She opted for practical walking boots as ever, but tied her stockings up with pretty blue ribbons beneath her knees, instead of the usual plain white linen ribbons, simply because she could. As if fairly daring the weather to turn, she swapped her grey woolen bonnet for a jaunty straw poke bonnet. This she tied under her chin with a dark green ribbon that set off her eyes nicely. She pulled on burnished dark brown leather gloves that matched her boots, and the girls all declared her ready. Though she was conscious of her own appearance, much of Beatrice's time that morning was devoted to Florence. The girl donned her new lilac dress, tied about the waist with a spring green ribbon. Carefully, Beatrice arranged the girl's long dark blonde hair into a style that was half up, with a little bun on the back of her head. The rest was left to cascade about her shoulders, which seemed a good compromise to her father's reluctance to allow her to put her hair fully up. A dark green capelet and gloves completed her ensemble, and Florence turned about in front of her mirror a few times, as if unable to be sure that she was really seeing herself. "You look a picture, Florence," Sophia breathed, her eyes wide and enchanted, "like a real lady." "Not entirely," Florence said, frowning down at her hem, which still ended just above her boots. "One step at a time," Beatrice reassured her, touching her shoulder. "Nothing good has ever been accomplished by rushing. Besides, Sophia is quite right. You make for a very charming picture this morning." "You look a pip, Florence," Eliza chimed in. Mollified, Florence preened under their attentions. With head held high, she made her way to the waiting wagon that they would all pile into. Beatrice followed after her, the other girls in tow, and could not help but smile a little at Florence's newfound confidence. The Colonel, as always, awaited them at the bottom of the stairs, pacing impatiently. His pacing halted, however, the moment that he caught sight of Florence descending down to meet him. A positively stricken expression flitted across his face, but was quickly replaced with a softer, more sentimental one. "Well, father?" Florence demanded, pausing at the bottom of the stairs before him. She gave a little twirl, her caplet flaring out a little. "Am I presentable?" Beatrice, watching the Colonel closely, saw him swallow hard before answering. His posture immediately straightened, and he folded his arms behind his back. "Yes," he said with a stiff nod. "I believe you are." With that, they all piled into the wagonette, the household servant stuffed into another wagon behind them. A brief cloud passed over Florence's face, and when Beatrice inquired what was wrong, she sighed. "I wish we didn't have to arrive in a wagonette. A carriage is so much more elegant." "And impractical," the Colonel replied from his position next to the driver. "Your father is right," Beatrice agreed. "A carriage may look nicer, but with all of us squashed in one together, your dress would be creased in a trice." That concern settled, the rest of the drive to church passed quickly. They were settled into their pew box in short order, with Beatrice being permitted to sit at the far end, the girls in the middle, and the Colonel nearest the little door. Neither the vicar nor the Colonel brooked any conversation during the sermon, which made conversation a challenge, but not impossible. "Do you see Miss Fitzroy?" Beatrice asked Florence, barely moving her lips. "Yes," Florence replied, using the rustle of the pages of prayer books to cover her voice. "3 rows up, to the right." Beatrice took the opportunity to study Miss Fitzroy. She had round pink cheeks and straw-coloured hair, worn braided and coiled at the back of her head. She looked every inch the daughter of a country gentleman, with a sort of rural genteelness in her bearing and look. Beatrice doubted that her country manners would allow her to refuse an invitation extended by Florence. She was sat between a gentleman with locks of red hair peeking out from beneath his hat, and a woman who could not be anyone but her mother. They both had the same round milkmaid's face, though the mother's showed creases about the mouth. "Is that her father sitting there with her?" Beatrice asked. Florence glanced over, then shook her head. "That is her uncle, Mr. James Fitzroy. Her father died a few years ago." "How dutiful of him to see to his late brother's family," Beatrice commented. "Well," Florence said, leaning in a little closer, "that's the scandal there. It's said that he is in love with the widow Fitzroy." "Is he indeed?" Beatrice looked upon the trio with renewed interest. Good gossip, particularly of the romantic kind, always helped to pass the time as the vicar droned on from the pulpit. "And it is believed the widow Fitzroy returns his affections," Florence continued in a whisper. "But of course, they cannot marry." "Ah, of course," Beatrice nodded. "It was illegal in England for a man to marry his dead brother's wife." "Ah, him," the Colonel said, pointedly clearing his throat. The sound echoed off the stone walls of the church, which caused more than a few heads to swivel to look back at them. Beatrice, without thinking, raised her prayer book the moment the Colonel made an utterance, so that her face was covered by the time eyes turned in her direction. Florence, blushing a little, followed suit a second later. They remained silent for the rest of the service, with Florence doing an admirable job of projecting all signs of paying rapt attention. Even as she mouthed along to the hymns, Beatrice felt her eyes sliding over to the unlucky Fitzroy clan. She did not know them, but their plight touched her. Perhaps it was due to her own failed romances. Beatrice could not claim to be particularly pious, but even she felt compelled to offer up a silent prayer that they might somewhere, somehow, find happiness together. When the service was concluded, the congregation filed out of doors, blinking in the spring sunshine. As always, the colonel made a beeline for the wagonette, expecting all others to follow along behind him in quick order. Beatrice, however, discreetly caught him by the sleeve, gently halting him before he could hastily cross the churchyard. He sighed, and with the air of a man suffering, went to stand beneath an ancient twisted apple tree that had long given up providing any fruit. Leaning against the trunk with one shoulder, he crossed his arms over his chest, one leg crossed over the other at the ankle. Florence, meanwhile, appeared to be gathering her courage. Beatrice, Eliza and Sophia watched as she approached Miss Fitzroy's back, raised her hand as if to tap her on the shoulder, then turned about at the last moment. This occurred 2 more times as the little party watched on. "She's not very good at this," Eliza commented. "Give her a moment, she might—" "Oh, no, she's waffled again," Beatrice sighed. "Why is it so difficult for her?" Sophia asked. "Well," Beatrice said, "I suppose, because when you are older, you must account for manners more." "Manners seem boring," Sophia pronounced with all the philosophical weight a girl of 10 could give her words. Beatrice was a little inclined to agree, and decided it was time to interfere. Without hesitating, she walked right up to Miss Fitzroy, her arm reaching right past a hesitating Florence, and tapped the other girl gently on the arm. She never stopped walking, much to Florence's open-mouthed shock, breezing right on past the pair of girls, without Miss Fitzroy being any wiser. This left Beatrice standing in the shade of the church, close enough to hear and observe. "Yes?" Miss Fitzroy asked, turning round. "Why, Florence, that is Miss Hillmot. Is that you?" Yes, hello, Anne, Miss Fitzroy. I was so glad to see you today," Florence said haltingly, soldiering through her words despite the awkwardness. "Well, we are here every Sunday, so it shouldn't be surprising that we were here," Miss Fitzroy replied evenly, with a small smile. "I'm glad that you are," Florence said, stepping a little closer. "You are the one bright spot in church every Sunday." Miss Fitzroy blinked at Florence, clearly caught off guard. Thank you, I'm sure." "I am also happy to see you because I wish to extend an invitation," Florence continued, gaining in confidence as she spoke. Beatrice could not keep a proud smirk from her own face as she watched her charge find her footing. "I was hoping you might join me for tea tomorrow afternoon." "Oh," Miss Fitzroy said, her blinking reaching new levels of rapidity. "I would love that. Though," she said, lowering her voice and glancing round, "Mother will insist on sending her maid, as I am not out yet." Florence nodded sympathetically. "What if I asked Miss Winthrop and Miss Constable to join us?" Miss Fitzroy asked, brightening a little. "Their company is so diverting, and I think that you will find them as enchanting as I do." "I should be delighted," Florence answered easily, smiling as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Why don't you all come at 2:00? "I shall send a note tomorrow morning if it seems we shall be joining you," Miss Fitzroy answered properly. Florence accepted this with a grand nod. Both girls stared at one another for a moment, and then dissolved into a fit of giggles. Beatrice could not help but smile at them too. So focused was she on the heart-warming scene of girlish friendship, that she did not notice the cassocked vicar sidling right up to her until he spoke. "You are governess to Colonel Hillmot's daughters, are you not?" he asked, his voice thin and reedy. Beatrice, a little startled, quickly dropped a curtsy as she was expected to. "I am, Reverend," she replied. He hummed, his mouth pulling down at the corners. "It would appear that frivolity is catching." he said, nodding toward Florence, who had her head close together with Miss Fitzroy's, the two of them engaged in whispered confidence. Behind them, Sophia and Eliza were both preoccupied with attempting to catch a dragonfly. I had hoped that as a governess you might set a better example. You are not the first to tell me that, Reverend, and I dare say that you shan't be the last, Beatrice answered breezily. Despite her easy words, Beatrice felt a little prickle on the back of her neck. She had not wanted to attract any more attention than was necessary in the neighbourhood, and she suspected that she had just placed herself firmly in the vicar's sights. Chapter 23. The table that Florence laid out, with Beatrice's assistance, could not be described as anything other than charming. She had chosen the front sitting room, which, though small, was well appointed. In defiance of the housekeeper's fretting about sunlight bleaching the wall coverings, they had thrown open the shutters again. The tea table was laid with a fine white tablecloth with lace edging and piled high with cucumber sandwiches and a selection of small but finely made cakes and buns. Beatrice had supplied the tea, having purchased it while in York, a fragrant jasmine blend that perfumed the room. Sophia and Eliza had been duly sequestered in the nursery with bribes of extra reading time and a promise of any leftover cake. Florence, nearly beside herself with anxiety over the arrangements, took turns alternately pacing and standing beside the table. Every so often she would brush her hands down the skirt of her white muslin dress, convinced that she had managed to soil it somehow while standing or pacing. Beatrice observed all of this coolly, reasoning that, if she was unruffled by proceedings, then Florence would naturally follow suit. She adjusted the settings a little, eyeing the table with a critical eye. "Is everything all right? Do you think they will still come?" Florence asked for the dozenth time since the luncheon. "Everything is fine," Beatrice repeated automatically, "and of course they will come. Miss Fitzroy sent a note saying so." "But what of the table? It is laid properly, isn't it?" Florence asked, wringing her fingers a little as she came to inspect it again. "I should hate for it to look like a children's party." "Florence," Beatrice replied evenly, arching an eyebrow at her, "do you believe I would lay an unfashionable table?" When Florence shook her head vehemently, Beatrice nodded smugly. "Exactly so. Your table would fit right into the best drawing room in London." Florence looked relieved for a moment, then began pacing again. Beatrice sighed a little, but did not waylay her. The door to the sitting room cracked openly, almost silently, unheard by Florence over her pacing. Beatrice glanced behind herself to see the Colonel peeking in, surveying the scene. He caught Beatrice's eye, and with a lift of his brows, indicated that he wished to speak with her. Beatrice, not wishing to alarm Florence, walked backward silently, finding her way surely with her toes as she stepped. "What is it?" she hissed at the Colonel, knowing that his interfering would surely put additional strain on the fragile scaffolding of Florence's mood. "How's it all going?" he asked, his eyes darting around again. "Fine," Beatrice whispered back. "They haven't arrived yet, but the table is laid and everything is prepared." "And Florence?" "She's fine too," Beatrice reassured him. He gave Florence a significant look and then turned his eyes back to Beatrice. "Yes, well, she's fine, but for some nerves," Beatrice amended. "Some nerves?" the Colonel demanded. "I can hear her pacing from across the house." "It's a good sign," Beatrice said, folding her arms over herself. "It means that she is concerned for her performance and that she wishes to be a good hostess." The Colonel arched a brow sceptically, but did not say anything more. He turned to go, and Beatrice stopped him with a hand on his sleeve. "Wait a moment," she asked, her own eyes narrowing. "What are you doing here? I thought you had disavowed being within a mile of this little party. I fully expected you to be holed up in some public house until it was over." The Colonel, covering the fact that he was obviously caught, lifted his chin aristocratically. "Well, I just That is, it occurred to me that it would be the kind thing to do to ascertain that there weren't any difficulties. Difficulties? Beatrice repeated. She scrutinised him with narrowed eyes, and then a smile spread across her face as realisation hit. You were concerned about Florence, she half whispered, half laughed. You wanted to be sure she was a success. Oh no, don't you give me that dour look, Beatrice admonished as the Colonel's face creased. You might be able to scare the maids with that face, but it shan't work on me. For all your protests and misgivings, you wanted today to go well. And what if I did? The Colonel demanded, turning his face aside a little so that the scarred half was away from Beatrice. Shouldn't a father be concerned with his daughter's success? Oh, to be sure, Beatrice agreed, letting herself soften just a bit in her teasing. You should let your support be no more, however. You mean to Florence? Yes, of course, but also I don't think it would hurt for everyone to know that you support her endeavours. Beatrice paused, feeling a little daring. It's a charming thing to see, she concluded, casting her eyes down for a moment before withdrawing to tend to Florence again. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. For all of Florence's fretting, her guests arrived precisely on time. As promised, all came with a maid or governess in tow, as was only proper. The lone exception to this was Miss Constable, who had the great distinction of being out in society at 16 years old, who brought her own lady's maid with her, much to the envy of the others. Beatrice, hovering in the background, saw that the other governesses and maids were settled at a table of their own in the vestibule outside the sitting room. They were near enough to be able to see and hear their charges, but far enough away that they would not feel as if they were being minded like children. There was a selection of plain sandwiches and tea, served in a ceramic pot, and the tablecloth was a plain white linen, but the servants were all pleased by the courtesy nonetheless. With one ear attuned to the open door, Beatrice invited the others to sit. She was pleased to hear that conversation began to flow easily among their charges, and she released a breath she did not realise she had been holding. Looking about her own table, she wondered if conversation would be as easy between their own set. Beatrice had not been a governess long enough to learn that servants will always find some common ground to open conversation over. In fact, it was far, far easier for them to converse with one another, as they all had some idea as to the nature of their lives. It is a real treat to be back at the manor house again, Miss Fitzroy's governess, a Miss Amelia Winchester, said politely. She was a woman of middling years, older than Beatrice, but not in her dotage. Her face was thin, and she had the appearance of one whom life has washed all the colour out of. Ah, of course, you've been here before, Beatrice replied, pouring tea for all of them. Oh, yes, the girls were thick as thieves when they were little. Miss Winchester lifted her teacup, sipped, and continued. Of course, the Mrs. and Mrs. Hillmot were quite close as well. So, you knew the late Mrs. Hillmot, then? What was she like? Beatrice asked, feeling secure in asking for gossip from a fellow servant. Miss Winchester considered. Well, she was a lively, sprightly thing, I can tell you that much for certain. Hardly an occasion passed without her marking it with a picnic or a party. Beatrice glanced about at the dark, largely silent house. It was hard to imagine it ever being full of people and laughter in its present condition. Miss Winthrop's governess, a Miss Samantha Jones, saw Beatrice's doubt and nodded her agreement. Aye, it's true enough, though it be hard to picture it now, she said in thick northern accents. Always a light shining from every window, with music and dancing. Oh, the dancing. Can you remember it, Miss Winchester? That I can, Miss Jones. The furniture always pushed back, the floors nearly groaning from all the dancing feet upon them. Both governesses sighed, their faces full of nostalgia and wistfulness. Beatrice listened with eager ears, always pleased to hear something of the past in this lonely house, She found her own feet itching to dance, longing to put her skills to use more and more lately. But, of course, yourself and Miss Wright are new girls, Miss Winchester said, nodding towards Beatrice and the lady's maid. New to the constable house, true enough, the maid replied in a feather-light voice, tinged with a continental accent Beatrice could not quite place. But I have been a maid for quite some time. Lady Jenkins sent me away for training, but passed shortly after I returned. God rest her, Miss Wright said with a sigh. The others around the table all nodded sagely. They knew the precariousness of their situations. The death of a mistress was a fear they all lived with, as it would mean uprooting their lives in search of work elsewhere. Beatrice's eyes darted from one to the other, for this was something that had never occurred to her. She had always assumed that her being a governess was something of a temporary position, a momentary embarrassment that she might shake off at a second's notice. It had never so much as crossed her mind that she would be doing this for the rest of her working life. Miss Jones caught her looking about and nodded knowingly at her. Aye, missy, I see the truth of it dawning upon ye. You've not been in service long enough to know the fear of uncertainty, but I see some inkling of it has come spatterdash on ye now. You've never had to find a new place? Miss Wright asked, peering curiously at Beatrice, who shook her head. Miss Wright looked about the table to the others, her face a little disbelieving. Do not tell me this is your first posting? Surely not. Beatrice nodded slowly, feeling a cautionary breath on the back of her neck. I came to the Hillmots just at the start of the year. The others sat back, staring openly and curiously at Beatrice. I'd have taken you for a lady's maid, or perhaps a lady's companion for certain with that shock of hair, Miss Wright said, nodding toward Beatrice's short locks. And with those soft hands and fine dress, Miss Jones added. Not used to feeling self-conscious, Beatrice unwittingly folded her hands into fists and placed them in her lap. It seemed a little absurd to refer to her plain dark grey dress as fine, but there was no denying that it was a cut above the other governesses. In fact, as Beatrice looked about the table, the others all had an air of worn-out lace, something that had once been lovely, but had been put through too many washings. Miss Winchester's mitts, clearly once beautiful, were nearly threadbare in places. Miss Jones's white cap that peeked out from her bonnet was clean, but Spartan in its plainness. The only other who could boast such fashionably cut garments was Miss Wright, and even then Beatrice suspected that they were cast-offs that she had cut down to suit herself. The colour did not entirely suit her. And you are from London, Miss Jones stated. I am, Beatrice said with a laugh that was meant to be self-deprecating. I suppose there is no hiding that fact up here with this townish accent. The others all exchanged a glance. Miss Wright gave Beatrice a sympathetic look. Not to worry, you aren't the only one who is a newcomer to this spot on the map. She paused as she took a dainty sip of her tea, frowned, and added a spoon of grated sugar. I expect you must miss London. Sometimes, Beatrice admitted. I can't say that I have ever understood the, pleasures of country pursuits. She looked about to the faces staring blankly at her, and she hurried on. Not to say the country is without its charms, of course. The air is so much purer out here. I am certain I must have added years to my life already. And of course, the scenery is lovely. A round of nods met that statement. There was a silence then, and Miss Jones, still eyeing Beatrice with something that was both curiosity and suspicion, took an alligator-like bite of her sandwich. You're a latecomer to the job then, she said at last, drawing a pained expression from Miss Winchester. What? She is, ain't she? She's come on when the job is nearly finished. Beatrice glanced between the two, and Miss Winchester sighed. What she is attempting to say is, it must be difficult for you to have found a place when the children are so old. Sophia is only 10, Beatrice protested, feeling a little under bombardment. Precisely, Miss Jones said, nodding as if Beatrice had made the point for her. She'll be out of the nursery in a few years' time. The eldest is already 1 foot out, with only her father keeping her in by an apron string. You'll be out on your ear before you've even had time to really settle in. Hush, you bony vulture, Miss Wright said, glaring at Miss Jones. There's no need to frighten the girl about that now. Besides, look how fashionable and fine she is, Miss Wright continued. There's no reason Miss Florence mightn't take her on as a lady's maid. You seem adept enough at dressing hair, she continued to Beatrice directly. At least good enough that with training you could be quite successful. Have you any of the other ladies' maid skills? Mending, specialised washing, perhaps? Beatrice shook her head, and Miss Wright's expression fell a little. Well, the important thing is, Miss Florence seems very fond of you, and that's most of the job right there. Beatrice gave only a thin smile, but stared down into her teacup. It seemed an age ago that she and some of the other young ladies of London would take turns reading their tea leaves, giggling and teasing each other about their portended futures. I need no tea leaves now to see my future, Beatrice thought grimly. It is all writ down before I even knew it. Miss Winchester, clearly seeing the distress on Beatrice's face, attempted to lighten the mood. I'm sure it will all come to naught. With a face that lovely, some farmer will snap you up for a wife in a trice, and then you'll be happily settled before you know it. Biting down on a grimace, Beatrice offered up another bland smile. She was not entirely sure which future appealed the least, but the idea of whiling away her latter years in some farmer's cottage, cleaning his muddy boots and scrubbing floors, was enough to turn her stomach. Of course, you could always go back to where you come from, Miss Jones said, staring at Beatrice from over the rim of her teacup. Beatrice, startled out of her grim visions of the future, looked up and felt that same cold prickle of trouble on her neck. Miss Jones, naturally suspicious of all who came from points south, had clearly set her sights on Beatrice. She was not a fool. She knew that servants talked to each other with a gossip network that rivaled any spy ring the king had at his disposal. Careful, very careful be, the corner of her mind concerned with self-preservation whispered. You do not know the steps of this particular dance. Don't put a foot wrong. Chapter 24. It had become customary for Gregory to take dinner with his daughters. Though the practice was at first a little strange, he had quickly grown accustomed to it. He found that they were much more inclined to civility with a bit more conversation. Moreover, he had found himself interested in their own hobbies and interests than he had been for quite some time. It was with a pang of guilt that the realization of how deeply his own grief had affected them, that he also understood how little he had credited them with any real feeling. He had been raised to be seen and not heard, and had simply taken it for granted that his daughters would be reared similarly. It was a complete surprise to find that they were real, thinking people with a depth of feeling and intelligence he had never suspected. All of this was to say that he found he was rather enjoying their company. Sophia was always ready with a smile and affection. He could discuss crops and soil health and animal specimens with Eliza as if she were far older than she was, and Florence could be charm itself when the mood struck her, or debating vociferously and keeping Gregory on his toes. He believed in giving credit where it was due, and their success at table was due in no small part to Miss Hart. In the early days, when she had first arrived, she did much of the work in directing the conversation and keeping it to topics that would not induce arguments, gently nudging everyone away from that which might prickle or prod. Now she took a step back, letting them manage much of their own affairs regarding proper flow of conversation. Still, her presence was a mediating factor, helping to keep everyone in order. Even so, on the evening after Florence's tea party, Gregory found Miss Hart to be more subdued than usually. She did not look as if she were pouting or upset in any way. She looked more pensive than anything, thoughtful even, as she nudged her peas about on her plate. Gregory, with a soldier's intuition for when trouble was brewing, kept one weather eye on her, even as Florence filled the dining room with endless talk about the joys of entertaining, and Miss Winthrop said that there was to be a garden party given over at Foxhall to celebrate the strawberry season, though that is much later in the year. I find parties given out of doors to be so charming, don't you, Father? She asked, and without waiting for an answer continued, Of course, I imagine that hosting one would be quite the thing, and much more convenient, as all of the guests are without instead of within. No need to worry about spills or stains on your upholstery. She turned expectant eyes on her father, who, unmoved by this pragmatic assessment, returned her gaze evenly. No, he replied simply, cutting into his roasted mutton. I didn't ask anything, Florence protested. No, Gregory repeated, spearing a bit of mutton on his fork and chewing it slowly. He did not raise his voice, nor alter his expression in any manner. Florence, seeing that this was going nowhere fast, slumped back in her chair a little, her lower lip pouting out a little. Gregory continued to ignore this, which, as a strategy, worked much better than giving her further attention. As predicted, she quickly perked back up again. Miss Constable is attending her parents' annual masque this year, she announced to the table at large. What's a masque? Sophia asked, her tongue sticking out a bit from the intense concentration of attempting to spear some peas on the tines of her fork. It's a party where everyone wears costumes and masks, Eliza answered. It's meant to be fun, but I, personally, do not see the appeal. Well, what does sound appealing to you then? Florence asked, sarcasm positively dripping from her words. A trip to Lyme Regis, Eliza answered without hesitation. Lyme? What on earth do you want to go to Lyme for? Florence inquired sceptically. It's a fashionable place to take the sea air, which does not strike me as something you would care for. That is correct, Eliza affirmed, but I've heard that they are pulling the most extraordinary things from the shores down there. Extraordinary things? Such as... Florence folded her arms over herself, still eyeing her sister doubtfully. Remains of creatures no one has seen the like of, Eliza said. Monsters, or something, but I'm not sure I believe that. Skulls that look like they belong to crocodiles, but bigger. Monsters? Sophia asked, perking up immediately. Are there monsters in the ground? Can we go see them? I, for one, would be curious to see them as well, Eliza agreed. No, Gregory answered, still unruffled. He kept his eyes fixed on his plate, mechanically eating. It would be quite edifying, Eliza countered. I'm sure Sophia would like it as well, and Florence could see all the fashionable people. Silence reigned for a moment, and Gregory, feeling 3 pairs of eyes upon him, looked up from his plate. With a sigh, he placed his fork and knife down with a small clatter. No one shall be taking a journey across the whole of England just to see some bones. I've no doubt you would enjoy yourself, he continued, cutting off a protest from Eliza before she could get started. At least until you realise that it is cold, damp, and not nearly so romantic as any of you suppose. He reached for his glass of wine and took a swig before replacing it. Besides which, we should all surely go mad and murder each other on the way down, being all packed into a carriage together for days on end. This is beside the point, Florence interjected, a little exasperated. Which is, Gregory prompted, taking up his fork and knife again. Miss Constable has invited Miss Winthrop, Miss Fitzroy, and myself to attend the masque as well, Florence announced. Certainly not, Gregory replied without hesitation. Why ever not? I understand that you are invited every year, but never attend, Florence huffed, and it is not as if the constables live so very far away. Foxhall is practically next door. Because you are not out yet, Gregory replied. God help me, that phrase is going to be engraved on my tombstone at this rate. And whose fault is that? Florence shot back. It is unsuitable for a young girl, Gregory replied, his fingers tightening round his cutlery. How is it unsuitable if Miss Constable, the daughter of the hosts, will be attending? Florence countered. Surely you do not mean to say that it is improper for her to attend as well? She is older than you. Gregory could feel his jaw tightening, his irritation growing with every passing moment. By a matter of months, Florence cried. Surely you cannot imagine that a few months makes a difference. Besides, there shall be other young ladies there my age. Miss Fitzroy and Miss Winthrop both mean to attend. That is, they can do. I am not their father, Gregory retorted. He glanced down the table to where Miss Hart, still clearly in a world of her own thought, sat ignoring them all. Miss Hart, would you please see what you can do to bring this wild harridan under control? Miss Hart, startled, blinked and sat up, looking about the table at the sullen, sulking faces. How should I help? I do not find her request so outrageous. Besides which, there is a simple solution. Which is? Gregory demanded. Miss Hart offered up one of her customary little shrugs. Why not simply attend with her? You may keep a paternal eye on her as you see fit then, and she might still have a bit of frivolity with her friends. Really, Miss Hart said, clearly getting into the spirit of her argument now. It's the perfect opportunity for her to practice her manners and dancing with no worry about embarrassment. How do you come to that conclusion? Gregory asked, feeling himself losing his argument in rapid succession. It's a mask, Miss Hart answered easily. Who should ever know if she puts a foot wrong? Gregory stared down the table at Miss Hart. This is what comes of having a governess at the table, he groused inwardly, or at least one that has never understood her place. Never mind the fact that she was sitting down to dinner with them at his request, a serious breach in protocol. Silently, he sent her several significant looks, by which he tried to communicate that he had no desire to do any such thing, which she ignored soundly. Florence, meanwhile, was looking at him with a face full of dejected longing, as if the very act of hoping for his approval were enough to make her miserable. Gregory heaved a great sigh, knowing that he was well and truly beaten. It was impossible to pretend otherwise, and he would never get any peace unless he allowed them some frivolity. Attending a masque was so far down on his list of things that he wished to do, that it did not even rank. Very well, he relented begrudgingly. We shall attend with 2 provisos, he said, holding up 2 fingers on his right hand. The first is that you shall be a model pupil in your studies between now and then. Florence nodded eagerly at this request, which only soured Gregory more. There was little doubt that Miss Hart would see to it that she was successful in this regard. And the second? Florence asked. If you act up in any way, if you put a singe, hair or toe out of line while we are out, then I shall be obliged to lock you up until you are old and grey, he finished. Oh, father, Florence laughed, not cowed in the least. That shan't be any trouble at all, as I am going to be the best and most charming girl in the whole county, she said, rising from her chair. She came around the table and threw her arms around Gregory's neck and planted a kiss right on his cheek. Manners, Florence, he grumbled, but was secretly delighted by the spontaneous show of affection. Florence only laughed again, and asked permission to be excused, under the auspices of perusing some fashion plate that Miss Hart had sent up from London. Gregory waved her off, sitting back in his chair and taking the opportunity to glare at Miss Hart again. I can feel you glowering from here, Colonel, Miss Hart commented, finally digging into her own plate. This is all your fault, you know, Gregory said, jabbing his fork in Miss Hart's direction. I imagine it is, Miss Hart replied without a care in the world. She is turning into a miniature you, he groused. You are exerting undue influence on her. Languidly, Miss Hart smirked at the Colonel, in such a manner that suggested she was not only aware of the fact, but that this was a preferable state of affairs. Gregory scowled in return, which only made her smirk deepen. It was positively infuriating when she got like this, particularly as when she looked at him so, it made his heart skip a beat in a most alarming manner. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When the younger two Hillmot girls had been securely tucked into bed, Beatrice sat up in bed, her mind racing too much to sleep. Her encounter with the other servants during the tea had put her ill at ease. She had felt secure, anonymous even, so far removed from everything. Now it felt as if a noose was slowly but surely closing around her. A small tap came at the adjoining nursery door, startling Beatrice a little. She shook her head and pulled the quilt a little higher over herself. The door cracked open just a bit, and Florence peered around it. "I saw the candle and figured you were still awake," she said, opening the door wider. She stood there clutching a pile of fashion plates tightly to her chest. "I was hoping you might help me consult these, and I know it's weeks and weeks away, but I want to get my gown ordered as soon as possible." Beatrice couldn't help but smile in spite of her troubles. She, of all people, could understand the excitement of ordering a new dress, particularly for a ball. She beckoned Florence in, patting the bed next to her. Eagerly, Florence bounded inward, pausing only long enough to close the door again. She knelt next to Beatrice's legs, facing her so that they might spread the fashion plate out between them. "I am fond of this one," Florence said, "but I am not sure that I wish to be what is that? A swan?" She turned the fashion plate about so that Beatrice could see it. "More likely a chicken," Beatrice said, curling her lip up. "Shall I tell you how the ladies of London and Paris order gowns for a masque?" When Florence nodded eagerly, she flipped right on past the costumes and settled onto the formal gowns. "Select a gown that suits you best and then create some sort of costume around it. Really, all you need is a matching mask, or a domino at the least." "Ooh, cast your eye on this one," Florence said, seizing onto a drawing of a gown in white, richly trimmed about the bottom with swags of fabric and silk flowers. At the bust, shaped becomingly, were more flowers, and at the sleeves too. It was youthful and playful, the very essence of spring captured in a dress. "That is lovely," Beatrice agreed. "It would positively shine in a duchesse satin," she added. Already she could see it, the way it would glow and shimmer under candlelight. "Do you think Father would approve?" Florence asked anxiously, her small white teeth biting her lower lip. Beatrice considered. "Possibly with some adjustments to the neckline." "It really is too lovely," Florence sighed. "What would I possibly claim to be?" "Don't think too much on that," Beatrice said with a wave of her hand. "The most important thing is to pick a dress that you love, which you have already done. We'll put some flowers and ferns in your hair and say that you are spring or some such thing." "Oh, that is clever," Florence said, brightening for a moment again before her face fell again. "How can I possibly do such a dress justice? I just know that I will trip over my feet and fall on my face and be humiliated forever." Beatrice understood this fear all too well. "You've never tripped while practicing your steps at home," she reminded her. "Yes, but that is not the same. There's no one here that I should care if I fell in front of." Melodramatically, Florence flopped backward onto Beatrice's bed. "Now, come away with all that," Beatrice chided her, reaching over and pulling her back upright by one arm. "Do you imagine that you will suddenly forget that you have feet on the ends of your legs?" Beatrice asked. It was the same question that her first dancing mistress had asked her whenever she expressed her own nervousness about going on stage. Florence shook her head, but Beatrice could tell that she was still bothered. Not insensible to the girl's feelings, Beatrice rubbed her forearm reassuringly. "This is what we shall do," she said with all the confidence she could muster. "We shall practice morning and night so that you can do steps in your sleep. I will teach you all of the tricks that the great dancers of London use. By the time I am done, you shall be ready for even the finest ballrooms." "Oh, yes, Miss Hart. Thank you so much," the girl cried, her face breaking into a smile. A beat of silence, and then Florence's eyebrows knitted together a little, and she tilted her head. "You've always seemed so fond of dancing," she mused. "All of our other lessons, you seemed, well, not unenthusiastic exactly, but whenever we turn to dancing, you come to life." "Oh, well," Beatrice hedged, busying her hands by gathering up the fashion plates into a neat stack. "I must confess that it was the subject I really excelled at. I cannot claim much skill with French or watercolours, but I can say that I've always been able to find my way around a dance floor." Florence seemed to accept this, nodding. Beatrice could not help but feel a little craven for this half-truth, a lie of omission, to someone who trusted her so implicitly. She hadn't ever had someone rely on her so much before, and it was a little unnerving. When the day came that the truth was revealed, Florence was likely to feel more than a little hurt. More than that, Beatrice realised. If it is revealed that her governess was nothing more than a dancing girl, she will be ruined forever. She will have no chance at a good marriage, and she will be the laughing stock of society. Oh no, what have I done? "Miss Hart?" Florence asked, peering at her closely again. "Are you quite all right? You've gone pale all of a sudden." "I'm fine," Beatrice replied automatically. Florence drew back a little, and Beatrice shook herself slightly. "No, really, I am fine. Just a bit tired, I think. Worn out from chasing you lot hither and thither, I imagine," she said with a rueful smile. "Now, be off with you. You must get plenty of sleep, for we have much to do tomorrow." Florence accepted this, sliding from Beatrice's bed reluctantly. She withdrew from the small bedroom, turning back to cast an inscrutable look to Beatrice, who waved her on with a cheery smile. When the door was closed again, Beatrice's face crumbled and she pressed it into her hands. Her life as a governess thus far had been a lark, a way to while away the months until she might show her face in London again. It had seemed far removed from reality, her reality, and she had treated it inconsequentially as a result. It had completely escaped her notice that there were very real, very serious consequences for her actions. "The longer I stay, the greater risk I am at for discovery," she realised. "And yet, if I leave and my name is in the London papers again, it will not be long before someone puts it all together. I cannot stay and I cannot go." Quietly, so as not to draw attention to herself, she pulled her knees up in bed and rested her forehead on them. She had never expected being a governess would be so fraught, nor that she would care so much for the feelings and well-being of another living person. Moreover, she could not bear the thought of Gregory finding out, the disappointment on his face. "Well done, Bee," she muttered to her quilt-covered legs. "You've escaped one trap for another. You are well and truly stuck." Chapter 25. Whatever her misgivings, Beatrice was as good as her word. With a renewed determination, she threw herself into the girls' lessons, not least the dancing. She might not be a traditionally educated governess by any means, but she couldn't do anything less than her best for her charges. She flatly refused to send them into the world unprepared. This new vigour drew the Colonel's eye, but Beatrice put that far from her mind. Like a cat, she had viewed him merely as a plaything, something to entertain herself with in the long, boring hours in a remote country house. She might bat him around from time to time between her paws, but he too was a distraction, and she was resolute in her conviction to focus on the girls. Beatrice also found it necessary to withdraw from the girls, at least in some measure. It was not something that she truly wished to do, but it seemed to her the kindest thing in the long run. She would not wish for them to be bereft and morose when the day came for her to leave them. She wished for them to be able to wish her well, and for all parties involved to hold their heads up high and know without a shadow of a doubt that the young ladies were as best prepared as they could be. She was not unkind, never could she be unkind to them, but she did not invite the same warmth and care that she had in weeks gone by. It was the hardest thing she had ever endured in her life, harder than a childhood of hunger and deprivation, harder than being driven from her home by unkind gossip. Try as she might, she could not forget the haunted look that Florence had given her as she had departed from Beatrice's room that night with the fashion plates. Eliza and Sophia had joined in as well, watching Beatrice with guarded, solemn eyes. They all seemed united in this, engaging in hushed, whispered conversations whenever Beatrice was out of the room. Still, Beatrice did not renege on her promise to prepare Florence for the ball. The other girls were encouraged to engage in various studies as Beatrice drilled Florence relentlessly on dancing, etiquette and comportment. Of course, there were some times where they wished to be part of the goings-on, which Beatrice allowed when it was appropriate. Such was the case on a sunny afternoon, the air full of all the promises of spring. Beatrice had organised them in the back garden, a maze of overgrown rose bushes and wisteria that hung from arched trellises. It was a space that was far too romantic and whimsical to be to the Colonel's tastes, and Beatrice strongly suspected that it had been overseen by the late Mrs. Hillmot. Now, the trick is to balance the book upon your head, like so, Beatrice instructed the girls, who all stood in a quiet lane, listening attentively. With a flourish of her arm, Beatrice placed a book on her head, holding her chin parallel to the ground so that it did not waver at all. "Now, let's see if you can do it," she said, twirling her other hand at them to indicate they were permitted to move about. They placed books on their heads, with them immediately sliding hither and thither off their scalps. "This is an exercise in folly," Eliza complained, her forehead creased with frustration. Beatrice felt sympathy for her, as her great intellectual prowess did not extend to the physical. "Think of it this way," Beatrice said, helping Eliza settle the book back upon her head. "What causes the book to tumble?" Eliza thought for a moment. "I suppose that my head must be at an angle in one direction or another. Therefore I must stabilise the tilt of my head accordingly." "Just so," Beatrice agreed. "Now," she said, addressing all of the girls, "go and see if you can complete a full circuit of the garden. Be of with you," she said, gently shooing them away. Beatrice remained at the top of the garden, watching with folded arms as the girls made their way slowly around the path. It was necessary for them to navigate stairs on occasion, as well as the winding nature of the garden path, which proved a great challenge. To their credit, they did not complain further. Indeed, they approached the challenge with a kind of serious determination that Beatrice could not help but admire. It was a clear day, and Beatrice valued the time in the sun. As no one was around, she tipped her head back, allowing the rays to fall on her face. Unconsciously, she stretched her arms out as well, letting the sun warm them too through the grey linen of her sleeves. "I see that you are enjoying the fine weather, Miss Hart," the Colonel said suddenly from behind Beatrice. She started a little, half turning and pulling her arms back into herself. The Colonel was watching her closely, and he took a testing step forward. Beatrice, without even thinking, took an automatic step backward. The Colonel lifted his chin, acknowledging this assertion of her space. "Good afternoon, Colonel," she responded stiffly. "Miss Hart," the Colonel replied in kind, dipping his head a little. "I see that you have the girls hard at work as well," he said, nodding in the direction of the gardens. "It seems that you have rather been putting them through their paces lately." Beatrice said nothing, merely inclining her head. She refused to be drawn into banter with the Colonel again, no matter how much she longed for it. For his part, the Colonel merely continued to watch Beatrice, waiting to see if she would volley back at him. "Do not mistake me. I approve," he continued at last, slowly tearing his eyes away from Beatrice and back out to the gardens. "It's nice to see a general putting their regiment through a rigorous regimen." Beatrice, knowing full well that he was attempting to bait her, kept her arms folded about herself, her hands clasping her elbows. "I am glad that you approve of their lessons, sir," she answered mildly. Now the Colonel turned to face Beatrice more fully again, stepping a little closer. Beatrice did not move this time, refusing to give him the satisfaction. His dark eyes swept over her boldly, and Beatrice could feel her innate urge to become prickly and defensive rearing its head. "Something is different," he announced, the sharp eyes of a soldier and marksman on her face. He lowered his voice, tilting his head a little. "You are different." Defiant, Beatrice could not resist tossing her head. "And if I am?" To someone that had no experience with the Colonel, to someone that had not spent an inordinate amount of time studying the subtle intricacies of his moods, it would have been impossible to discern any sort of change. The scar that ran lengthwise from eyebrow to cheek on the left helped to further obscure his feelings. Beatrice, however, caught a change in his expression, a sort of softening around the eyes, but a tightening of his jaw. "You are making a mistake," he said at last, causing Beatrice to tilt her head in confusion and widen her eyes simultaneously. "Only the one," she couldn't resist replying saucily, and then immediately snapped her teeth closed tightly against further playfulness. The left side of the Colonel's face drew up in a half grin incongruous with the scar. "That is more like it," he murmured. "In the spirit of fairness, I would like to... That is, I think it is prudent to tell you that I was wrong," he continued, a little stiff and awkward, like a young man taking to the dance floor for the first time. He turned away from her, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes watching his daughters as they glided about the garden in fits and starts. Beatrice, intrigued despite herself, angled herself so that she was facing him. She tilted her chin down a little, raising one eyebrow in a silent question. The Colonel glanced in her direction and caught her expression. "What? I am not above admitting when I have been incorrect," he objected. Beatrice only tipped her head down further, looking up at him dubiously from beneath her lashes. "Well," he amended, "I should like to think I am not an unfair tyrant, at the least." He paused, as if waiting for Beatrice to confirm him in that assertion. When she did not, he cleared his throat and nodded out toward his daughters. "The point that I'm attempting to make is that I can see you withdrawing from them. I know that I have taken exception to your methods in the past, but I believe that you were right to take such tender care of their feelings. They are not the same girls they were just a few months ago." Beatrice could feel herself swelling with pride, and sentiment as well. She did not doubt that she was right to be proud, though it was not simply of herself. It was because the girls had, as the Colonel said, gone through something of a metamorphosis. They were not the wild, rambunctious urchins that she had first met. Importantly, nor were they meek and docile, servile little things. They were persons entirely unto themselves. The Colonel, evidently seeing this swelling of pride, nodded at Beatrice. "Yes, you are to be congratulated," he repeated, "but this does not negate the fact that you are now making a blunder so colossal that I wonder you can stand to make it." Taken aback, Beatrice shifted her weight away from the Colonel, staring at him incredulously. It was not that he dared to speak to her in such a manner. She had no doubt that he had a tongue like a razor when the mood took him, but that he would say so with such conviction and emphasis. "I beg your pardon," was all the response that she could muster, her eyes narrowing and going hard. "It is not my pardon that you'll have to be begging," the Colonel replied. He nodded out toward the garden again, where the girls were winding their way through the path. "I suspect it is theirs. You were right to give them so much." He paused, his jaw working as if fighting against what he wished to say. "Affection," he concluded at last. "You were right to treat them as kindly, as warmly as you did. I freely own that now, but this does not negate that withdrawing as you have is cruel to them now." Beatrice winced, for she knew that the Colonel spoke in truth. "It is not my intention to be cruel to them, most especially not to them," Beatrice said, her voice low. "But the truth is that I must be hard, perhaps even unkind now, to prevent more tears later. It was wrong of me to become so attached to them. It was unprofessional." "What? What mean you? More tears later?" the Colonel demanded, pressing nearer to Beatrice. With sharp eyes he regarded her closely, the lines in his face deep. "I shan't be here forever, sir," Beatrice replied, her eyes stinging a little. "It is better that they learn to be independent of me now than to have them be overwrought when it is time for me to move on." "Move on? Move on to where?" the Colonel asked, a wrinkle of consternation plainly cleaved between his brows. "That's just it, sir," Beatrice said, giving a soft shrug of her shoulders. "I do not know. I'm a governess, little more than a servant. It's my lot to go from home to home until the children have outgrown me." She punctuated her words with a delicate, misty smile, but the reality was that she was holding herself tightly together. Her hands clutched so tightly to her elbows she had little doubt that her knuckles were white. "But surely you will be here at least until Sophia is of age," the Colonel argued, though there was a note of pleading in his voice. Beatrice laughed softly. "That one will not need me for long either, not with 2 sisters grown up. She is lucky. She will have many hands to help guide her into the world. I will stay as long as I am needed, but the older I grow, the harder it will be to find a place." The Colonel stared openly, blankly at Beatrice, in such a way that she had never seen on him before. There was an unguarded quality to his face that she had never seen before. It made her nervous, as if he were seeing her, all of her, in a way that he had not before. "You cannot mean to remain a governess forever," he said at last, a note of desperation creeping into his voice. "You cannot. You shouldn't." He stepped closer to her again, looming, being so bold as to take her arms in his hands. "Stay. Go. Whatever you choose. I refuse to believe that this is the life that you wish to live." Beatrice barked out a harsh laugh, unable to fully repress her true self. "You assume that I have the choice," she said, regret in her voice. "Then tell me why you cannot go back," the Colonel said, pulling her closer, so that their faces were mere inches apart. "Tell me, and I will find a way to correct it." Beatrice, too overwrought to speak, merely shook her head, defiant and proud, but throat closing over with tears. "Then, at the least, tell me who you are," he demanded, his eyes piercing into hers. Beatrice said nothing, but tilted her head in such a way as to indicate that he had said something obvious. The Colonel, taut and unyielding, continued to stare down at her, making her heart pound. She swallowed reflexively, and the Colonel watched the motion of her neck, and for a moment Beatrice truly thought that he meant to press his lips against the little swathe of skin above her chemisette. She did not resist, perhaps even stretching her neck ever so slightly as she watched him. His dark eyes dilated a little, breathing hard and... Dash it all! Like he was a scalding red-hot iron, Beatrice leapt away from the Colonel suddenly. The sudden absence left her feeling cold and bereft. Some distant part of her mind, the rational part that knew that she still had a job to do, that she ought to reprimand whichever girl had uttered such an uncouth outburst. Florence, from the sound of it. But for the life of her, Beatrice could not get her voice to work for a moment. blinking out into the garden as if she had been in a dark room. Beatrice forced her eyes to focus, to take in the scene before her. Florence was attempting to steady the book on her head as she went up the last 2 stairs, but was having great difficulty. Her arms were spread wide, and her legs were unsteady as she attempted to navigate the steps. Beatrice, having seen many new dancers take tumbles of all sorts, knew what was going to happen before it happened. With a kind of premonition, she knew that Florence was going to falter, and was already moving forward to try to catch her before she was aware that she was moving. She did not get to Florence in time, the girl slipping and landing awkwardly on her side, her legs splayed and her hand catching painfully on the stone stair. The book slapped down on the stair beside her, adding insult to injury. She let out a small distressed sound that cut right to the centre of Beatrice. "Just stay still," Beatrice said, sweeping down to kneel beside Florence without a care for her dress. "Don't move," she instructed, running her hands over Florence in a cursory examination. "Catch your breath. That's it. Nice and deep. Now, does anything hurt? Are your ankles well?" Slowly, Florence shook her head, then lifted her hand, wincing a little. "My hand hurts," she said, her nostrils flaring a little. Beatrice gingerly took her hand in hers, running her thumb over the palm, which was lightly scraped. She looked up at Florence, and could clearly see the little girl that she had once been, scraped knees and braids flying behind her as she ran all over the estate. "It doesn't seem bad," Beatrice soothed, withdrawing a fine linen handkerchief from her pocket and gently swiping the dirt and gravel away. "We'll get it washed, and then I have just the ointment for it. I always keep some with me to help with chafing shoes. You'll be right as rain in short order." Florence nodded, her face downcast. "I don't think I shall ever be ready for this ball," she muttered, her voice cracking a little. "I was a fool to think I would be able to do this." Beatrice, her heart squeezing in sympathy, looked up a little helplessly at the Colonel, who hovered just behind her. "It's just nerves," he offered. Beatrice nodded. "You'll be fine," she said. "More than fine. I've no doubt you'll have a grand time." Florence glanced up at Beatrice, smiling weakly, briefly. "You always make me feel like I could do anything," she said. "I wish that you were going with us." Her face brightened suddenly. "Why don't you?" she asked, seizing onto the idea enthusiastically, as well as Beatrice's arm. "Come with me. Help me be brave," she pleaded. Taken aback, Beatrice pulled away a little. "I couldn't, Florence," she said, trying to let her down gently. "It wouldn't be appropriate." "Why not?" Florence demanded, sitting up more fully and staring at Beatrice. "No one would know who you are, and it's a mask. No one would see your face. You could be a lady's companion or even a friend," Florence continued, her words coming faster as the idea formed. No, I could not," Beatrice protested, feeling her resolve weaken. She looked up to the Colonel for help against this assault of logic and sense. The Colonel stared back down at Beatrice for a moment. "You should come," he said finally. "It would be... You should come," he repeated, his face unreadable. What? Beatrice asked, not sure that she could be hearing correctly. The Colonel at last tore his eyes away from Beatrice, nodding to Florence. "It would set her at ease, and I should be grateful of the help in keeping an eye on her. I suspect that it will take the 2 of us to mind her at any rate." "Oh, Father, really?" Florence huffed, recovering some of her temerity. "Now, the real question is, what shall you wear?" Florence asked Beatrice with relish. Chapter 26. It was a bit silly to be nervous before a simple country ball, but there was no denying the butterflies in Beatrice's stomach. She blamed the fact that she had not been out in society for some months now, isolated up in the north as she was. At least, this is what she told herself, as it was easier to digest than the truth. She was terrified of being recognised. There had been occasions too many for her comfort, over the past few weeks that had put her name into others' mouths. First, it had been the gossip in Heatherton, then the Reverend turning his eye on her, and then the inquisitive maids that had come to chaperone Florence's tea. It was enough to make Beatrice uneasy, like her veil of anonymity was slipping. "It will be a mask," she repeated to herself over and over. "No one shall see your face. No one will know you. When it is over, you might slip quietly back into your tiny sphere of safety." Though Florence had been partly in jest, Beatrice did have some concern as to what she might possibly wear. She had considered if she might simply wear one of her better dresses, dubious that it would be an occasion of great sartorial significance. She passed through her trunk and little closet, pulling out one dress after another. "What of this one?" she asked Florence, who was stationed on Beatrice's bed. Beatrice held up a polished cotton dress in a colour that was neither grey nor purple, but some hideous, bruise-like colour betwixt the two. It was finely cut, with pleats and gathering, but no other frills. Florence pulled a face, wrinkling her nose. "Oh, honestly, no," she said, thoroughly. "That is a fright." "It's the best one I have," Beatrice objected. "What would you possibly go as in that thing?" Florence demanded. "A bump on the head?" Beatrice stared at Florence for a moment, fairly certain that she should chastise her for impertinence, but unable to disagree with her. "Florence," she sighed, unable to fully stop herself from laughing. "Come now, you surely cannot wish to be seen in public in something so mundane," Florence cajoled, leaning forward on her hands a little. "You're far too fashionable to go out to an event in something so unlike you." Beatrice gave Florence a pointed look. "I taught you that trick," she said dryly. "Flattery will only get you so far with me." "Am I wrong?" Florence demanded. "I can't imagine that the taste of the demi-monde will be so demanding in York," Beatrice retorted. "Oh no," Florence said, coming over all serious. "You must dress to impress. Lady Constable is known for her taste and love of finery. Their annual masque is when the county is on parade." Beatrice sighed again and conceded the point. "I suppose I could order something, but—" She trailed off, considering her meagre wages. True enough that she had been able to put most of them aside, but a dress, especially a quality one, was a massive expense. Her eyes flicked to her trunk, where, hidden in the lining, there was a cache of the jewels she had carried from London with her. She was loath to part with them, as they were her only assurance against future poverty. To take them out and look at them now seemed tawdry, distasteful, somehow. They were largely gifts from would-be suitors and gentlemen companions, out of place in this home of simple honesty. Still, she could possibly sell one or two in York, though that would only raise more questions about herself. Though it was likely only paranoia, it seemed unwise for Beatrice to have one of her old gowns sent up to her by post. The chances of it being recognised were remote, but it still seemed a risk that she should not take. "I will think on it," she said at last to Florence, who seemed mollified with this answer. In truth, she did not have a solution, and one did not immediately present itself in the 2 days since her conversation with Florence. She was at the point of giving in and going to York to just order something and have done with it, when a knock came at the outer door to her room that led to the hallway. Frowning, Beatrice hesitated a moment before answering the door. It was odd for someone to be knocking on that door, as there simply was not much call for someone to seek her out and speak to her. She did not exactly socialise with the servants, and if it were one of the girls, they would simply knock on their own adjoining door. Cautiously, she opened the door of the width of her foot, and was surprised to see the Colonel standing there. For him to come to her room was unusual, bordering on untoward. She blinked up at him for a moment. "Colonel Hillmot?" she asked unnecessarily. "What is it? Is something the matter?" "Yes," the Colonel said, which made Beatrice's eyebrows shoot up. "I mean, no," he said, his hands behind his back. "That is, I believe something is wrong, but I have a solution." he clarified. Well, I am all ears now, Beatrice said. Carefully, she angled herself into the open space of the door, sliding into the hallway and closing the door firmly behind herself. I understand from Florence that you have been having some difficulties about what to wear to the mask, the Colonel continued, having taken a polite step backward. Oh, that, Beatrice said, exhaling through her mouth. I'll just run into York when there's a quiet moment and see if I can't find something passable. Only passable? The Colonel asked, quirking a brow at her. I shouldn't think you were the sort of woman that would wish to appear at such an occasion and be only a passable. Beatrice folded her arms over herself, tilting her chin up, unsure if she should be insulted or flattered. And what precisely does that mean? You know exactly what it means, the Colonel replied, his own eyes narrowing. No, I don't, and I should like you to explain it, Beatrice argued. It means, look here, you infuriating specimen. I am attempting to do something kind, the Colonel snapped, whipping a large parcel out from behind his back. Beatrice shook her head, the incongruous tone and words putting her in a bit of a spin. The Colonel, taking advantage of her momentary confusion, pressed the box into her hands. Dumbly, she took it, looking down at it. It was not wrapped, nor even tied up with string, but was heavy, far heavier than she had expected. For me, Beatrice breathed, unable to quite believe it. Here, the Colonel said, supporting the box's weight with his hands flat beneath it. Open it, he instructed. Beatrice obeyed for once, lifting the lid off. She gasped when she saw what was within. In great folds, packed securely within the box, was the dark red silk velvet that she had spied at the fabric drapers. It was so dark that it looked nearly black in the dim light of the hall. Beatrice reached in to caress it lovingly, her hands just ghosting along the plush surface. Oh, she said, barely audible, aren't you beautiful? She did not bother trying to hide the frank appreciation in her voice, unable to take her eyes from it. I am glad you are pleased, the Colonel responded. She glanced up at him, and saw a look of a smug triumph, as if nothing could have delighted him more than her own delight. Why did you do this? Beatrice asked, keeping her voice low. You shouldn't have. What if people find out about this? The other servants will talk, she said, her eyes darting about as if waiting for one of them to spring out of hiding. Can you honestly say that you are concerned for their opinions? The Colonel asked, arching a brow. Beatrice conceded that point, but was still uneasy. I still don't understand why you would do this. It must have cost more than a few pennies. My reason is simple, the Colonel said, his eyes on Beatrice's face. You needed a gown for the ball, which my daughter has deemed it necessary for you to attend, and you did not have one. I could provide a remedy to this difficulty. With one hand still on the fabric, Beatrice shot a look up at the Colonel, trying to read his face. He spoke in pragmatic platitudes, but something was amiss. Then, why did you not simply procure something more practical? There surely had to be scads of other fabrics more appropriate to my station. The Colonel stared down at Beatrice for a moment, his face impassive. There was only the smallest little tick of muscle at his jaw that betrayed inattention, and Beatrice's eyes immediately seized on that small motion. She did not speak, but allowed her eyes to do the accusing for her. Oh, very well, he relented at last with a small roll of his eyes. If you must know, it was because you stared at it so covetously, I was worried that if I did not purchase it, you would burgle the store and steal it for yourself. Besides, as it was out of season, it was a bargain. Beatrice gave him a sideways glance full of doubt, but not ill-humoured. Though he spoke teasingly, much in the manner she might have done to him, in fact, something which made a strange thrill of excitement run right through her, She suspected that there was a tiny kernel of truth in his words. "Well, in that case, I thank you for saving me from my future life of crime," she responded lightly, matching his tone. The colonel inclined his head, then nodded, letting the box slip from his hands into hers gently. Though it was fleeting, Beatrice thought that she could see a flicker of disappointment flit across his face, there and gone in an instant. It could just as easily have been a trick of the light. She blinked, wondering if she had misread the situation. He couldn't have been hoping for a different reaction. Could he? She wondered. He turned sharply on his heel, a gesture so familiar by now that Beatrice felt certain that she would know it in a crowd of thousands. Impulsively, Beatrice reached out with the box and bumped the colonel on the elbow, stopping him. "Thank you," she said softly, her face gentle and earnest. I do not know how to repay you or even to express my gratitude." "Thank you," she said again, without a trace of irony or sarcasm. The colonel accepted this, merely inclining his head again, but there was an expression of satisfaction on his face as he did so. He dipped his head to Beatrice, turning about once again, and retreated back down the hallway, leaving Beatrice standing there, holding a box of fabric worth more than some farmers would make in half a year. Beatrice stared after him for a long while, her fingers clutching the box tightly. She did not know what to make of this sudden generosity, and it left a riot of feelings within her. Slowly, she pulled herself away, nudging her way into her room and gently placing the box on the bed. She stared down at it, trying to sort out the strange sensations within her. It wasn't that she hadn't received extravagant gifts before, she had, too many to really remember. It was that she had not received one so sincerely given before. Men had given her pretty baubles, shiny rocks that she could wear and make herself even more of an ornament on their arm, but never had one given her something that she needed before. More than that, she did not have to instruct the colonel about what it was that she wanted. He had observed her, remembered her tastes and desires, and then acted on them of his own impulse. He had no ulterior motive. Beatrice suspected the very idea would be insulting to him, giving her something simply because he wished to make her happy, not because he hoped for something in return. Though she knew in her heart that this gift would not come with strings, Beatrice could not help but assign weight to it. It was so personal, not simply because the colonel surely went to York on his own instead of sending a servant, but also because it would be something that she wore. It was not the sort of fabric one gave to a governess, and that made her uneasy in spite of her pleasure at such consideration. Florence, having entered at some point while Beatrice was staring, transfixed, down at the box of fabric, came to peer around her shoulder. Beatrice heard her gasp and was inclined to agree. "Oh, that is beautiful," she breathed, and Beatrice nodded in agreement. "It almost seems a shame to cut it up, doesn't it?" she said softly. "It will make the most remarkable gown," Florence said, daring to reach out and touch one fold. "I mean to say, you could cut that into a potato sack and it would look stunning. Still, one hopes to do it justice." Florence looked up and gave Beatrice an inscrutable expression. "I must say, it is not what I expected from father." "You knew about this?" Beatrice asked, her eyes widening as she stared at Florence. "Well," Florence hedged, shrugging coyly, "I let him know that you were having some difficulties about appropriate attire for the ball, and that he might be able to help." She nodded down toward the vermilion velvet again. "I did not expect anything like this, though." Florence gave her another of those unreadable looks. "You and me both," Beatrice murmured. She did not know if she referred to the fabric, the simple act of receiving a gift, or the colonel himself at this point. The mask had taken on a new weight that Beatrice had not anticipated. It was clear that it was not only Florence and the other girls that had gotten too involved with Beatrice. She blamed herself for not understanding what it was to maintain a professional distance between a master and a servant. It was not that she regretted her actions, but more that she understood herself better, now than she had when she first arrived at the Hillmot Manor. Beatrice had always assumed herself to be a cold, unsentimental specimen of womanhood. She had always seemed to be lacking a certain maternal instinct, a penchant for warmth that seemed to come so naturally to others. Her time in this house, however, had forced her to confront an undeniable truth about herself. She did not keep herself apart from others because she was without a heart. No, it was because she felt too much. The reality was that she was far, far too feeling to be able to keep the proper distance from her charges. Not now, not ever. She was not meant for the life of a governess. The realization hit her like a ton of bricks falling from a great height. Beatrice sat heavily on her bed, her head swimming from the enormity of it all. I cannot stay, not for their good, and certainly not for mine, she thought. I cannot stay and harbour some secret tendre for a man who will never be able to respond in kind. Beatrice did not doubt that he would form feelings for her, likely had done so already, but it was not an affair that could have a happy ending. A man of the Colonel's standing could not marry a governess, any more than he could marry a dancing girl. To stay would be only to invite further gossip upon his house, to prevent him from finding a more appropriate happiness. "Miss Hart, are you unwell?" Florence asked, hovering solicitously and peering down into her face. Beatrice could not answer. Her throat suddenly closed over with sentiment. She smiled briefly, falsely, at Florence, and nodded her head, attempting to reassure her. Florence, looking thoroughly unconvinced, withdrew reluctantly, watching Beatrice the whole time. I must depart after the masque, Beatrice decided, resolute. Whatever dress she wore, whatever else happened, there was no doubt in her mind that the masque would be a turning point from which there would be no return. Chapter 27. As the carriage rolled along the narrow road, Beatrice could not help but feel more than a trifle uneasy. The country lanes, so charming by daylight, took on a sinister air in the darkening evening. As the sun set, it seemed that the darkness outside the carriage windows simply stretched on and on, endless. Being a creature of the city, Beatrice had no idea how the driver managed to keep the horses on the road, as she doubted that he could see past the ends of their noses. There were no convenient street lamps, no runners ahead of the carriage with lanterns on long poles to light the way. It was a moderately terrifying aspect, particularly as Beatrice knew firsthand that the roads were all bordered by steep ditches on either side. Still, she refused to let her nerves show, particularly as she suspected that the Colonel was a little bemused at her discomfort. He sat across from her, with his back to the horses, as was proper for a gentleman escorting ladies, watching her. Beatrice kept her hands clasped together in her lap, and her eyes trained carefully out the window. Beside her, Florence practically radiated tension and excitement in equal measure. As she sat so close to Beatrice, she could feel Miss Hillmot nearly trembling, with the effort to keep herself from bouncing on the padded carriage squab in anticipation. Beatrice suspected that the girl's own nerves were keeping her tongue in check, as Beatrice herself was bent on keeping her own counsel, afraid that she might blurt out her intentions, to leave as soon as a suitable replacement was found. She, too, kept silent. The Colonel, normally taciturn, did nothing to encourage conversation either, though there was a strange sort of warmth in his eyes that made Beatrice's cheeks feel warm. So the carriage rolled on through the inky darkness, profoundly silent, a world unto itself. Despite her trepidation about the roads, Beatrice wished fervently that they would arrive at the ball quickly. She was beginning to feel as if she could not breathe in the small space, hemmed in and unable to escape the Colonel's gaze. His knee brushed hers as they jostled over a rut in the road, and Beatrice flinched backward, smoothing her long cloak over her legs. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The constable home was positively palatial, spreading out across the landscape like a palace. Beatrice, when she caught sight of it as she alighted from the carriage, could only stare in wonder at it for a moment. It was so wildly different from her expectations that she at first wondered if it might be a mirage. The edifice, done in fashionable pale grey stone, was perfectly symmetrical. Each window was brilliantly lit from within, the light falling on the gold-painted window frames and making them shine. The centre of the circular drive, packed with carriages and horses, was crowned with a fountain. The doors to the home were thrown open wide, and even from her perch in the carriage doorway, Beatrice could hear music and laughter and a heady mix of flowers and the smell of food wafted out to her. Such was her distraction that she did not notice at first that the hand she was holding for stability, as was custom, was not, in fact, that of a postilion or a footman. She only noticed when a driver of another carriage yelled at them to clear the way, and the fingers holding her hand squeezed, getting her attention. Beatrice glanced down and saw that it was the Colonel himself steadying her. "My apologies," she murmured, and stepped carefully down the remaining carriage steps. "Not to worry," the Colonel said, smiling his half-smile at her. "I will steady you whenever you like." Beatrice, unable to take in anything more, breezed right on past that comment. She descended easily, turning her attention to Florence. She too was staring in bright-eyed wonder, though not at the house. She looked about at the people around her, staring at the glittering jewels and glistening silks. All around them, people were placing their masks on their faces so that they would not be recognised before they entered. Florence, having not let go of her mask for the entire journey to the constable home, eagerly placed hers against her face. She attempted to shuffle her fan and reticule, to tie the ribbons behind her head. Beatrice, smiling a little, stepped forward to help her. "Here now," she said softly, placing a steadying hand for a moment on the girl's shoulder. "We'll have you settled in no time at all. Just remember, no one knows who you are. For all they know, you are a very grand lady from parts unknown." Florence nodded, then held still as she allowed Beatrice to tie the ribbon behind her head. Her mask was pure white, just as her gown was, embroidered with silk ribbons to look like flowers were blooming. The motif was repeated on the gown, making Florence appear like the very essence of youth and spring. "Where is your mask?" Florence demanded, turning about. "Patience, Miss Hillmot," Beatrice chided. She withdrew her own mask from her deep pocket, cut from the same red velvet as her gown. She engaged in her own fumbling about then, as she had elected to wear a fashionable turban in the same red to conceal her distinctive hair. Everyone would have instantly recognised it, as it had been quite the topic of conversation about the county. As she was attempting to lift the back of the turban to tie on her mask, a pair of hands gently took the ribbons from her fingers. Automatically she stiffened, but a familiar voice quite near her ear said, "Please, allow me to assist." Beatrice swallowed and nodded, giving the Colonel permission. It was a shockingly vulnerable, intimate act, as she had to lift her turban, exposing the back of her neck as she did so. With surprising gentleness, he tied the mask on quickly, his fingers just whispering past her skin. The nearness made goosebumps raise on the back of her neck, and she had to suppress a shiver. Beatrice swallowed again, half afraid that he would press a kiss to the exposed flesh, half disappointed when he did not. "There," he said at last, letting the ribbons go and stepping back. "Now, I believe we are all ready," he continued, having donned his own plain black domino. "Might I escort you in?" He offered his right arm to Florence, who eagerly accepted. His dark eyes locked onto Beatrice's as he offered his left arm to her. Though his mouth asked a simple question, his eyes asked an entirely different one. There was a line that they were crossing, both of them together, and Beatrice did not know if they would be able to find their way back from it. The sensation persisted as they crossed the threshold into the grand estate. It was like stepping into a different realm, one made up only of beautiful things, a veritable feast for all the senses. From every chandelier, cornice piece, nook and cranny, great swags of flower gardens were hung, braided with tendrils of ribbons. Greenery was positively stuffed onto every available surface, a joyful shout of spring that fairly defied any lingering traces of winter. The smells of jasmine, hyacinth, lilac, roses, even orange blossoms mingled into a heady blend. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the constables employed a most clever chef. What first appeared to be bouquets were actually little cakes and treats cleverly arranged to resemble blooms. Beatrice stared in arrested wonder as a guest, casual as could be, simply plucked what she had thought to be a flower still in bud from a stem and popped it into her mouth. Once again, through a generally pressing of the arriving guests behind her, Beatrice could tell that she was blocking the proverbial traffic again. Still, a little dazed from the scenery, she allowed a waiting maid to help remove her long cloak. As the maid did so, those around her seemed to take a subconscious step backward. While it seemed that the guests had by and large chosen pastoral characters and pastel colours, Beatrice's dark red gown stood out like an exclamation mark. It shimmered in the candlelight, the pleats and folds, so dark they were almost black. In lieu of the traditional ribbon, lace or flower trimmings that were found on evening gowns, Beatrice and the modiste had both agreed that the fabric should be allowed to speak for itself. It was deceptively simple, with pleated trim at the hem and the sleeves cut into fashionable poufs at the top, but fitted tightly to Beatrice's arms the rest of the way down. The addition of the red turban and mask in the same fabric only added to the striking effect, like a drop of blood on a field of white. She had dug into her store of hidden gems, completing the look with gold earbobs set with topaz. Around her long, elegant neck, she had put a necklace of little gold starbursts, with a larger gold setting hanging from the centre, with yet another topaz, large and finely cut. Beatrice, a creature that was not only used to adoration, but craved it, held perfectly still for a moment, cutting an elegant figure so that all might take her in. It had been so long since she had felt so admired. And indeed, a smitten crowd did much to restore her. Even so, she found that there was one person in particular that she wished to see beholding her, and she looked for him as she scanned the crowd with cool eyes. She was not disappointed. The Colonel was standing across the spacious entry hall, awaiting Beatrice and Florence. She could feel the exact moment that his eyes found her, for a shock of warmth went through her at the look that could not be concealed by his mask. He was dressed as a highwayman, a bold choice, given that they were a very real threat in the north still, in the style of the last century, with a tricorn hat and tall black boots. Still, even with the mask, Beatrice would have known him anywhere. There was no mistaking his perfect posture, nor his dark eyes. They stared at one another, heedless of the motion around them, like two stones in a stream. He was not one of the handsome young rakes she used to bandy about London with, but there was an undeniable magnetism about him that was harder and harder to resist every day. Indeed, Beatrice could not even really remember why it was that she was fighting so hard against loving him. "Just give in," her heart whispered. "Just let go. It will be the easiest thing in the world, so what if you cannot marry? Will you love him any less because of that?" Without any signal, both Beatrice and the Colonel left their respective sides of the entry hall, meeting in the middle. Wordlessly, the Colonel held out his hand, black leather gloves of such fine kid leather that Beatrice knew she would be able to feel the warmth of his hand through them. She hesitated, holding her hand back tentatively. He waited, watching, his eyes grave. "There's no going back now," Beatrice's heart whispered. "You cannot go back from this moment, should you accept Chapter 28. Though she was a consummate consumer of romances, more so than she would ever admit, especially to her sisters, Florence did not have a speck of experience with the real thing. Still, even with her noted lack of expertise, she knew a spark when she saw it. For weeks she had harboured a suspicion that something was afoot. All of the sisters did, and the strange tension in the carriage tonight had done nothing to abate that feeling. Florence watched as all eyes turned to Beatrice when her cloak fell away. There was a fleeting instant of jealousy, not because Florence begrudged Beatrice her moment of beauty, but because Florence was eager for a time when her own feminine charms might evoke such a reaction. She was not wholly displeased by being overshadowed, though, as this gave her a moment to observe, and what she saw made her heart hopeful. Her father, her stoic, unreadable father, could not take his eyes from Beatrice either. Florence could not help but feel a little smug as she saw this, for it confirmed her own theory that there was a light between her governess and her father. It was too romantic, really, as they would not be accepted by society. It seemed, however, that both had permitted the anonymous air of the mask to give them a layer of protection and permission. With bated breath, Florence watched as her father held out his hand to Beatrice. The gesture was simple enough, but it clearly meant more than that to both of them. Florence stopped breathing entirely for a moment as Beatrice lifted her hand, then drew it back, like a cat cautiously testing its footing. "Go on," Florence silently willed Beatrice. When at last Beatrice placed her hand into her father's, Florence could not help but smile widely. The sight gladdened her, not just because it was romantic, but also because it gave her a feeling of security. She hated to intrude on what felt like a private moment, despite the public setting, and hung back for as long as she could. From where she stood, she spotted a person who could only be Miss Fitzroy, standing with another collection of girls. Florence darted a glance at her father and Miss Hart, and decided to slink off on her own. It wasn't as if she was really breaking any rules. She would still be escorted, and really, what trouble could she get into with her friends around her? "Why, could that be Miss Hillmot in that beautiful frock?" Miss Constable said from behind a blue satin mask. She was dressed like the night sky, her gown cut daringly low on her shoulders to show off her white skin and dark hair. "Hush, Eugenie," Miss Winthrop said, hitting Miss Constable with her folded fan. "You know, the point of the night is not to know anyone. And yet, we've all managed to find one another, haven't we?" Miss Constable replied dryly. "Surely it's a sign of what good friends we are," Miss Fitzroy said soothingly. "We all would know each other anywhere, wouldn't we?" "Well," Miss Winthrop said, "I don't intend to stand around all night. Let's go take a turn about the ballroom." With that, all the girls linked arms or held hands with one another, setting off in a flock of giggling, rustling gowns, and whispers exchanged behind gloved hands. On their circuit, in which the point was to largely see and be seen, it was decided that the food was exemplary, the gowns sumptuous, and the male specimens of the species suitably handsome. "Now, we only must get them to dance with us," Miss Constable said, tossing her head alluringly at a gaggle of young bucks all standing together. "Wait, how will that work precisely?" Florence asked. "There's no dance cards, so how will we take down their names?" "There aren't any dance cards at a masque, silly," Miss Constable answered, as if it were patently obvious. "The whole fun of the evening is not knowing who you are dancing with. Besides," she said, lowering her voice and ducking her head closer to the other girls, "that way your father will never find out if you dance with someone unsuitable, but with a handsome pair of legs." They all giggled at that, Florence feeling a little scandalised, but thrilled at such independence. She scanned the crowd, hoping to find a dashing young gent who might wish to squire her out onto the dance floor. As she did so, she realised that one man, dressed sharply in black satin breeches and a black coat, was staring openly at her. Florence, blushing, as she was thoroughly unused to such attention, ducked her head, avoiding her eyes as she ought to. She could not keep herself from peeking back at him, however, and found that he had not wavered. "Oh, Florence, I believe you have an admirer," Miss Fitzroy whispered, clutching Florence's wrist, who blushed and tried to shush her friend. It quickly seemed that Miss Fitzroy was correct, however, for the man in black approached the gaggle of young ladies. Miss Constable sized him up, but he had eyes only for Florence, light grey eyes that stared out from his mask. Though his face was covered, the mask was cut in such a way as to imply a sharp raven's beak that tapered up to equally sharp cheekbones. Florence, delighted that she had gotten her first male attention ever, fancied that his face was equally chiselled beneath the mask. "Well, well," he said, his voice practically a purr. "I do not believe I have ever met you before. I would surely remember it." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. However besotted Gregory was, he was not ignorant to the fact that Florence had made good her escape the moment she perceived that he was distracted. This was a cause for some alarm, and he was intent on searching her out that minute, but Miss Hart waylaid him with a hand on his arm. "She's fine," she said lowly. "I saw her head off in the company of her friends. They will all watch out for one another." "You are so certain of that?" Gregory demanded, staring at Beatrice, who only laughed. "Do you remember what it was like to be a young man? Would you approach such a gaggle of girls at a ball when they are all grouped up together like that?" she asked pragmatically. Gregory opened his mouth to respond, thought for a moment, then grunted in agreement. Miss Hart had a point, and he doubted that young men had gotten that bold of late, not at a country ball where, despite the masks, nearly everyone was known to someone. "In that case," he said, putting his hand on top of hers that rested on his arm, "what say you to a glass of champagne?" "Champagne?" Miss Hart repeated, and he could practically see her wry expression from behind her mask. "Sir, that is completely inappropriate for a governess acting as a chaperone at a ball. I am surprised a colonel known for his propriety would suggest such a thing." Nevertheless, she tightened her grip on his elbow, arranging herself by his side. Gregory found that he quite liked the sensation of her next to him, on his arm, it being the most natural thing in the world. "Ah, but that is where you are mistaken," he tutted, "for I am clearly not a colonel, but a highwayman with no regard at all for the rules of polite society." Beatrice laughed, a rich, honey-toned sound, throwing her head back and playfully swatting him on the arm. "Well, then by all means, lead the way." Champagne successfully retrieved, they continued to circulate slowly around the perimeter of the various rooms in companionable silence. As they came upon the ballroom, Gregory, looking aside at Beatrice, noticed that she was watching the couples longingly. "So, you are fond of dancing then?" he asked. To his surprise, Beatrice responded a little sadly. "Yes, I am, more than nearly anything else in the world. Though I suppose I shan't be afforded many opportunities for it now," she added. "I've never really seen the point in it myself," Gregory remarked, gesturing with a jerk of his chin to the dancers. "It seems a strange way for couples to get to know one another." No," Beatrice replied. "See, it's about collaboration, cooperation, working together. These are all desirable traits in a spouse, yes? And besides, social dancing like this—" She paused, raising her champagne glass in the direction of the dance floor. "Is somewhat limited in scope, I will grant you, but a true artist on the stage? Then the dancing is about expressing feelings and ideas too large for words." Gregory stared at her openly, having never heard her speak so impassioned about anything before. The mystery that was Beatrice only deepened. "I cannot work you out," he said, and her eyes flicked up to him. "You are either an impoverished noblewoman, An actress, or maybe a lost princess, he said, and I honestly do not know which. You forgot pirate, she replied, her lips curling up in a cat-like smile below her mask. I am awfully fond of treasure. Never met a woman who wasn't, Gregory muttered. Beatrice's eyes cut to Gregory. Ah, yes. Men wish us to be ornamented creatures on their arms, then begrudge us the ornaments. No, that's not what I... Confound it, how do you do that? He demanded. Do what, precisely? That, he responded. You get inside my head, you're always there challenging me, making me wonder if you will approve of what I'm doing. It's maddening. Well, if it's any comfort, you're not the first man that's called me maddening, Beatrice replied, her smile turning coy, her eyes warm and soft. Gregory, feeling greatly daring, more than he had since returning home from the battlefield, reached out with one hand and put it on her waist. To his satisfaction, it fitted most naturally. I find you positively infuriating, in the most beguiling way, he said, pulling her a little closer. They were standing quite near each other now, locked into a world of their own in the corner of the room. You make my heart race, such that I don't wonder that you can hear it. The smile fell slowly from Beatrice's face. Some silent war was waged for a moment behind her eyes, and then, Gregory could not believe it, she reached up with one red-gloved hand and placed it over his heart. Without breaking her gaze, he placed his hand over hers. With a magnetism that bordered on hypnotic, Gregory stared into her green eyes, shining out like jade from her mask, and ducked his head closer and closer to hers. He was slow, tentative, never taking his eyes from her as he leaned in. She did not balk or turn away, even tilting her head back a little to meet him. They were so close that he could feel her breath on his face. Her lips were parted and... Abruptly, Beatrice was jostled from the back, stumbling into Gregory. He caught her automatically, shooting daggers at the intruders. It was a cluster of girls, all balancing glasses of lemonade. Whoops, one said, clearly seeing that they had interrupted something. Do forgive us, she added, laughing, and the others trailed after her, giggling the whole while in a cloud of feathers and satin. Gregory looked down to Beatrice, hoping to ascertain if she was all right, but her eyes were fixed on the girls that had just left. Her body was stiff, and Gregory immediately stepped back, his eyes narrowing in concern. What is it? He asked. That was Miss Constable and her set, Beatrice said. She turned back to Gregory, her eyes wide and worried. Florence was not with them. Chapter 29. Despite her distraction of a moment before, Beatrice wasted no time in setting off to find Florence. She turned abruptly from the colonel, her eyes scanning the crowd. I will check the front sitting room, Gregory said, formulating a plan with all of the precision of a military commander. I will work my way backward from there. You check the gardens and work your way up through the ballroom, and we will meet in the centre of the house. Beatrice nodded an agreement and turned away. Her heart, already racing from the scene just a moment before with the colonel, was positively galloping now. She suspected that she was going to berate herself later for getting so carried away. No time for that now. Focus, Bea. You need to find that girl before mischief does, she ordered herself. Using her long legs to her advantage, Beatrice sidled her way through the crowd. The doors to the ballroom were thrown open to the gardens, letting fresh, cool air into the overly warm room. It was through one of these stylish French doors that Beatrice at last wriggled, grateful for the crisp air. She stood and surveyed the gardens for a moment, letting her eyes adjust to the dark. They were lit here and there with torches, which threw out pools of light onto the pathways. Slowly, couples and clusters of guests walked slowly through them, admiring the statues and plants. The gardens remained, by and large, shrouded in darkness, however, and it made spotting Florence difficult. This was compounded by the fact that, White was a popular colour for young ladies to wear to balls. Still, Beatrice kept a weather eye out, and her persistence was rewarded. She spotted Florence standing in a little alcove beneath an archway grown over with ivy. There was a man with her, which Beatrice almost did not spy at first, as he was dressed nearly completely in black. Beatrice pursed her lips and, picking up the hem of her gown a little, hustled over. Beatrice was nearly upon them when she heard the man speak. "Why, Miss Hillmot, you're a clever little thing, aren't you?" he said, his voice low and his tone nearly a purr. Beatrice stopped abruptly in her tracks. A strange feeling crawled up her spine, like she was being tickled with a piece of grass. She assessed the man more closely, her eyes narrowing behind her mask. He stood before Florence, one fist on his hip, leg crooked elegantly. Though there was a respectable distance between them, there was something unsettling in the way that he leaned toward her. Jaw tight, Beatrice stepped forward noisily. "There you are," she said clearly, and she saw Florence's eyes flick toward her. The expression in them was all that Beatrice needed to know that she was right to intervene. An instinctual protectiveness reared up within Beatrice, and she was fully prepared to give this rake a piece of her mind. The man, however, turned slowly, and Beatrice felt the bravery in her veins turn to ice. Though he wore a mask, cut sharply to resemble a raven's beak, there was no mistaking the grey-blue eyes beneath. They narrowed cruelly when they spotted Beatrice, laughing silently, mirthlessly. "Judge Horner," Beatrice said flatly, not giving him the satisfaction of knowing that he had successfully rattled her. Outwardly, she remained cool and calm, as if he were of no consequence. Within, however, she was a frantic mess, her mind racing. How did he find me? How could he find me? She asked herself again and again. "Miss Hart," he replied with an ironic little bow. Beatrice lifted her chin, refusing to be cowed. She slid her gaze to Florence, who was watching with wide eyes behind her mask. "Go and find your father," she instructed in a tone that would brook no argument, far more stern than she had ever been with any of the girls before. "He is searching for you in the house. Go and find him and stay with him, now." Florence, her eyes darting between Beatrice and the judge, hesitated for a moment before nodding. Awkwardly, she slid past the judge, careful not to come too near him. Beatrice did not turn to watch her go, refusing to take her eyes from the judge. "What a charming girl," the judge said, his tone oily. "I must confess, I had always thought country girls to be simpletons with bad manners and worse taste, but that one is delightful." Beatrice's temper flashed, but she refused to show it. "What are you doing here?" she demanded flatly. "One might ask you the same thing," the judge replied, turning to face Beatrice straight on. "Imagine my shock when I realised that not only had you come to live in the absolute middle of nowhere, but you were working as a governess in this provincial nightmare. It really is too delicious." "My employment is none of your concern," Beatrice snapped, immediately regretting it. To show any kind of emotion to the judge was to give him leverage. "Now, see, that is where you are wrong," he said, stepping closer. With one hand, he reached up and carelessly removed his mask, letting it dangle carelessly from one finger. "I think you will find that everything about you is, in fact, my concern." Beatrice did not say anything to that, merely arching an eyebrow skeptically. The judge, seeing her contemptuous gesture, stepped closer to Beatrice. "I find myself in need of companionship, and in spite of your little stunt at our last meeting, I still believe you to be the ideal candidate." "Me?" Beatrice said, then laughed harshly. "Whatever would give you that idea? You know precisely what our arrangement would entail, with no expectation of anything else. We are very similar, you know. You might curl your lip up at me and pretend that is not true, but you know that it is. We are both cold and sharp, and both willing to do what is needed to get what we want. I am still not hearing an inducement to agree to your request, Beatrice replied. In fact, I find it rather repulsive. I think it has far less to do with me and far more to do with you. You were humiliated and you wished to put me under your thumb again to soothe your bruised ego, Beatrice finished, her eyes flicking down to the judge's nose significantly. All pretense of humour vanished from Judge Horner's face. He stepped right up to Beatrice, his expression flinty. You still have not learned your lesson, you uppity minx, he said, his voice quiet and dangerous. I'd have thought that your time in exile might have taught you a thing or two, but clearly I was mistaken. You will be returning to London with me, and you will do so with all haste. When there, you will be the perfect companion, docile, adoring, obedient. Beatrice, despite the fear and tension that had her in its jaws, could not help but laugh again, though this time it was weaker. And why ever would I agree to that? Judge Horner's icy eyes flicked behind Beatrice's shoulder to the direction that Florence had fled in. You seem to care a great deal about these country bumpkins, though I cannot for the life of me figure why. You will do as you are told, or you shall be the ruin of them. What do you mean? Beatrice demanded sharply, a sickening coil of fear settling in her stomach. The judge's lips curved upward a little. It's so easy for a young girl to lose her reputation, isn't it? He said. All it takes is a few well-placed words, and she is done forever. You, of all people, ought to know that. You wouldn't, Beatrice whispered, but even as she said it, she knew the truth of it. The judge laughed again cruelly. It would take so little effort, really. Perhaps she would get into my carriage, and we would be discovered. Or, even simpler, I simply let it slip that her governess is nothing more than a tart from the stage. Then, all three of them are ruined. Beatrice was staring at the judge, her mind reeling. Desperately, she searched for some way to counter the judge's scheme. The Colonel would stand by me, she said at last, thrusting her chin up. Would he, indeed? He knows the truth of you, then? No, Judge Horner asked, his nostrils a little pinched. Perhaps we should ask him. Raising his voice and his arm, he called out, Colonel Hillmot, how good of you to join us! Slowly, as if she were trapped in a nightmare, Beatrice turned around. Standing beneath the ivy-covered archway, the Colonel was watching her and the judge. There was no telling what all he had overheard. She could scarcely breathe as her eyes met the Colonel's. Chapter 30. Gregory's first instinct upon seeing Beatrice in a dark alcove of the gardens with another man was to grasp blindly at his side for the hilt of a sword that was not there. Their body language was tense, and they spoke in quiet, urgent whispers that he could not understand. When Florence had urged him to go and find Beatrice, he did not know what to expect. Frankly, he still did not know what was happening, only that he did not care for it. Beatrice turned to face him slowly, and though she was clearly still tense, her eyes were unreadable behind her mask. Do I know you? Gregory demanded, the strange man having addressed him as if they were old friends. We have not had the pleasure, though we do have a common acquaintance, the man in black replied, sliding a significant look to Beatrice. Gregory frowned at the implication put into the word common. Are you all right, Miss Hart? Gregory asked, turning his attention to her. With a tight jaw, she nodded, but did not speak. I am grateful to have this moment to speak with you, sir, the man continued, as if Gregory had not spoken at all. If I might be so bold, I feel that it is my duty to warn you that you have let a viper into the hen-house. What do you mean? Gregory demanded, his eyes still on Beatrice. Only that I wish to give you a warning from one gentleman to another, the man replied easily. His eyes flicked to Beatrice, one dark eyebrow lifting almost imperceptibly. Gregory turned to give Beatrice a questioning look, but her eyes were fixed on the strange man, wide and staring. She shook her head as if answering a silent question. "Warning? Who exactly are you?" Gregory turned his attention back to the man who spoke with such a familiar air, feeling all the more like he was witnessing a mummer's farce. "I am the Honourable Judge Derek Horner, at your service," he said with a little bow that felt ironic. "I would not speak so if I did not feel it a matter of such importance." "Then say what you have to say," Gregory snapped, losing his limited patience. He had no tolerance for these sorts of intrigues and shenanigans. "This woman," Judge Horner said, pointing with one startlingly pale finger at Beatrice, "is not who she says she is. I have known her for some years now, and it is my sad duty to inform you that she is a charlatan and a fraud." "Sir, choose your next words carefully," Gregory growled. The judge raised his hands, placating. "I take no pleasure in this, but I should hate to see a man with 3 young, vulnerable daughters, but fooled in such a way. For heaven's sake, man, did you take the time to inquire into her references? Previous employers?" Gregory had no reply for that. He shot a look to Beatrice, who remained silent, watching him. She did not object to what the judge said, which made the cold finger of doubt prick at the back of Gregory's neck. Taking this as encouragement, the judge nodded sympathetically at Gregory. "Yes, you see it too, don't you? Can you truthfully say you have not had your doubts about her? Even now, look at her. Does she appear to be a governess to you?" Gregory, unable to help himself, swept his eyes over Beatrice. All of the moments in which she had been cagey about her past, all of the hundreds of little things. A look, the way she stood, her manner of speaking, all of it added up into a crushing weight that Gregory was helpless to ignore. The judge sidled up to Gregory, standing on his left side. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "And just how would a governess afford such sparkling jewels, he murmured. "How does a servant come by such trinkets? I shouldn't wonder if they were stolen. I would imagine she has a whole secret cache of them. You hear about these things, you know, in the papers. These girls pretend to be respectable young ladies and work their way into a fine household, and when they have earned the trust of the masters, they help themselves to the silver and vanish in the night." The judge leaned in closer. His voice dropped to the timbre usually reserved for the utmost scandal. "And what is to say that is the worst of her crimes? I've heard it boldly talked of in London that she privately entertains gentlemen." Gregory stared at Miss Hart, who was standing so very still that she may as well have been a statue. His heart was pounding hard in his chest, not wanting to believe it. He was a man that believed in facts and observable truths, and the unfortunate fact was, there was much he simply did not know about her. The judge spoke logically, and she did not object to his words. "Where did you get those jewels, Miss Hart?" Gregory asked. Miss Hart, unflinchingly, stared him straight in the eye, her own green eyes glittering. "They were a gift," she replied staunchly. "It seems gentlemen, whom I believe to be friends, are in the habit of giving me beautiful things." Gregory rocked back a little on his heels, accepting that hit. Next to him, the judge shook his head, tutting sadly. "A likely story. Who is to say that she does not secure men's affections in order to secure their treasures as well?" Miss Hart stared at Gregory, clearly waiting for him to say something. He could not, his mouth feeling as though it were full of molten lead. He felt like a fool, like an old, ridiculous fool that had been taken in by a pretty face. How many times has she refused to answer questions about her past? How long has her past been shrouded in mystery? He reminded himself. All of the little doubts that had, just hours before, seen like playful mystery came into sharp focus. With great effort, he wrenched his eyes away from her. He was not sure what hurt the most, the fact that she did not deny it, or the fact that he had been so ready to replace his wife with someone so unworthy. From the corner of his eye, he saw Miss Hart lift her chin slowly, then bring it down once in a sharp, precise nod. Gregory forced his eyes from her again, and when he looked back, she was gone, as if she had never been there. "You've done the right thing," the judge said, laying a conciliatory hand on his shoulder. Wordlessly, Gregory shrugged it off. Like an automaton, he turned and began walking back to the house, the windows almost painfully illuminated against the dark sky. Gregory was aware that people were staring at him, but they were dim, out of focus. Someone called his name, but he ignored it, letting his feet carry him forward. He did not realize that he had walked straight through the house until he was back outside again. The cool evening air brought him back to his senses a little, rousing him. He looked about, seeing that the assorted drivers, clumped in gossiping bunches, were watching him. He ignored them, walking a little further down the drive. The wind began to pick up in earnest, bringing with it the smell of rain. Something dark blew across the drive, tumbling near his feet. Gregory bent down to pick it up and found that it was Miss Hart's discarded mask. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The feeling of being in a distant fog persisted the next morning. Gregory went about his tasks automatically, with no real feeling or thought behind them. The sounds of the household carried on around him, muted as if he had musket wadding in his ears. When he sat down to breakfast, the dining room was almost painfully quiet. Gazing down the table over the large baked ham and plates of buns and boiled eggs, Gregory attempted to rouse himself for the sake of his daughters. Looking about at their faces, however, Gregory suspected they were in no mood for conversation either. In fact, their faces were downright mutinous. Strangely, however, none of his daughters had asked where Miss Hart was. It was Mrs. Turvey, the housekeeper, who broke the silence first, bustling in with the pot of coffee. "I suspect you'll be looking for a new governess now, what with Miss Hart's untimely departure." At least one fork and two knives clattered onto separate plates at that. Gregory judiciously ignored them and nodded at Mrs. Turvey. "I expect I will, though we will have to be a bit more thorough in our inquiries. I apologise for any inconvenience this puts the household under." "You can't be serious," Florence said at last, staring down the table at Gregory, her face incredulous. "You mean to replace Miss Hart, just like that?" "Florence," Gregory sighed, suddenly very tired. "No," she snapped, putting her silverware down. "You cannot just erase her, not after all she did for us." "You do not know her, not really," Gregory replied firmly. "I suspect none of us did." "Poppycock," Florence retorted. "I think it's you who never really knew her." "She wasn't a proper governess, not a real one," Gregory insisted. "Does it matter?" Eliza asked quietly. "If we look at this logically, you wished for us to become more well-behaved, proper young ladies, did you not? You cannot say that we have not under her tutelage. Therefore she must be a proper governess." "That's not all there is to it," Gregory said, trying to focus on pouring himself some coffee. "What else matters? She cared for us," Florence continued arguing, rising from her seat a little. "I told you to go find her last night because I was worried about her, not so that you would drive her off." "You needn't have worried about her," Gregory muttered darkly. "Quite the reverse." "Yes, I did. That man, the one in the creepy bird mask. He was altogether rotten. He smiled and said charming things. But the moment he got me alone, he turned." Florence wrinkled her nose at the memory. "There was something wrong with him, like he was a wolf in a man's skin. And Miss Hart put herself between him and I, for which I will always be grateful to her for." "She did?" Gregory asked. "She was interceding on your behalf?" When Florence nodded, he looked down at his coffee, as if it would have answers for him. But he knew her previously. He told me. I imagine he told you all sorts of things, Florence interrupted. He was altogether oily, and I don't doubt he would tell you anything to get his own way. When Gregory was silent for a moment, Florine narrowed her eyes at him, refocusing her attention on him. Wait, what did he tell you? Was it something regarding Miss Hart? More silence from Gregory. Oh, father, no. You let that brigand insult Miss Hart, didn't you? And you did nothing to stop it. Good Lord. No wonder why she ran off as she did. That is quite enough, Florence, Gregory said, a warning in his tone. Miss Hart did nothing to refute his claims herself. I don't believe it is enough. No, Florence shot back, standing fully and slamming her palms on the table. She was a governess, supposed to be under your protection, and you wanted her to answer back to a gentleman of standing and position. How would that have worked precisely? Gregory stared at Florence, knowing full well that he should check her, but feeling as if he simply did not have the authority to do so. He had a stone in the pit of his stomach, one born of the growing realization that he had failed Beatrice, egregiously so. If you think this return to your headstrong ways is an argument in her favour, then you are mistaken, Gregory said at length. It only proves that you needed a firmer hand. Actually, Miss Hart left a letter for the three of us, Eliza piped up again. She entreated us to behave, and to be kind to you and the new governess when she arrives. Florence tossed her head triumphantly, and a pang went through Gregory's heart as the gesture was a veritable copy of one Beatrice made regularly. For several beats there was no sound, not even the scrape of silverware against plates. All of his daughters stared at him, and the combination of accusation, expectation, and disappointment was enough to make him hang his head. Why are you just sitting there? Florence demanded. Go after her. We all know that you want to. Startled, Gregory felt his cheeks growing a little warm, furtively glancing at his daughters. What are you implying? You're fond of Miss Hart, Sophia said for the first time, her little voice incongruous with the weighty truth of that statement. The facts support that assertion, Eliza added. Honestly, we've been waiting weeks for the two of you to figure it out, Florence concluded, resuming her seat and reaching for the coffee, soundly ignoring Gregory's disapproving look. I don't even know where she's gone, Gregory pointed out. She had a reference when she applied for the job, didn't she? Eliza asked pragmatically. So, it seems likely she has at least one friend in London. Start there. I can't just take off across the whole of England on some wild goose chase for our governess, Gregory protested, but could feel his resolve weakening. Florence, taking an experimental sip of her coffee, fixed Gregory with a level gaze. Why? Isn't she worth it? Gregory sat for a minute in a kind of staring contest with Florence. In that moment, he could see exactly the sort of lady she was becoming, the woman she would be in a couple short years, and he was no longer worried about her future. Wordlessly, he pushed back from the table and went to his desk in the library, prepared to begin rifling through stacks of old letters to find what he was searching for. Chapter 31. The Duchess of Brandon had taken a little convincing to see Gregory, which was not wholly unexpected. They were not even acquainted after all. What was completely unexpected was that there was something of a committee awaiting him in the Duchess' luxurious London drawing room when he arrived. Not only was the Duchess present, but her sister Lady Chester and one Lady Eva Galpin. They represented a formidable trio of women. The Duchess poised and serene, the younger sister watching his every movement with quick eyes, and Lady Eva, dark and arresting in her beauty, but unflinching in her assessment of him. You are searching for Miss Hart, the Duchess said from her seat in the middle. It was not a question, but a statement of fact. Gregory nodded. I would be grateful if you might be able to help me in this endeavour. The three ladies exchanged glances. It was the younger sister, Lady Chester, who spoke next. And why would we do that? You seem rather eager to find her, to have come all this way just for a governess. Gregory considered a moment before speaking. I think we all know that she is not a simple governess. I don't know exactly what she is, but I don't think it matters at this point. What are your intentions exactly? What do you want with Miss Hart? Lady Eva asked, her tone crisp. Taken a little aback by the hostile nature of the question, Gregory straightened a little before answering. I suppose I have two aims, he said slowly. The first, to ascertain that she is well. I believe she left under some duress, and I wish to ensure that she is unharmed. And the second, the Duchess prompted, to ask her forgiveness, and to tell her... Gregory stopped, his throat going a little dry as he searched for the right words. To tell her something that I should have told her already. The ladies exchanged another glance. You have some tender feelings for her, Lady Chester stated, and Gregory could only nod. There was silence then, and he wondered briefly if the ladies were engaged in some kind of silent communication. They exchanged glances again, and Lady Ava nodded at last. We will not disclose any details as to whom she really is. That is entirely her own affair, and for her to share if she trusts you. But we will tell you where to find her, the Duchess said at last. A footman was summoned, an address scribbled hastily on a slip of paper, and Gregory was back out on the sidewalk in front of the townhouse. Feeling a little dazed, he couldn't help but glance behind him, wondering if it was simply a strange dream. There was no time to consider, however, for his driver was waiting for him, having changed out his exhausted horses for a fresh pair at a livery. He passed the address on to the driver and climbed inside his carriage. They set off at a smart trot, and Gregory clutched his walking stick so tightly that the leather of his gloves creaked a little. To his surprise, the carriage wound its way through the streets of London and pulled to a stop before a theatre. He opened the vent to speak to the driver, leaning forward. Why have we stopped? Go straight to the address I gave you, he demanded. We've arrived, sir, the driver replied. The Lyceum, no mistaking it. Dubious, Gregory opened the carriage door and climbed out, staring up at the theatre's edifice. Though it was a Tuesday, there was already a crowd milling about, waiting for the office to open to purchase admittance to the evening show. There seemed a great deal of buzzing excitement, and with a certain amount of scepticism, Gregory joined them. He was not dressed for an evening at the theatre, but he doubted that would matter if he sat in the pit seats. No, a woman was saying, just behind Gregory. I've heard she was an Araby, learning to dance from the desert dwellers. You're daft, a man replied. I heard she was a guest of Napoleon himself, who requested she be brought to Elba to entertain. Gregory, confused, could not help but turn, and, after touching the brim of his hat, ask, I beg your pardon, but whom are you speaking of? The couples exchanged a glance, as if Gregory were a simpleton. Why, the return of the Queen of the Lyceum herself, of course. They say she has a new performance, which is why we're all awaiting her. She has been gone a while, then, has she? Gregory inquired. Aye, quite a few months now. There's been some unkind gossip, but I never believed it myself, the woman answered, nodding sagely. The sadly drooping feathers of her faded bonnet nodded along in agreement. I expect that's why she left London in the first place, to escape the scandal. Gregory, suspicion growing in his chest, turned back around abruptly. Without really thinking, he shuffled along with the crowd, paid his pence, and received a ticket to the pit sitting. The crowd seemed eagerly abuzz, with the orange sellers joining in the gossip as their knives flashed and they sliced open the fruit before handing it to the patrons. Silence finally descended, as the lamps about the auditorium were gradually extinguished and the darkness grew more profound. The only light of note was that of the footlights on the stage, which cast an eerie, flickering glow. The stage was empty for several moments, and the audience began to grow restless. Just as Gregory thought that they might begin to become unruly, a figure in ethereal white appeared. The audience gasped, for no one had seen her enter the stage. She simply was. She wore a diaphanous white costume, layers as delicate as spider webs, with large gold cuffs on her arms. She was the very picture of a goddess, strong and proud. Even from this distance, Gregory knew without a shadow of a doubt that it was Beatrice. His mouth went dry and his hands reflexively clutched at his legs. He wasn't sure if he even blinked as the performance unfolded, with Beatrice beginning to dance in graceful leaps, music swelling one instrument at a time. She was so light, her steps so effortless, that he was not convinced her feet touched the stage. He had never seen anything like it. His rapture, which seemed shared by the whole audience, was complete and all-consuming. The stage gradually became bathed in light from behind, like a sun rising. The audience sighed from the beauty of the moment. From a corner of the stage, a hooded figure appeared. Without warning, he raised his arms in the action of firing a bow, miming drawing back the string and releasing it. Beatrice cried out and fell. The lights and music suddenly cut off. The silence was almost deafening, and more than one person cried out. Slowly, Beatrice raised herself up on one arm, the other hand clutching her heart, which was now pierced with a shining golden arrow. Red ribbons tumbled from her fingers, making it look as if she bled profusely. She turned her face to the audience, and with one hand still clutching at the arrow, she reached toward them with the other hand. In pained silence, her fingers stretched out, yearning, and then, in the next minute, all was darkness again. The audience sat in stunned silence for a moment. Slowly, they began to applaud, to whistle and stamp their feet. Gregory could not join them, for he felt as if he were nailed to his seat. He was but one person among hundreds. There was no earthly way that Beatrice could have known that he was there, but he felt without a doubt that this performance was for him. Everyone else in the audience might have ascribed their own meanings to it, but he alone knew exactly what it meant. He swallowed hard and closed his eyes, understanding exactly what he had done. "However will I make this right?" he thought sadly to himself. They were right to be suspicious of me, her loyal friends. And yet, what was she reaching for? He pondered this, his mind racing, hoping, though, he felt that he had no right to do so. He sat mutely through the rest of the performances, his eyes looking at the stage, but not really seeing anything. To his dismay, Beatrice did not reappear. Before the last performer was done, he excused himself, much to the annoyance of those sitting on the benches around him as he sidled past. Though he had never been one to hang about theatres, it was easy enough to find his way backstage. It took only a discreet inquiry to be pointed in the direction of her dressing room. It was not a surprise to find a crowd of admirers outside, all clamouring for their few minutes to have Beatrice smile on them. Gregory could not begrudge them, for he knew all too well what it was like to be on the receiving end of her affections. It was intoxicating, and he had come all the way down from York to have her shine on him again. He shook his head and chuckled a little to himself, tucking himself away in a hidden corner. He did not want to have an audience for his reunion with her, particularly as he had no notion of how it would go. The minutes passed slowly, and one by one, the well-wishers went on their way. When the hallway was at last empty, Gregory approached the dressing-room door. The paint was faded red, but someone had hung a beautifully lettered placard on it that simply read Miss Hart. He had just lifted his fist to rap on the door when he heard voices from within. "They are a sad, pathetic bunch," a man's voice said, "hanging about your ankles like eager little puppies." "You ought to know," Beatrice replied, her voice cutting. "And yet, your company has cost me far less than the trinkets they offer you," the voice retorted. Gregory's eyes narrowed. The man sounded familiar. He had heard his voice before. Though it would be impossible to explain to any passers-by, Gregory took the audacious step of pressing his ear to the door. "After all," the man within the dressing room said, "all it took to get you running home like an obedient dog was a few threats to a sad little country girl." The man laughed then, a cruel, scraping sound, and that was when recognition hit Gregory like a cannon shot. It could only be the man in black from the ball, Judge Horner. "I won't hear you speak ill of her, any of them," Beatrice snapped. There was a sound that followed, like a box being slammed shut. "It is only for her sake that I am here, and do not forget it." "No," the judge said, his voice lower. "Don't you ever forget that it is within my power to ruin her too, and I will not hesitate to do so, should you take it into your head to give me trouble." "I know," Beatrice replied, her voice tired. Gregory couldn't explain what happened next, other than he had several thoughts enter his head at the same time. The primary among those were, "This man has threatened Florence," immediately followed by, "Beatrice, you brave, brave woman." As these thoughts were colliding in his head, Gregory's body, battle-tested and used to acting on pure instinct, had grabbed the doorknob and bodily forced the door open. He came to awareness as he stood in the doorway, not sure who was more surprised by the sudden intrusion. The judge, who glared at him with blatant hostility, Beatrice, who gaped open-mouthed, or Gregory himself. "You dare!" the judge began, stepping forward. Gregory, completely ignoring him, sidled past him and came to stand before Beatrice. It was startling to see her like this, dressed in the height of fashion in a dark purple bombazine dress and a Claremont bonnet. Rosettes and trims announced her as a woman of means, and the feathers in her bonnet were curled into fashionable swoops. She looked nothing like a governess, and every bit a lady of the town. "Are you all right?" he asked quietly, and when Beatrice nodded, he took her hand. "I am come to throw myself on your mercy," he said, speaking more earnestly and with more feeling than he had allowed in years. "You needed me to have faith in you, and I didn't. What's more, you fell on your own sword to protect a beloved daughter. You are the best and worthiest of women I have ever known. When you were gone, it was too much. I don't know how to be without you." Beatrice listened to all of this, her eyes softening as Gregory spoke. She made no move to reply, however, standing perfectly still again. Gregory, greatly daring, clasped her hand in both of his now, bringing it to his chest. "Please," he said quietly, "please tell me that I have not lost you for good." A slow smile spread across Beatrice's face, her eyes shining with emotion. She did not say anything, but she added her other hand to their joined hands, pressing his fingers tenderly. Gregory felt himself smile as well. The world, which had been tilted oddly ever since Beatrice's departure, shifted a little on its axis, and Gregory felt a bit steadier, his feet more firmly on the ground. The moment was shattered, however, by cruel laughter from the other side of the dressing room. Gregory, loath to turn his face from his darling Beatrice's, levelled a scathing look on him. He did not need to see Beatrice to know that she, too, regarded the judge with an expression that would have burnt him to a cinder if she had been able. They turned to face him, his right hand holding tightly to her left. "Oh, really, this is too much," the judge said, still chuckling. "You are good, Beatrice, I will give you that," he said, nodding at her. "You've really cast a spell on this mess of a country lumpkin. And you," he said, turning his attention to Gregory, "you, a gentleman, reducing yourself to grovelling, to this. Faster than the judge could react, Gregory lashed out with his free hand, seizing the judge by the cravat. He dragged the other man close, so close that their noses were nearly touching. You will consider your next words carefully, Gregory said, his voice so soft that it was barely audible. You will not insult the lady in my presence again. How dare you? The judge cried. You do not know who I am? Outside the dressing room door, in the narrow hallway, a crowd was beginning to gather, brought by the judge's histrionics. No, Your Honour, you do not know me, Gregory replied, his voice low and controlled. You have insulted me, my daughter, and the woman I love. I demand satisfaction, he enunciated clearly, raising his voice just enough for the observers to overhear. As if on cue, they gasped and began to murmur amongst themselves. You cannot mean, the judge stammered. I will see you tomorrow at dawn, Gregory announced, refusing to turn the judge loose. Beatrice, her eyes darting between them, put the fingers of her free hand to her mouth. You can't, she whispered. Gregory, please, you can't, she pleaded. He's not worth it. Probably not, Gregory agreed, but you are. Besides, he added, with a smile that only emphasized the scar on his face, it's been some time since I shot a man. Unseen by the judge, he squeezed Beatrice's fingers. After a moment's hesitation, she squeezed back, and Gregory knew that she understood his ruse then. Shot a man? The judge repeated, his eyes darting to Beatrice. As if they had rehearsed it, she shrugged and sighed. I would have thought you would recognise Colonel Hillmot, hero of Waterloo. He shot no less than 12 men clean off their horses on the first day alone. Now, let's not be hasty, the judge said, all of his cruel bluster gone. Surely this is unnecessary. I never meant... Oh, but you did, Gregory said. Am I to understand that you will not be accepting this challenge? Another murmur arose from the crowd. To be called out in such a manner, to insult a man and then have a challenge for a duel issued, was not something one could ignore. Though duelling was ostensibly illegal, to refuse the challenge was the height of cowardice and shame. Not appearing on the field of honour was to invite social ruin and ridicule of enormous proportions. I can hardly, the judge attempted to explain. Gregory, disgust writ large on his face, released the judge, casually shoving him backward so that he stumbled a few steps. His cravat was ruined, the knot askew and stretched oddly. It is to be expected, Gregory said loud enough to be overheard. Those who prey on the weak are always cowards. Now, you will leave Miss Hart be, or I shall put it all about London that you are a coward and a fiend. I doubt that Miss Hart is your first victim, and I suspect there are others waiting in the wings, eager to pounce at the first sign of weakness from you. I won't forget this, the judge said, attempting to smooth his rumpled shirt and waistcoat. You'll be sorry, I promise you. Beatrice, still for the last several moments, raised her arm again as if she meant to strike the judge. Instinctually, the judge cried out and raised his arm, ducking his head to avoid the blow that never came. Beatrice burst into laughter, loud and mocking, throwing her head back. The stagehands, actresses, and passers-by that had clumped up outside the dressing room began snickering as well. The sound echoed in the hallway, and the judge, his face red, rounded on them. Gregory, too, could not suppress the laughter that welled up inside him as well. Get thee hence, Beatrice said between laughs, before I break your nose again. The judge, wordlessly, with his lips pressed into a thin white line, made a great show of smoothing his hair and pulling his jacket straight. With false dignity, he left the dressing room, his nose high in the air. The crowd hissed and jeered at him as he departed, which made Gregory chuckle again. That's a lovely sound, Beatrice said softly, and Gregory turned to find her smiling warmly at him. I don't know that I've heard you laugh before. I haven't had much reason to, before you, he admitted. Sweeping his hat from his head, he gave Beatrice a grand bow. Might I escort you from this place? He asked. Beatrice, laughing again, nodded and slipped her arm through Gregory's. Replacing his hat on his head, Gregory squired her grandly from the theatre. When they were outside in the London night air, they paused beneath a streetlight. Beatrice took a deep breath. "That was very kind of you, and chivalrously done," she began, releasing his arm. "But now that you know what I am, the sort of life I lived, you must see why I cannot return to your house to be a governess. I could jeopardize everything for your daughters." As she spoke, tears filled her eyes again, and she looked away. Gregory reached out with one gloved hand and gently touched Beatrice's chin, fingers lightly ghosting along her jaw so that her face turned back to him. "I agree," he said softly. "You cannot return to my house as a governess." Beatrice smiled sadly, sniffed a little and nodded. "That is why I should very much like you to return as my wife," he finished. Beatrice's eyes went wide. "You cannot be serious," she whispered. "No one would let us be in peace. Society would—" "Hang society," Gregory said, stepping closer to Beatrice. "What do I care for them? You filled my house with laughter and happiness, and you are an infuriating woman, and I want to argue with you every day or the rest of my life." "My time with you, with your daughters, was the happiest time of my life," Beatrice admitted. A single tear spilled out over her cheek, and Gregory swiped it away with his thumb. "That's all that matters then," he said, and leaning down, pressed his lips against hers in a gentle kiss. She inhaled sharply, surprised, and he pulled back to search her face. Before he had the chance to do so, Beatrice had flung her arms about his neck, her petal soft lips finding his in a deeper kiss, nearly knocking him over. It was such an earnest, enthusiastic kiss that it earned more than a few hoots and whistles from those passing by the theatre. Normally, Gregory would have found such a breach in decorum unthinkable, but he realised that with Beatrice in his arms so deliciously, he didn't give a fig about the good opinion of London. Epilogue. "Are you completely sure about this?" Beatrice, who had been preoccupied with ensuring the trunks were trapped tightly to the back of the carriage, looked up sharply at Gregory. He was stood some distance away, his hands folded behind his back as he was wont to do, a somewhat pensive expression on his face. "Of course, I'm sure," Beatrice answered automatically, glancing about the gravel drive at the front of the Hillmot Manor house, as if someone might overhear. "You should know by now that I do not do anything I am unsure of." Gregory, despite his evident concern, couldn't help but smile. "Yes, that is true enough." Beatrice, a pen and paper in her hand as she checked the luggage, tilted her head at Gregory. There was still a shadow of concern on his face. Pursing her lips a little, intolerantly affectionate irritation, and ensuring that there were no maids about, Beatrice glided over quickly and pressed a quick kiss to Gregory's cheek. "Do you really think I would ever have any doubts about marrying you?" she teased lightly, laying her head on his shoulder for a moment. She could feel him relax ever so slightly under her cheek. "No," he said, "not that." "Well," he amended, putting an arm about her waist. "Perhaps not the marrying itself, but the manner in which we are doing so." Beatrice straightened back up, arching an eyebrow and looking Gregory in the eye again. "What, you think I require some massive society wedding, after the way they have treated me? Hang the lot, I say," she said airily, tossing her head proudly. Gregory's mouth drew up in his uneven smile again, which made Beatrice smile too. "Society is fickle enough that I imagine you rejecting them will make them clamour for your company all the more." "Likely," Beatrice snorted. "If you do not doubt my desire to be your wife, then what is troubling you?" "That," Gregory said, jerking his head backward, just as a cacophony of children came tumbling out the front door. They seemed to be engaged in some squabble about whose trunk was whose, and the ownership of a hat box. The arguing continued as they passed right on by Beatrice and Gregory, so absorbed they did not even notice the pair watching them. Beatrice sighed, but smiled a little. The girls had been thrilled with her return, doubly so when Beatrice had requested their permission to marry their father. She had firmly believed that, whatever her own enthusiasm for being Mrs. Hillmot, she would not go through with it without their blessing. They had, of course, consented heartily, throwing themselves at Beatrice with delighted squeals. Gregory, hearing Beatrice sigh, turned to face her, his face grave. "You really wish to bring them with us? I am worried you don't know what you're undertaking." Beatrice smiled placatingly at Gregory and dared to offer him another kiss. "I am sure. Besides," she added, casting a wary glance back to the house, "if we leave them here, there might not be a house to come back to." Gregory nodded seriously, which made Beatrice laugh. She gave Gregory's hand a quick squeeze before turning her attention to the girls, who were still bickering. Taking a breath, Beatrice clapped her hands together once. All three Hillmot sisters turned to look at her, still pouting and scowling at one another. "What's this?" Beatrice demanded. "I thought you were all eager to come along with us, and now I find you scarcely able to get into the carriage without falling into disarray." "Florence started it," Sophia objected, her lower lip still poking out. "Not so," Florence argued. "It was Eliza who refused to be reasonable." "It is not being unreasonable to refuse to give up my seat for your bonnet box," Eliza said with a roll of her eyes so grand that Beatrice wondered that they did not get stuck that way. "I only said," Florence began, but Beatrice clapped her hands again, cutting them off before they could get started again. "Well, I was going to say that I am in need of 3 lovely bridesmaids, but all that I see before me is a pack of wild dogs in pinafores," she said, giving them all a pointed look in turns. "Bridesmaids? You wish us to be bridesmaids?" Sophia asked, her eyes going wide. "I do," Beatrice said, nodding. "But if you feel that you are unable to comport yourselves accordingly—" She trailed off with a shrug, sighing as if she were already disappointed, with that particular threat hanging in the air. They managed to get the girls wrangled into the carriage. There was another round of protests that almost set them to arguing again, but a stern look from Gregory halted that for the time being. Beatrice and Gregory took their place on the opposite bench, their backs to the horses. For the next hour, peace reigned, the girls placated with the excitement of not only being allowed to come along on such an adventure, but also the fact that they were leaving England. Florence, as the oldest, was the only one who could properly remember a time when they lived abroad at various postings of their fathers. "It's only a jaunt across the border to Scotland," she sniffed with great superiority any time the other 2 girls became too excited. "We're hardly going to some far-flung outpost of the Empire." "As you are such an expert at travelling, we shall be relying on you to see us through in good order," Beatrice replied with a quirk of her eyebrow. "Eliza's looking out my window," Sophia announced petulantly, breaking the momentary peace. "It's not your window," Eliza said, exasperated. "As if either of you have any room to complain," Florence retorted, unable to stay out of the fray. "You're both crushing my dress into ruin." "We will rotate positions when we stop to water the horses," Gregory replied, sounding tired already. Beatrice, however, only smiled at them. Ladies, you are focused on entirely the wrong things," she said. "The landscape is all well and good, but I hear the Scots entertain patterned cloth that we don't have at all in England. And," she added with relish, "I also hear that they are quite fond of biscuits. We must endeavour to try every variety." "Of biscuits or cloth?" Florence asked. "Both, clearly," Beatrice answered breezily. This was a course of action that was agreeable to all involved. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It was not long after the sun had set that the carriage fell into silence. The younger occupants had fallen into an easy sleep, lulled by the rocking of the carriage and the substantial luncheon they had been provided at an inn as the horses were watered and rested. Despite their earlier disagreements, they slept as peacefully as cherubs, resting their cheeks against one another beneath a blanket, the older two taking great care to keep Sophia warm between them. Beatrice, too, could feel her eyes growing heavy. Languidly, she let her head loll backward a little, resting against the padded carriage squab. She rested quietly for a moment, but snapped her eyes open when she felt someone staring at her. Her intuition was right. She opened her eyes to find the Colonel gazing at her, the whites of his eyes shining in the rising moonlight. He watched her closely, clearly expecting her to respond like a cat would, with a swipe of her paw. Instead, she indulged her impulse for charm and warmth in his presence. She blinked slowly and let a gentle, coy smile spread over her face. She was duly rewarded by an inhale from the Colonel, his eyes flicking down to her mouth. Silently, he shifted closer and pressed his lips briefly to hers. She hummed appreciatively and snuggled closer to him, tucking her head beneath his chin. "Are you quite certain you don't have any regrets?" he asked, and she could feel the question rumbling in his chest beneath her hand. She drew back a little, and Gregory nodded toward the 3 sleeping girls. "This lot can be a great deal to contend with. Are you sure you wish to take them on?" "It was just the excitement of the journey," Beatrice said with a dismissive little wave. "Change, even a good one, can cause the best of us to become pensive and contentious." "That is so," the Colonel allowed, and Beatrice resumed her place snuggled up against him. "I have been wondering if it might not be better to remove some of ourselves from said conflict, however." "How do you mean?" "Well," Gregory said slowly, picking each word carefully, "I don't imagine you have any particular wish to live in London, and I don't imagine the county will be any more inclined to accept our marriage without comment." "Let them talk," Beatrice said, encouraging the Colonel to put his arm about her shoulders against the chill of night. "I'm used to it." "Yes, but are they?" Gregory asked, and Beatrice could feel him tip his head toward the 3 sleeping girls again. Beatrice frowned. That was something she had not felt easy about either. It wasn't as if they had asked to be the centre of gossip and scandal. If they all started fresh somewhere together, it would put them all on more equal footing too. "Perhaps you're right," Beatrice said, the idea forming as she spoke. "We are both fond of travel, and perhaps abroad we might start afresh. I am sure we could arrange for you to be given a foreign posting again." Satisfied, they fell into silence again. Beatrice, content and full of dreams about their future in some new exotic locale, fell into a daze again. The prospect of establishing her own role in society was an exciting one. She might even find a dancing school for other girls living abroad. "You never answered my question," Gregory said, jolting Beatrice back to wakefulness again. "What question was that?" Beatrice murmured, closing her eyes again, determined not to have her sleep interrupted. "If you had any regrets," he repeated. Beneath her ear, Beatrice could feel him tense up, as if he were anticipating a blow. She opened her eyes, turning her head a little to regard the 3 girls. They were so peacefully asleep that no one would ever think to besmirch their passive countenances with the aspersion that they could be the most argumentative of creatures. Still, Beatrice knew better. She knew that they could argue and feel and hope and be disappointed. She knew all their foibles and idiosyncrasies, and she loved them all the more for it. "No," Beatrice said quietly, but with such certainty that it could not be argued against. "I will never regret being part of this family." Beatrice's happy ending was the most exciting new beginning. And talking about new beginnings, how about diving in the most intriguing opening story of a new series of standalone Regency romances? A lady in disguise, a generous lord, a love to catch them both unawares. Click here and read Pretty Little Lies for the Duke's Heart. Now,
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.